after a crazy competitive day yesterday where 4 games saw at least 12 rounds. It is full steam ahead into day 2 where the Titan rosters of Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero clash once again. Welcome back to Stage 2 of the North American League, everybody. I'm Jonas Rillinger. So glad to have you with us. Alongside me, as always, for the Day 2 action is Foxay and Laxing. Lax, yesterday was competitive to say the least, and frankly, it feels like it set the tone for a very good stage ahead.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yesterday, I think we definitely got a taste of what this stage is going to look like in comparison to the last stage. So for myself, I'm extremely excited to get underway a second day of Siege.
I mean, we started out with a blowout competitive game between Shopify and Wildcard. It looked a little sloppy from Shopify, but they had big players like Ambi to be able to pull them through for that win.
Yeah, even in this game, you know, we wanted to see what Standby was going to bring to the table and see if SSG was still going to reign dominant, which they did. They do get the win over Standby, but that wasn't to say the least that with Standby, they were definitely showing what they got.
Cloud9 then started off hot, bringing it really close to Dark Zero, but unfortunately they ran out of gas in the tank. Dark Zero, consistent as ever, they were able to close it out in the end and take that win.
Now this game, this was an interesting one for me because I wanted to see Oxygen to finally beat M80, but they couldn't get it done. M80 is currently still leading over them with a 3-0 victory, and as for Oxygen, they just need to figure out those attacks, and then maybe come in the future, we'll see Oxygen coming out on the other end.
And finally, the upset of the day, I guess, Envy with Aiden. Just amazing play. 7-0ing against Cruelty. It was unexpected. We expected them to come in and still put up a fight, but the 7-0, the domination that they displayed was not something that we expected from the new Envy roster.
And as a result, Envy has themselves atop the standings with 3 points from last place in stage 1 to first place here in stage 2. Stop the count. Here they are. M80 close behind. Space Station hot on their heels. Clearly, it's going to be competitive. I think you mentioned it yesterday, Laxing. 7 teams already with points coming into the stage. It's a good place to be.
Listen, a lot of those overtime rounds, whether they got 1 point or 2 points, really are going to make a difference once we get into those last few days of the group stage to see who makes it in the playoffs. So yeah, the numbers aren't crazy now, but like I said, a lot of those overtime wins really are going to be super impactful in terms of what the last bit of the stage is going to come down to.
Well, as I mentioned, Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion, they'll go toe-to-toe in what was the marquee matchup of the stage in stage 1. We're going to see them here on day 2 of stage 2, our 4th game of the day. M80 and Standby will open things up, followed by Cruelty and Oxygen. Fox, what stands out to you?
I mean, Dark Zero Shopify, we were anticipating this matchup last stage. Now there's more on the line. It's obviously for a battle of points. No team has been able to get into the top 6 so far. I mean, it's only day 2, but obviously I feel like a slept-on game is going to be Cloud9 Envy for sure.
I don't think that's going to be slept on at all. I think that's the one that I said yesterday that I'm definitely not changing in terms of today. I want to see the Cloud9 versus Envy matchup. I mean, Cloud9 yesterday, they could have had that win over Dark Zero. They just ran out of gas in the tank, as you said. And then for Envy, we didn't really get to see what they were going to bring to the table. Cruelty didn't really put up a big fight that I was hoping that they were going to. Not to slight anything from Envy. It's just I need to see what those attacks look like going into the future. So for both those teams, it's good to see what this new additions are going to look like, but then also just to see how they fare up against one another.
Well, in our opening matchup of the day, M80 takes on Standby. Lax, this was 2 teams that we have talked about still needing to see some improvement. M80 start 1-0, Standby 0-1.
Yeah, I think for M80, the biggest takeaway for me yesterday is their opening engagements. They were lacking in, so today, maybe a little better on that front. At least for Standby, just improving where they went wrong in their matchup versus SSG and correcting those mistakes going into their match now versus M80.
Well, that M80 roster yesterday looked very good, led by Hot and Cold. We talk about his leadership all the time, but just in terms of individual performance yesterday, the IGL dropped 15 kills and led the charge against OXG.
I mean, he really stepped up, and it's a trend that we've been seeing from Hot and Cold. Whenever M80 faces a major setback, he's always the first one leading the charge, able to carry his team out, not only in stats, but in the server as well. I mean, when they lost to Cruelty, immediately beat OXG with the 7-0. They don't make EWC, now they come back, and again, another win against OXG with Hot and Cold dropping 15 kills. And it was really his leadership that guided the team. Obviously, the game plan has really been firing on all cylinders for M80.
Well, another player that contributed to that yesterday, right, wasn't just Hot and Cold. We saw him perform so well throughout the game. Diffuser was playing well too. obviously hot and cold, so well on that journey to the top. But we saw from Diffuser, right, a big day, had some major early round contributions too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the game plan for M80. It's all about utility, right? So they understand that they can play behind the utility. So nobody needs to be playing over-centric every single second of the round. But the way that Hot and Cold's been able to lead his team like Diffuser is giving them that freedom when they need it. And obviously, Diffuser was in the driver's seat a lot of those moments to be able to get those opening kills and then force M80 to play behind that utility.
Yeah, there was that moment, I think, round 12 and the very end of that game. Defensive aggression from Diffuser, which really set the tone.
Yeah, I mean, Diffuser goes for a double spawn peek with his teammate. They end up getting a kill outside of the docks. And obviously, after that kill, Diffuser goes back into the site, plays behind the utility, and all of M80 is behind that utility waiting for OXG to waste their timeout because they know all we have to do is rely on this utility. Once we get that opening kill, it's on the other team to go out of their comfort zone to be able to bring a round back. And that's just not something that teams like OXG were able to do it. I mean, this is the clip right here. They go for a double spawn peek. Diffuser's actually at the dark window. He gets the pick. And then look at this discipline all the way back into Cocktail. Playing there, relying on the time, all of that utility in front, the Aruni gates. They got the discs in front of themselves, the ADSs. There's so much time to be stalled for M80 that they know that they have OXG exactly in the trap that they need to be. And once OXG tries to go for a play, at that point, time's already against them. They're already a man down, and they're in a position where now Diffuser again has his freedom. They even got the pings on him, and it just doesn't work out for them. Diffuser gets the pick, puts them in a 3-to-5 man advantage, and then M80 can just go for some type of a retake later in the round. They know that they have the round playing behind that utility.
Love to see the utility play from them as well. We saw the Denari and the strip connectors from them showing that creativity. But we talked about this utility play yesterday as something that at times felt like it was holding them back because they weren't fully invested in that, right? They had 3 entries still trying to frag out. Yesterday, we saw some entry players not putting up the numbers, but M80 still found that success anyway.
Right, it comes down to the utility. I mean, Gavin and Gunnar, obviously, we're expecting them to be at the top of the leaderboards, to be getting these kills in the previous rendition of M80 where they're going for slaying kills, they're going for those opening kills, but now they know they have the utility to be able to win the round. They don't need to go out of their comfort zone. Yes, I would love to see Gavini and Gunnar get a little bit more comfortable playing these operators that require a lot more utility, but obviously everything's going to come down to it as the stage progresses. But as we know, they're doing their job with the utility, as we just saw them protecting Diffuser. So that's the game plan. It's working out for M80, and every time we bring up the word utility, that's exactly what we're looking for. It's just, you know, the Aruni gates, the Jaeger ADSs, just stuff to make it so much more difficult for other teams to execute against them.
Right, the word of the day for M80 might be utility. For standby, improvement feels like the word laxing, because this is a team that had its real first T1 experience in Stage 1. Here in Stage 2, have we seen any concrete progression?
Yeah, we absolutely have. I mean, the coordination and communication is clearly there, whereas many times throughout the stage, I would question their lack of communication, their clash of coordination between one another and understanding what the win essential is, how they can play off one another. It wasn't there last stage, but this first game versus SSG, we really are seeing those being implemented with each and every single round, where again, for a brand new team, you can wipe off the first stage, but jumping into the second stage, that's where we need to see that improvement. That's exactly where we're seeing. You can already see the discrepancy in terms of overall performance being elevated, whereas you look at Stage 1, they start out going against Shopify, get dismantled entirely. Now you're going against the big dogs of SSG, the #1 NAL team here in the stage, and they are putting dividends and numbers up above ahead of what they started out their last stage. So already we're seeing those margins shift, but for me, it's not enough to be fully convinced because we still have a lot of siege left. We still have a lot of games, a lot of rounds where there can be great things made from, or a lot of air still to be made. So we still have to see this consistency trend on an uphill forward climb that we need to see going forward.
And it wasn't just like those big picture items that it felt like they were improving. We saw some minute changes, right? Getting the little things right. We saw this in their game yesterday. That felt like it's a good sign for standby going forward.
Absolutely, and these were also things that I touched up on during the previous stages. You know, small things like this, just playing together, communicating, understanding the win condition. This is time and time again where standby would over-aggress, lose the man advantage. Instead, they play that 2v2 beautifully. And then fast forwarding to round 7, this is what's really showing me this team is really just taking everything from their Stage 1 and correcting it for Stage 2. They understand the win condition. They understand they were going to push through Christmas, they're going to push all the way through right, and then they're going to to set up for the post plant and get those crossfires. A player out on cocktail window, watching for that main balk swing and that bar swing. They only understand the last player is bottom white. Let's watch white. Let's go for this plant. So again, this really is speaking dividends in terms of their coordination and cohesion, all being in the same page. And again, that player right there, their IGL Bino, is the one that is facilitating all of these attacks. So again, I am extremely impressed just at the difference from stage 1 to stage 2 in their first matchups. But again, is it enough? I don't know. I want to see consistency.
Well, both these teams showcased Cafe as their very first map of the stage yesterday. Fox, you got to imagine we'll see something a little different today. Both teams obviously proved comfortable there. Where do you think we're going today?
I feel like if you're standby, you want to go to one of the smaller maps. Take M80 to an aggressive-sided map after they've recently been changing their whole play style. So I'm hoping standby tries to look for something like a border, a chalet that just gets banned out, maybe even a skyscraper. But going back to a map that's going to rely on the utility, standby still has so many growing pains to go through. So to fight a utility breakdown like a team like M80 is just something that I feel like would be so difficult for standby to do. I mean, good border takeout from M80. It really looks like they have a good understanding of what map they want to go to, and it's gonna be Cafe. Sorry, the little coastline there.
Surprise coastline.
They had to put that in there for lax, but Cafe is gonna be the map. We just saw them both play it. Obviously, M80 looked pretty strong on it, but standby, like you just showed, Lax, they had a lot of progress on a map like Cafe.
No, they definitely have a good understanding. I would say this is definitely a little bit of a gamble for them to go back to a Cafe. Not to say that both teams looked, significantly better than one another. They both won 7-5s in their outrights. But for me, the biggest thing, or losing to, the biggest thing for me here is, are they going to exploit where M80 was going wrong? With them not getting as many entry kills on those opening frags from M80's side, then on the side of being more aggressive on M80, going for those spawn kills. So it's for me, is Bino going to understand maybe we slow down our pacing? Maybe we wait for M80 to get overzealous, overextend, take advantage of getting that opening kill, and then playing together just like they did how they set up on round 7, getting those crossfires, understanding where the pinch is going to come from, where that aggression is going to come from. That's really what's going to show me that Bino really is taking from game to game, and also VOD reviewing properly and understanding this is where M80 was playing it right, this is where M80 was playing it wrong. Let's exploit that.
Well, the thing for M80, I feel like maybe hindered them last stage is they were always thinking about making the international event. We were talking about them really being more concerned about the future, and then they didn't make EWC, and then they didn't get to that point. Fox, when you go into stage 2 like this, they have a win under their belt. Now against standby, does it feel like they've changed their mindset a little bit? It landed on my head.
Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't happen during rehearsal. It only happens on stage.
Does it feel like they've changed their mindset a little bit and they should be able to handle standby here with no problem? Or is this a game that standby could win?
I think standby definitely could win it. I mean, M80 hasn't necessarily looked the most comfortable in their new ideology of how they want to be able to play. I think it's going to take some time for them to be a lot more comfortable, but I will say the individual players on the team, obviously it goes without saying. I mean, they won the Manchester Major. You have to be able to give them the credit over a team like standby. That being said, I mean, M80 is a team that when pressure's on the line, screws start to burst out of the system and the machine, so.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to go with M80, but it's to say I think there's far more pressure on M80's shoulders than there is on standby to have a pop-out performance today.
All right, well, we'll have to see what happens here. It is M80 and standby going toe-to-toe to open up the second day of stage 2. And to get things started, we'll pass it over to Lynx and XR Troika.
Thank you very much, Jonah. Ollie and I are very excited to be back for stage 2 of the North America League. And what a game to start. Might not seem that great off the bat, Ollie. I can tell you many times when I've seen M80 and whether they were LG or Orglis or now Standby, I'm just going to be honest, this has never really been in my upper echelon of matches. But I think you and I can both agree Standby showed quite a lot of promise yesterday.
I think there are things to get excited about, aren't there? We can look at the performance that LFO or Standby put in yesterday against Space Station, and we can sort of draw some significant positives from that. I think they played by far and away better than we saw them do inside of stage 1. They've clearly been putting in a lot of work inside of this off-season. And then, who doesn't like to see M80 play? Let's be honest.
I do, just to be straight up. Wow, see, I always love these predictions because it's like, Standby had a lot of promise. We're seeing 15%. 85 to 15. I don't even know the ratio on that, but it's enough to, I think, be a little silly. And in case you are now just tuning in, Both these teams replaying the map that they played yesterday. M80, 7-5 victory on Cafe. Well, standby, not as lucky, 7-5 loss, but still all 12 rounds for both teams. And if we are going to see that IGLing, well, I don't know if we'd say prowess yet, but see definitely the much improved IGLing from Bino on standby. M80 could have a run for their money as Gunnar Gavini still struggling to mount decent performances, or at least mount the performances that some of the best players in North America in the past couple years should be capable of. And also, no disrespect to Hot and Cold, he's a very good player. 15-5 is not exactly replicable.
Well, the thing is, you say that.
I do. I've seen some banger Hot and Cold games, though.
Like, there's been a lot of banger Hot and Cold games. It's not a one-off thing. This is something that happens fairly frequently. I was actually having a troll through the stats at the end of stage 1, so obviously a hell of a lot bigger of a sample size. But he's still there. He's inside of the top 25. Now, okay, there was some lights out performances in there and mixed in, but as a player that's also fulfilling that IGL role, I honestly don't care. I think if Hot and Cold gets the kills, great. If Gavini and, you know, Gunnar and Diffuser get to him first, so what? It's nice knowing that you have that backline that can produce those numbers if it's required of them, which I think, you know, it's fair to say that Hot and Cold has proved that they can do. M80 are going to be starting off on the attack tonight. Standby on that defensive side. In terms of the bans, there's nothing really to write home about. Nothing worth going into too much depth with. It is very standard. You're going to remove the Architects, Azami, and Castle. A shield is always a good thing to remove, especially against M80. And, well, Grimbees are just like better versions of a lot of other kits inside of this game.
And Grim is an operator that Gunnar did play, I think, 5 out of the 6 rounds, and like you said, just a very good operator. Kino playing a lot of Blackbeard yesterday, actually. Also played that in 5 of the 6 rounds on their Cafe side attacks. Of course, there are a lot of changes with Blackbeard, not exactly the menace he once was. A little bit more exposed while reloading. Shields in general, a little bit more exposed when they use secondary utility. I think just generally speaking, Monty is still probably, when you think about a shield, walking in, getting information, Monty's still probably the #1 threat in a lot of teams' minds, but especially now that Blackbeard has had so many of those changes made.
Something that surprised me about Standby yesterday is that they only managed 2 rounds on the defense. It was actually the attacks where they won 3 rounds, the majority. So, that being said, Cafe is a map that can be difficult to attack. If they can get that side of things down, then the defense is all about just tightening things up and not playing as loose and fast. And already, we're approaching the halfway point in this round, and we haven't seen any early bouts of aggression. We've not seen anybody carelessly giving themselves away. There might be a bit of action to happen on the drone here as a player does get spotted inside of Pixel. Well, Standby are doing a great job of just relaxing and not moving. Oh, okay. Well, they did a great job of relaxing and not moving.
They did a great job, but I think we can be fair and say that M80 have set up a really good net so far, but look at this gap Eddie's found. This is the player Hot and Cold was watching, sat inside a train, and instead just rotates around through pillar. The Dokkaebi caught off guard. M80's flank watch, their positioning was quite good, but this was the one spot where things were a little loose, and it's allowed Standby not only to trade back, make things a 4v4, but it put M80 into a position where they have to speed up the pace. So Kino, with that shield in hand, will take quick control of Bathroom, looking to either push up White or deeper into Freezer. It is very one-sided, though. Only Gunnar to provide support on that rappel. Standby take the lead as Bino finds Gavin. Epic close around the corner. Oh, cut down, clothesline by the F90 from Diffuser. Yet Standby maintain their advantage. M80 have been stuck at this freezer point, unable to move beyond it. Will Diffuser fare better as he marches up Cocktail? Nice pre-fire on defense. Back to equilibrium where we balance just for a moment. With Bino on such low HPs, easy pickings for the gridlock. Only one gun up to cover this defuse plant from Kino. Eddie, who got that kill on Hot and Cold, who survived that early roam, will have to win the 1v2 in the post. Attackers retreating on the rappel, one outside, one in. And that player staring at him has a shield in his face. And he will try his best as he backs Kino into the corner. He can play this waiting game. He's got the redundancy, and he has the gun as well. Round 1 going the way of M80. A little close, and a long time spent in Freezer, but they get the first one on the board.
Standby had already done all of the hard work They'd done everything that they needed to do. And then was it Epic that swings from freezer?
Yes.
For quite literally no reason, by the way. Like, it's a Blackbeard that's in bathroom. You can hear that. You know that they're there. You've got eyes on from your player in Cocktail. Fens had been giving the call. And all of a sudden, Epic decides, oh, you know what would be a really smart play? Let's just sprint across the crossfire that people have been dancing with for the last 25 seconds. That's really got to me, because I think that the early round from Standby was fantastic. Yeah, they lost Kixro early on. Kixro was playing on Pixel. And
You have that initiative from Eddie.
felt like he needed, yeah, exactly. It just balanced it out perfectly. It was like, right, you've lost a player, fine, bang, flank. Not only a flank, but it's hot and cold. He had no cams to watch. I think he had one cam outside of Terrace. And it's the Dokkaebi. You've no calls. So it means that everyone can just tuck up. Everyone can play where they need to play. But impatience got the better of them. And it's small margins like that that really count the rounds. If he stays tucked inside a freezer, they win that round hands down.
It's very likely they win the round, and I know the desk talked about M80 trying to bolster their entry game compared to yesterday, but if you want to talk about Cafe entry, Standby on their defense has only got one entry engagement against SSG yesterday. Now, to be fair, Ashen was 4-0 on SSG's attacking side entries, so it wasn't like there was a player that was very hot. We can say that at least. But Standby, while they didn't get the entry there, got a trade pretty quickly and at least neutralized that advantage that haunted them so much yesterday. And to lose it at that margin, well, when the slow round doesn't go your way, it's always worrying. But now M80 look to pick up the pace. Try to get a quick one on the board as Kino. No Monty as its banned, has now rotated from Blackbeard to Blitz and will sit outside of Mining Window, and in they go. Dokkaebi call, Skeleton Key, DMR with another angle to provide support as Kino pierces his way into the train connector. Hot and cold behind him with that diffuser, gun up as we move into the post. What a beautifully executed rush from M80. Every angle covered, from dining to train to mining. And only one body dropped across the board. Still 4 guns alive for Standby. Make that 3 as Kino holding Dominion inside of the bomb site. Kixro and Fen struggle to make any ground whatsoever. Perhaps a 3K in the cards for Kino, as he plays this role so well in the late round. Just biding time. He's fine dying as long as he can waste a few more seconds, but now they need to be careful. Diffuser will trade. Fence is only one shot at this, and it would require a massive throw from the attackers, and one they will not give. 2 in a row for M80.
It's a tale as old as time. Quick plant in through mining door. It is to be expected. I don't think that I find it weird how you choose that site as Standby to defend as your second choice bomb site, and you're not ready for a rush and a blitz like that. It's like, go downstairs, go to the kitchen. If you're not going to be ready for someone to just send it through, and look at the lineup. They only had a Dokkaebi. Well, they had the Blitz, obviously, but everyone else was just picking guns that they liked. It wasn't, there was no real need. There was a bit of need for burn, but it wasn't like we had a Ying or, Grim's banned, so we're never going to have a Grim, but it wasn't like we had a Ying or a Capitao or even a Glaz and some smoke. Like, there was nothing.
Honestly, it was just that Blitz creating the space, and then like that. Well, I think it was a combination of 3 bits of utility, right? It was the Blitz shield, and obviously Kino using the Blitz to make space in the site. Then it was the Skeleton Key opening up that wall on the red landing that allowed Hot and Cold to, I think, go in and get to a plant spot a bit quicker and from a different angle that I don't think Standby were expecting. But also, that one smoke grenade on the window was doing a lot of heavy lifting for M80's attack. Just a little bit of extra occlusion. And of course, once Gavin opens that wall as the Buck, he can then focus entirely on the double door. Kino's creating space on the right side. Sure, maybe Standby, you would have hoped had a bit more foresight, but honestly, that was just a really well-constructed rush from M80. And as you said, with very little, like, big, powerful OP utility that you normally see. Eddie, though, we'll see a couple shots fired through the garage wall and fire a few in turn. It's just some parting shots. As instead, it's a basement defense, or at least a first point defense. There's no need to overcomplicate things. You have your shields, you have your yokais. Well, no shields here, but the Zodos, the Echoes. Don't need to get too fancy.
M80 are looking a little bit fancy with their lineup, let's just say that.
A little bit.
We've got the Sense and the Zero. Zero is one of those operators that you forget exists until it exists. Because it's just so seldom seen. And it's not even because they're bad. I think there's just other things that are good. The Argus cameras can be useful. And it is going to be a battle of that information. Seeing as that we have the Echo on the other side. And that could be what Diffuser is looking to try and find out here. He's able to set himself up some flanks. And it allows him and Gunnar to be fairly self-sufficient in working through this mid floor. You can already hear Ram's booby drone ripping through mining. And I'm sure we'll go on into train and create a lot of that vert that is going to be required here for M80. As it looks like they are going for a very front-sided bakery push.
Also, at least for the moment, just a normal clear. It's very clear what this Zero gives, and that's just peace of mind, right? Because as you said, you know, maybe it seems like there's some other things they could bring, but I don't know, if I got 6 Argus cameras and I'm worried about somebody flanking up brown, white, or red.
Oh, it's perfect for this situation.
Exactly. It's perfect for the situation, and even if there might technically be something like a Ying that might have a bit more direct impact, if the peace of mind gets me a round win, I'm bringing the Zero. I'm just simply doing that. Obviously, we have to see if M80 actually end up winning the round. It's still a 5v5, and this basement or first floor defense can be a little difficult, but Diffuser, not watching those cams, in fact, quite active on these engagements. Both the Ram and the Zero, this dual entry into Bakery has worked out so well, and one of the players cut down, it's Bino. Those Yokais will remain stagnant, at least for the moment, as Hot and Cold has actually found a way in. They played this slow and are playing this very, very direct and limited, but if they can just maybe find another kill, find a small way in, they can get this Diffuse plant down, and indeed they will, but Hot and Cold solo on HP. I don't think he has the time, no. Epic landing that at the exact right moment, and he's still got one more to burn. It's on M80 to react now, to move in, find another slight timing that can get them to dodge the guns aimed at them from coat check, from back sight. You can see them struggling with this decision, and it's one that is wrestled away from their grasp. Gunnar looks forward, will find one, but Standby just need to do that very thing and hold on to get their first defense on Cafe.
Operator, you are out of time.
There's a world when he gets it there, but it is not this world. You know what would have been really good there? Some Candelas.
Okay, all right.
No, I don't think that the operator selection there was the problem from M80 at all.
I mean, it probably would have helped, but I don't think it was.
I don't know. I like the Argus cameras.
I do too.
I really do. I think the difficulty that you had was that there was nobody. I think that Hot and Cold's possibly the wrong person to go for the plant. It's just unfortunate that he's got the kit, but he just didn't have enough health. If he has a little bit more health, he tanks the smoke, gets the plant down, and it's quite different because M80 can start then to retreat and just play for that post. But we didn't get to that point, and I think a lot of the round hinged on getting that plant down because M80 didn't quite have the strength or the legs to push through and to pick up all the kills. They needed to play the objective. They needed to get the plant down and just retreat a little bit, put a bit of pressure back onto Standby. Standby stood up very well, and I think we had some really key kills come through. But again, it does just go to show that when you do go for a very one-sided push, I know that the vert got opened, but there was no one really there playing on it. And we didn't see Freezer opened at all either. Despite the fact I think some of it was soft, it would have been really nice for M80 to have somebody just going in on a bit of a backstab just to give them a little bit more space. Because that was definitely something that they were lacking there.
I think just the takeaway from these first 3 rounds is that these M80 executes are generally very well put together. I would argue, I mean, sure, they did just lose that round, but as Ali pointed out, if Hot and Cold literally just has full HP instead of reduced HP, he gets the Diffuser down and everything's okay. I think rounds 2 and 3, the executes, even as limited as the last one was, have been very, very solid, and I really like watching all the pieces come together. Round 1 was probably the weakest. Again, it seems a bit odd, even though they won it, but they got stuck at Freezer for a huge portion of the late round, and there were a lot of opportunities for Standby to close it out, especially if the tuber out doesn't swing out from Freezer. But their second floor attack from M80, mining, not reading and dining here, is arguably the most masterful of the ones so far. I think you can probably see Epic. It's always good to play this position, but I imagine he's playing particular mind to it, as M80 have shown a variety of paces capable to be played in just the 3 rounds so far.
Let's see how M8 choose to attack round number 4. The third round of bans have come through as an Aruni and a Dokubi. Oh, we're going to get a bit of a jump out from Eddie.
chance.
There was a call for a rehost there from Cole, but we will continue playing until that is called for. Diffuser is down for the meantime as well, so there is an advantage right now for Standby, which feels like one of the first times we're saying that in the early portion of the round. Either a lot of these kills have been coming through very late, referencing rounds, well, 3 and 1, or it's been a very quick and sharp rush into sight, which is what we're getting now.
Indeed, a very quick rush in. Hot and Cold, who's been on this rappel for ages, has found both kills for M80, excuse me, from this angle, but unfortunately, that secret ingredient to M80's round 2 attack was Kino through that window before he got a double. Now he got downed. There is a way in. Eddie on low HP will be nice. There's 3 attackers with that same health deficit. And even that MPX, it'll take 2 bullets instead of 1, but it will make quick work of any of these softened up attackers. M80 speed up the pace just a little bit. Now we'll pause as they look to find an entry point in the site.
Good info here from Kino. Got a drone inside of Reading. There is still Vert being held, and that's what Diffuser's finding out right now. Depending on how thorough his drone work is, will depend on how this round pans out, as there isn't a lot of time to go chasing for him. And he could be a real key player. Now, he also has got a C4. It's not going to be much use up above, but it is something to keep an eye on.
Ooh. Tries to go for a little bit of a fake, smoke the white stairs, instead run around up red. And what a big kill getting onto Eddie. There's still Fens around the corner in Pillar, but Hot and Cold again, good with this cover. The calling from M80 has been elite so far. A beautiful reset after an early rehost called, and what a finish from what it seemed like a very bizarre start.
I've just had word that we're actually going to replay that round.
Shut up.
Hot and Cold, the rehost has been granted. Yeah.
For ex post facto rehost.
I think that it does go to show, doesn't it, the mental resilience of a team and how that matters. Because you look at the state of that round, nothing was going for M80. They had a little bit of an issue. I don't know what it was. I don't think we got to see it. I think it was a player that maybe was stuck on repel or something like that.
Maybe they downed, and Diffuser got like progressively downed after. Maybe Diffuser was stuck and they downed him, picked him back up, and then it was fine. I don't know.
Maybe. But whatever it was, it's a messy obstacle that they've had to overcome in that round. Alongside trying to win everything and an opening pick against them. Multiple players were down throughout. And all of a sudden they come away with the win. It was a very unorthodox push. There was nothing. We didn't see a single attacker in that top floor getting into Cocktail. It just didn't exist, which is so alien when you start thinking about attacking Reading Room. It's such a key and important position. But M80, they had to adapt.
Oof.
They were able to do so in part due to Kino on the blitz and the space that can create. Good use of some smoke to give a little bit of an obstruction as well. And just catching Standby out. Standby kind of felt like they'd got that opening pick and they were sort of, well, we're just going to lean into that advantage and we'll be fine. But it doesn't always work like that. Now M80 lead 3 rounds to 1, and despite the first round being a little bit close, despite the second round being a rush that Standby just really wasn't expecting, you start to look at this and you can build a serious case for saying, I don't see a reason why Standby should get another round on the defense here. M80's attacks have been almost flawless.
Their only victory in round 3 coming down to, I mean, good utility usage, but literally just, if Hot and Cold had a bit more HP, we move into the post, and so far, M80 have been flawless on their plant conversions. They planted twice in rounds 1 and 2, one each round. In round 4, we just saw a beautiful reset. The structured and like slow play from M80 has been really, really good. There's a very compelling argument to make that it should be 4-0 right now. And given the, as we just highlighted, bizarre round M80 had last time, seems like that shouldn't be the case. At the moment, Standby is careening towards a similar half that they had against SSG yesterday, and while that game went all 12 rounds, Standby left it with 0 points. It's a 4-2 attacking half for Space Station. Will it be the same for M80?
That is not the button to deploy the drone, Hot and Cold.
I was like...
That's a serious look down at the keyboard moment from me.
Gotta pause, gotta lean back.
Push your glasses up your nose.
I was literally about to say put on the glasses.
I really like the way that Kino's using the blitz today. Doing such a good job of gathering that early info. Gunner, nice opening pick there onto Kixrow. That's going to be the Wamai Magnet's gone as well. As the rounds has developed and as this game has gone a little bit deeper, Standby have leaned into things like Jaeger and Wamai just to deal with some of the throwables that are coming out of M80 at the moment. Not going to be very many magnets left in this round. With the cover of a Lion Scan, stuns, and a couple of nades, Kino is able to take yet more ground on this top floor. And there's a lot of that floor that's already ripped open.
A lot of it. And Standby might need to start challenging that Verter, throwing these C4s out. Eddie will throw the second, and it doesn't find anything. Gunner's ready for it. There's one more, I believe, from Epic that maybe they could use. But 3 of the defenders are all constricted on white stairs, whether on some of the landings or actually on the staircase itself. They are boxed in at the moment, so Eddie will push forward. Oh my god! He just slips by Gunner, pushes deep, but gives it up, gives it away. Fires a couple shots early. Gunner might have missed that flank watch, but M80 have smelled blood in the water. Gavini holding that long angle will nip it in the bud and stop it from becoming anything relevant to Standby's chances in round 5, and all that's left is the conversion. Something that M80 have been so good at so far. Kino rotates to the other side. Good preparation, that Vulcan pack, putting Kino awfully low. The kill's going M80's way, but we've already seen how rounds can get cost when your planter's low HP. They just gotta hope that Epic doesn't find an important angle. He's down below, sees them crossing, has revealed his position, but the time might just be on his side. C4 goes out. The damage is hot and cold more, but the player with the diffuser on 1 HP, Kino finds a way through. Now, Epic has a whole lot on his plate, and I don't think he's got the time to finish.
Won't even get past a diffuser on Pillar as he tries to rotate there up downstairs. These attacking rounds from M80 are getting better and better. I love the team focus. As soon as Gunner realizes that somebody slipped up through white stairs, just unfortunate timing.
Happens.
Really one of those things. He's getting harassed out there. He's getting C4s thrown at him and all sorts. Yep, eventually someone will slip that net. Immediately, you've got players looking in the right direction. Sights trained on Pixel, and Lion Scans going out to try and further restrict that movement. Again, a situation where a little bit of good prep, as you mentioned there with the Goyo canister, just anticipating that wall's going to get burst open, and a bit dicey, to be honest. That C4 could have gone up there and could have taken a couple of players out. 6 seconds or so on the clock left at that time. It would have been difficult but possible to recover. But as it stands, a pocket of safety was found. And M80 now move on to what is going to be their final round on the attack here tonight, as they attack into Kitchen and Kitchen, which, interestingly, is the only site that we have seen them struggle in so far.
Struggle is honestly, I would say, a little bit of an inaccurate term. Did they struggle towards the end? Yes. But they had a really good duo entry into Bakery. They got into site with, I don't know, somebody could argue probably a little too little control. They probably could have afforded to get some more or try to get some more. And yet they still almost made it work. Just a slight HP differential is the difference between a 4-1 and a 5-0. And, well, I'm not so nitpicky to really complain that they have a 4-1 and not a flawless attacking half so far. A 4-2 was good enough for SSG to beat Standby 7-5 yesterday, and M80 just look right now like they aren't making bad calls, that they aren't making wrong moves. Not even that Standby are playing particularly bad. This is just an M80 that not only is having all the individual performances you want, nobody really slacking. Kino, even though he's 3-2, has been really good on these shields so far, creating space. M80 are just doing everything right.
I actually just looked down and seen that Diffuser is 7-1. Where has that happened from?
I don't even know. He got...
I think he got a multi-kill in 1 round, didn't he?
Yeah, he got a 3K in the first round, but like still, we've had 4 rounds since then. That average is a kill in at least every single one since round 1.
He's just chipping away at it, isn't he? Just quietly working away. It's going to be a very similar approach. Now, we don't have the 0 this time. Instead, Diffuser has opted to bring the Gridlock. Oh, good chance for a C4 here as it's sent up, but I think Gunner is able to just nip out of the way in time. Already start to put a bit of pressure on those brown stairs. Bob destroyed. Track Stingers out. I like the addition of the Track Stingers as opposed to the Zero. It might just have been a little bit too much to flick on the cameras, and the Track Stingers can provide a little bit of surety. And let's be honest, we haven't seen the Standby do too much in the way of flanking.
We've seen them go for it every now and then. Oh my God! That's just one of those act of God moments. Decided to speak through Eddie inside of VIP. Kino and Diffuser doubling up on the Warden, and somehow Eddie hits 2 impressive flicks and might just buy Standby a 4-2-half. Losing maybe, but at least a better chance than they might have had without it. One player on white. Gavini will drop with the land of pre-fire. That it's hot and cold to fall. This round is done and dusted. A nice trade. Even more nice ones from Standby. This round has Eddie's name written all over it. All it will get them is the same first 6-round half that they got against SSG yesterday. But at least for me personally, Ollie, I can tell you a 4-2 feels a whole lot more workable than a 5-1.
It definitely does. It's a little bit less to get over. Love the impact there to finish. And again, you've got to take your hat off to Standby. Fighting right up until the bitter end, bringing the Warden. You know, it wasn't something that we'd really discussed too much, but it is something that is going to be really effective against the Blitz. And what was Kino doing round after round? He was bringing the Blitz and gaining that space. Now, okay, he wasn't always using the flash function on the shield to do that, but in a close proximity area like VIP, that's exactly where you're going to start to use that flash. So maybe a bit of carelessness on the side of M80, not realizing that it's a Warden or just looking to try and brute force it either way. But nice for Standby to come away with a round, especially before the sides swap. M80 do still, however, have a very healthy lead here. But as I mentioned at the top of the show, Standby, they did much better on their attacks yesterday than their defenses. Now, does that say more about Standby's attacks, or does it say more about SSG's ability to defend? I think time will tell, and we'll find out in this fixture for sure.
We did see improvements from those attacks, whether or not which side was more decisive, obviously, up for debate. But yeah, I did definitely see a lot of improvements from Standby. I just can't believe that second one in particular is ridiculous.
I don't know how he got the second one. It didn't look like he hit.
Well, Ollie, I hate to break it to you, he did. My apologies. By the way, in case you have living under a rock, it is a new season, and we actually have the new operator coming out in the first round of M80's defenses. Denari with his TRIP gadgets. I'm just going to call them trips. I don't know about you, Ollie. That just makes sense to me, especially because they're tripwires. They're little lasers that you can set up 2 little prongs, and then they create this little beam. And if you walk into them, you get slowed, injured. Really not fun. You can also create these like crazy like room-sized nets with them. I personally am very excited for an operator like this, and I know I'm going to say her name and people don't like it, but I know Azami's very strong, but it is one reason I do love Azami, because it just leaves so much like ingenuity and creativity in the hands of the player, and those are the kinds of operators I think are some of the most fun to watch in this game.
Yeah, it's a real get the protractor out sort of op, isn't it? You know, find those angles. Yeah,
Year 10, Season 3.
Figure out just where lines up with just where and what you can gain as an advantage from that. And quite pesky to destroy. It's just another thing for the attackers to try and destroy. Every single season it feels that we get a new defending operator. It's like you just look at the attack even more crucially and go, well, that's another nade, or well, that's something for a Twitch drone to do, or a Flores. You know, it's there's no end to it at this point. Now, thankfully, we can still only pick 5 operators, so there's still only a finite amount of utility that can be available in any one round, but still, it needs to be dealt with. Hot and cold, however, speaking of being dealt with, being taken out very early indeed. And that could just open up a little bit inside of Cigar Shop. Oh, he's actually downstairs at the time. Maybe he was caught where he oughtn't be.
That was just Fens on the Nook, creeping through the basement, doing a little baby shark action. That's his spot. And it will find the Jaeger. Hot and cold, not as on fire as he was yesterday. Not as hot, so to speak. That's not really the important part. Just stand by having this 5v4 because they can reset. Didn't have to adjust any positions critically to get that kill, and so instead they'll focus on dealing with these mirror windows, trying to push forward. I will say, lack of an Ash might prove problematic because they're trying to deal with these mirrors solely with the Selmas. And there's a lot of guns trained on them on the 3rd floor when the site's all the way down on the 2nd.
Yeah, the mute jammers are really going to assist in keeping that window closed as well, though we can hear it start to trigger now onto that Selma. A bulletproof camera is going to be a difficult one to deal with, and Hot and Cold can flick that at his leisure at the moment. Nice little show there of the walking around the corner of the building animation. Something that the Rappel has seen an improvement to. More bees to be sent into these white stairs, and still Fens is looking to try and make a nuisance of himself. Gets a glimpse, but does give the game away. He's going to find himself in the Viper's nest if he's not careful here. He's right in amongst the sites.
He's right amongst the sites, but M80 just have so much ways to gather that kind of secondary utility. Fens could sneak up if it was just a cam above barbed wire. He gives away his position, and then of course he shot earlier. Stand by, get an opening pick like within the first minute, and since then we're in the red zone, and yet they found no immediate purchase into the site. A nice flick, but he's aimed too low. M80's positions hold strong, hold fast, and last just long enough to go up 5-2.
What can you say? Stand by. Where's the pacing? Where's the teamwork? Where's the speed? You had that man advantage, and you've just squandered it. It was a really early opening pick as well. You'd expect players to be putting the foot down after getting that sort of an opening pick. Yeah, okay, it's the Jaeger on the ground floor. Like, it's not opened anywhere up top floor wise, but
5v4?
you don't have to worry too much about a flank. You can still full commit and send your utility. And was it a problem with the operators? Did we overlook the fact that there was the mute there? Did we need something to try and deal with that?
I mean, you know what stood out to me the most?
Attackers have located a bomb.
I didn't feel like anybody from M80 moved that whole round.
They didn't have to though.
No, that's what I mean. Like, I'm saying as a good
And we've got
thing.
Grim.
Okay, well,
Stand by, have Grim. They're still not moving.
You always okay. Oh, sorry, you meant the last round. I thought you meant this round. I'm like, okay, he could switch off. Let's chill out.
No, I'm pretty sure they had it last round.
No, they did have it last round. You are correct.
Because it was playing on white stairs.
No,
Yeah.
no, I didn't. Ollie, calm down. I agree with you. I'm saying you're right. I'm on your side. Why are you booing me? I'm right. But yes, they did have Grim in the last round. But no, they're taking a very long time. Also, still pretty reliant on Fens maybe getting a late round entry as he walks up brown stairs. I don't know, not the kind of trend you'd want to see, especially with their attacks looking better yesterday. I mean, you might have at least one good idea at holding still. But Gunner's right next to a prepped window on bottom white, and I just got a feeling he's not going to be sitting still here.
Genius.
I actually can't believe that. He literally sprinted out of the Claymore's radius right as it activated. That's crazy.
Did the Claymore even get placed?
It did. It got placed, and literally the moment he sprinted away from the body, the lasers went out.
Yeah, because it has like that slight activation period.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it did. Haha.
Oh my god. I literally was just, I was just stunned there. That's the Grim too? Oh my lord. 6-2 question mark? Oh my god, they're just... Remember when I said that M80's biggest strength in round 7 was them not moving?
Can we just talk about how Gunner is just like Neo from the Matrix this round? He's just got a kill and ran down red stairs. He hasn't hit a single track stinger.
The ace was in Christmas and he ran past him.
Like, this guy's got slippery shoulders this round. There's nothing that's gonna stick. Like, he just ran over track stingers.
How did he get past Epic and Feds? They're both on top of red.
Honestly. And I love how the rest of Standby are just carrying on like... it's like when the house is on fire and people are carrying on the little meme.
This is fine.
But no, this is fine. Like we've lost 2 players. This is fine. We've got Vert, guys. Like, hello. We've got some Vert control.
Bookie drone used. Bookie drone down.
Where do they go from here?
I.
So they've got the vert, but they can't exactly hold it. They can try and bully the way through into the site, but this is a horrible crossfire for Bino to find himself in.
Okay.
Vini downed. It's traded 1 for 1. Oh! Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, Bino. Stay behind me. That was crazy. But I don't think, especially as you pointed out, Ali, with the lack of manpower capable of holding this vert, it will just allow Kino to retake it. Found himself just above the Monty, but the shots don't connect. Finds the next one, though, and that seems to be the nail in the coffin for round 8. The briefest of comebacks. The one snuffed out by the very player who started it all. Gunner with 3 kills that round. And with pathing, that would have made Cyber a little bit jealous.
I want to see the heat map from that round from Gunner.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see the pathing. I want to see exactly where it began. Well, it began at White Window. We saw it. But what, White Window to Snow Door, through Reading, up White, I assume, and then what, through Cocktail, up Cocktail Bar, New Balk, kills the guy top red, then back down red through the second floor.
Attackers need to locate.
I actually think I just nailed it.
They can.
I didn't even mean to do that, to be honest with you. I kind of just got in a flow state right there.
No, I think you're good. I think that's what happened.
Located by attackers.
You're welcome.
6-2.
6-2. Really, honestly, like, I don't think... Could we reasonably complain about, like, anything M80 have done this game so far?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm sure, you know, I'm sure there's things to improve on when you really start to dissect it, but on the face of things here, I think they've matched the game very well. It's one of those situations where you've got to play what's in front of you as much as anything else. For me, it was the stabilization round. It was the round where they went a man down. They were calling for the rehost. Things weren't looking great, and they managed to pivot and they managed to make something happen. That for me is the difference between a team that's good and a team that's great and got that ability to just put any distraction, any adversity to the side, and just work through on achieving the goal. And I think that's been. Ooh,
oh my god.
Okay. Those are the games we're playing now, Gunner.
I was gonna say, it's like the moment we won round 7, Gunner was like, okay, I'm done.
Look at what he goes back to, by the way. A deployable shield and ADS, and he's playing Wamai and Pixel.
I will say, the one...
It's like we've been catapulted back 3 years.
That's what I was going to say. The one downside about this ADS change is that I got to see Jaeger Wamai Pixel shields again. Oh, man. Not the biggest fan of that.
Well, the attack's got so much more going for it now.
No, I get it. Not just like 9 flashbangs every round. You actually have a bit more utility than that. It really does feel like, though, that M80 have played those attacks, called those attacks extremely well, played round 7 really well, and then round 8 and 9 so far has just been a huge individual performance from Gunner. And a performance that, again, is bolstered by M80 just holding still for the moment. But Eddie is able to find hot and cold as the Monty sets up on New Balk, drops down. Gunner will retreat quite quickly as he hears the shield clomping his way up through Cigar. Utility off the back of all of this. Bino has found his way in, and Standby look like they have a very viable opening as the C4 misses. 3v3 perhaps, but Standby can retreat, and a Monty in the post is always a threat you need to give a lot of caution. Eddie holding this rappel. Will cut off anybody rotating the opposite side. 2-man rotate up through Christmas. Kicks row 1 taps Gavini, puts them into the 2v3, spots another one flanking up red. Kino trying to find a way, bob and weave through the shots. Gunner would try to end this game in round 9, but Standby still have a little bit more to give. First round on the attack, 3rd in the game. They'll need 3 more to push us to overtime.
Brilliant round from Standby. They suffered an opening pick at the hands of a spawn peek from Gunner. And it was looking like, oh goodness, is this just going to be a repeat of the previous round? But no, they had a great plan. They were able to get in and execute it. I think it kind of took M80 by surprise a little bit with the speed that they moved with, because we haven't seen that speed so far from Standby on the attacks at all tonight. And then out of nowhere, they pull it out of the bag, get the plan down, and Kicksrow was able to pick up 3 kills. I thought he was done for, by the way. When he swings the corner, he's got Rora's launcher in his hand. That was a nice shot there onto Gavini. That was the... Well, Gavini was the player that could have and maybe should have put an end to it. As he was swinging with the launcher, not the gun up. But as it stands, M80 still in with an advantage here. Final round of bans through. Mirror and the Ying. The Ying was good in the previous round for standby. It definitely assisted them in getting a bit of confusion thrown in through that skylight, along with a couple of smoke grenades, and obviously you got the Monty bearing down as well. Assisted them in getting that plan down. But I don't think it's going to matter all too much at the moment. The thing that is the most dangerous right now for M8 is that Standby have found themselves a little bit of success here on the attack. And as we've already mentioned, attack was their better side yesterday, so if you put the first couple of rounds down to just mistakes starting a bit slow, are we about to see a little bit more of a game on our hands here?
It'll have to come on the site that M80 started this defensive half on with a victory, running the Denari back. Some changes on the other side. Mira being banned by Standby will bring out the smoke from Gunner. Not an operator, I think he'll be all that uncomfortable playing, at least when it comes to this utility slotting into the lineup. But we saw M80 a couple times put this shield at the mining window, whether it was reading or mining itself. In they will go. Trying to push deep into that dining position. Again, it's not the side over on mining side. It's a reading and dining defense. So they have this initial control, and they'll look to try to put this diffuser down inside of dining. They don't have to go just yet. They've got the initial beachhead, but they can reset, and it seems very likely that they will.
M80 might have lost a bit of ground, but they haven't lost a body. It's maybe the more important thing at the moment for them. They've still got a wealth of utility amongst themselves as well. Chance here for Fens. The call goes out. We're seeing some smokes, and the kills are gonna start to fly as Eddie, he gets that plant down.
Will do so successfully. Might have lost that blitz, but the broader utility and the positioning works out. Ooh, down just on the exit. We're still in the post, but it's only 3 guns against 5. A Standby look to keep their chances on Cafe going. Final Dokkaebi call could be big for this post plant. They're struggling with the manpower, but maybe this little bit of information will give them an edge. Gunner, as he tries to rotate and retake the site itself, felled by Kixro. C8 holding this line from Train. More defenders dropping down onto the floor. Kixro with a very nice flick, but Standby holding on. It's Diffuser in the 1v2, but there is just no time. He'll give it up, get his exit frag, but Standby will continue 2 rounds in a row and 2 more to go.
Standby are terrifying when they really get going, aren't they? Another lightning quick take. Took a heck of a lot of ground. And M80, it's not that they didn't react or overreact, but they kind of just didn't do too much about it. You maybe need to challenge that a little bit more full on, because they didn't have tons of util for that retake. As soon as you've got a player there on that dining window, and you've got access in through Fireplace to get the plant down, it can become very tricky indeed. Didn't help that C4 missed its mark a little bit as well. And the Toxic Babes, whilst they were good, they were maybe a little bit too late, because the plant was still allowed down. Anyway, a little bit of smoke tanking, but nothing that a full HP operator can't deal with. Standby clawing their way back into this 1 round at a time. M80 need to start to unpick this Standby attack and figure out how to close this out before it gets a little bit too close for comfort. They've still got a 2-round buffer, so it isn't all doom and gloom just yet.
5 seconds to go.
Not all doom and gloom, and still a timeout as well. Come in round 12. Be a classic round 12 timeout. But you even have a little bit of breathing room there as well. What was I about to say? No. So maybe we'll see a little bit of alert from Epic. No Nook being brought again like we saw from Fens back in round 1. They've been doing quite good with these executes so far. 2 rounds they've won have been plant focused, similar to M80's successes on their attacking side. I think trying to recreate that will be quite good. Looks like it's going to be a full clear this time. No shield in play. Very unlikely we'll see sledge hop into that mining window. So this is going to be a much slower take from standbys. We got the diffuser down at pretty much the halfway point of the round in round 10. I imagine it'll be a long while before we see any action on the side.
Standby not looking to rush into anything. It's always a good thing.
I like it.
Introduction of Sledge being brought in. Sledge has skyrocketed in popularity with the release of the new season. We've got a visual on one of the trips, but I don't think that they can shoot it. It's just placed underneath a trolley there, or on the underside of a shelf. And again, just another headache. It's a load of new angles and horrible things for these attackers to try and deal with now. Opening pick goes the favor of M80. First time in a while. That's going to be kick throw down.
I was about to say, speaking of angles, seems like I think Diffuser just holding the very standard long angle that the Aruna usually plays on Cocktail. Takes down the gridlock. Double flank watch from Standby. M80 haven't really been going for much flanks anyway. Gunner did in one round, in round 8 to be fair, but they've been playing pretty passive. And I thought this round would be slow. But I thought Standby might make a little bit more progress at this point, but losing kicks row, the shield in their way, they'll start to push forward, but Kavini! Blinded, no vision whatsoever, still finds Fens. Oh, there's anti-climax, and then there is round 11 of M80 versus Standby. As the first kill for the attack comes when it's a 5v1. Might find a second, but all M80 have to do is wait because there is no chance unless an opening is given that M80 are losing their second play of Cafe this week. 7-5 against OXG yesterday, and 7-4 against Standby today.
I think Standby can take some positives away from tonight. Some of those attacking rounds were very good. Some of the executes were fantastic, but they came up against a very good M80 side. M80 didn't really put too much of a foot wrong when it came to the opening half of this game. Their attacks, fantastic. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll be back with our desk to break this game down and to set us up for the rest of our night.
Windy.
Heard comms.
Back shot.
Nice! Good shit, boys.
Maybe.
Can't fucking cheese every
Gav, I'm
fucking
taking my
round.
headset off, but I love you,
Good
Gav.
shit,
You're
guys.
literally
Well
that
done.
guy.
M80 over standby, 7 for the final, as M80 have a very clean 2-0 start to finish off their first week here of Stage 2. We'll welcome in Gunnar, the man who led the team in kills and was absolutely tearing it up throughout this matchup. Gunnar, congrats on the win. As always, welcome. Let's talk about round 8 and just the absolute, I mean, you were unleashing on these guys. It feels like they couldn't get a grip on you. You were outside, you were behind them, you were above them. What's that like to have that kind of freedom as you're working your way around the map?
I mean, that was all because of what OXG did to me yesterday. Like, listening for the Claymore and hopping out. Like, I got my ass whooped over there, and so I'm like, I always want to try it. I said I was going to go 1 for 1. I didn't think I was going to get back in the building. And then I made it back to my spot, and I somehow got around the new pack. I don't really know. I was kind of just everywhere. There was no real thought behind it at all.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win. And Gunnar, from more of like a personal aspect, how have you been trying to grow with being able to play kind of like such a flexible amount of operators? We see that you guys are running way more utility now. How has that transition been for you in your own role?
I mean, in scrims, it's been going great. Today, it's been great. I mean, yesterday, I've never experienced that type of, they really didn't want me out there. It was just like a cheese fest that I was kind of like, I wasn't used to. So I'm still like adjusting to a lot of these like very hard solo spots, but I mean, it's fine. I enjoy it.
Yeah, Gunnar, obviously I want to say one, congratulations on the win. Also, you're boosting my fantasy points. I have you on my team if you are unaware, so thank you for that. I do want to talk about the acclimating in terms of the roles that you're doing now. Fox has briefly spoke on this with the 3 players of you guys kind of juggling back and forth. Kino now taking more of a pillar of being that hard support, with Kino being on that role, allowing you to kind of flex around more, not having to worry about, a 4th person being in that situation. With acclimating to the new role, how has kind of everything just been for you as a whole, and then even for the rest of everyone else that's typically flexing around and moving around the map?
I mean, for me personally, like, I'm used to being like very solo in my spots. I lurk a lot, it's less lurking, a little more like holding these kind of spots. And it's more so just like being situationally aware of all the cheese, and like I feel comfortable. I feel like I'm really getting there. As far as Gav and D, we just kind of want them more just always entering, always getting in the map together, always like being that spearhead.
Yeah.
And as far as Leo, last stage, Leo was kind of in like some of the solo spots that I'm playing now. And we didn't feel like that was like where he shines. We want him to like kind of lead the push when it's with the shields, when it's, Leo's cons are very underrated. A lot of people probably don't think of him as like this massive caller. And it's made our attacks way better. I feel like everyone is getting very comfortable in this, like, I wouldn't say it's a new system or anything, but just newish roles,
For sure.
It's gone really well.
Love to hear that. And obviously the team house, I'm sure, is paying dividends.
And that too. That's obviously a
sure.
nice addition.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Gunnar. As always, congrats on the win. And yeah, 2 wins to start the stage. Good place to begin.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, see you, man. M80, strong win to start. They have a great opening week here. 7-5 OXG, 7-4 now against Standby. Lax, it just didn't feel like Standby was presenting that much of a challenge. Everyone on M80 was allowed to thrive. Gunnar, Diffuser, the chemistry was there.
Yeah, the chemistry was definitely there from what we saw yesterday into today. It wasn't just on hot and cold shoulders now leading. I think everyone in Gunnar said it himself. He's still trying to find ways to play his positions better, learning from his experience past going against Oxygen, now implementing here, trying new things that obviously was paying dividends for him. But on the side for Standby, now I don't want to say I'm disappointed by any means. I will say in terms of their performance from SSG to now, I would say they're still lacking in some of those areas that I talked about that I was giving them praise for, but it's not to say that it's always going to be the same case. You still are going to be playing different opponents. You still have to get a good understanding, and they did show a bit of resilience here, trying to fight back in some of these rounds where I felt had they just moved a player into a different position, had they just held a certain angle for just a little bit longer, we could have possibly have seen an overtime. But overall, I am proud of what Standby is still competing and putting up forth, but again, it still needs to be better, especially going forward.
I think the biggest issue with standby is it didn't look as cohesive as it did yesterday. Maybe like the game plan was just a little bit more scrambled. And obviously, it was a risk going back to Cafe after yesterday against a team like M80. So sometimes that can work in your favor. Sometimes it can't. For standby, today, it did not work in their favor. There was a lot of moments where it felt like it was very individualized plays or individual players making decisions, or even when they would make a group effort, some of the players didn't understand where all the pieces of the puzzle was connected, why we were pushing this, who's holding what angle. There was a lot of rounds where they would go for a push, somebody would die, and then the second person didn't even know where that trade was supposed to even come from. So I just think it looked a little flustered, or maybe too focused from standby. They were too focused on playing perfect that they made their mistakes.
And as Gunnar mentioned specifically, he had a fantastic game, but he said he was able to kind of exploit what standby weren't doing enough of to kind of get a grip on him.
Which, again, that speaks into exactly what Gunnar said, and that's what's always going to come from an experienced player and a veteran player like Gunnar, is understanding that, you know, in this game against Oxygen, he said he was being slapped by Oxygen for these plays, and that he understood how he's going to counter it the next time he finds himself in those exact same positions. Whether he said that he thought he was just going to go for a 1v1, sure enough, it follows up, he gets back in the building, plays his position, extends more, gets more picks. But that's the difference between an experienced player versus an inexperienced player, is knowing in those moments that you can correct those, because more often than not, for a lot of even the newbies watching, you will find yourself in the exact same scenarios more often than not, and just changing one small thing can really make or break an entire engagement or a round. And so, again, that's where the experience really shines through for the individuals and Gunnar in specific.
Well, M80, one of the few teams now that has the full 6 points after 2 regulation wins, here to open up stage 2. Our next game, though, both teams still looking for a win. In some cases, for a round. It's OXG and Cruelty coming up next.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Let's give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
after a 7-5 loss yesterday, Oxygen still hunting for that first win. Cruelty, on the other hand, still don't have a round yet this stage. Welcome back to the NAL. This is day 2 of stage 2, everyone. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger. Alongside here for this second matchup of the day is Foxe and Laxing. Laxing, obviously, neither team had the start they wanted yesterday. But the difference is, today, Oxygen should have a better time against these opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen definitely will feel far more comfortable. I don't think they were uncomfortable yesterday. I think there was just minor errors on their end that ended up being the reason why they fell over to M80. But as for the side of Cruelty, or rather known as Cruelty from my side of things, we have to see a far better performance, because yesterday I was happy with how they ended the stage. They were all in smiles. They made these roster changes. I was hopeful. Then I saw Skyscraper come out and then immediately falls flat.
Yeah, still a lot of questions about what we're going to see today. We know for sure Skyscraper is not going to be in the discussion. For the Cruelty side, though, Foxe, roster moves were the conversation yesterday. Rovi and Cadence were the 2 additions. Ivan and Skimzy set aside. Yesterday didn't work out. We've yet to see the true impact of this.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll have to see if it gets any better, because yes, Skyscraper wasn't necessarily the map that they wanted to go to, but at the end of the day, they were one of the better attacking teams. They were the 6th best attacking team last stage. So these roster changes were brought on to have a more coordinated team to be able to not only maintain the same level of attacks, but help the defenses. But doesn't matter what map you play on, the attacks are still going to be the same. And the way that we saw them play Skyscraper was just astronomically bad.
Yeah, the attacks were a disaster, especially when it came to the entries. This just wasn't working at all. In the 7 rounds they played, they only got 2 of them.
Yeah, they only got 2 entries, and in those rounds, they still lost. And I mean, if you look at all of the other rounds, if they lost the opening kill, they were not trading it. They were practically just hemorrhaging kills one after the other. And the teamwork that we've seen from a previous Cruelty, where they played together and they were off of each other, and that's what got them, you know, at least 1 win last stage, they just don't have it anymore. They've regressed into playing the way that they play on defense on attack, which is individualized, all over, spread out around the map. And that can work on some bigger maps where you have that area to play, but Skyscraper doesn't work out on that map. And I mean, Cruelty they have to really go back to the drawing board to figure out where they want to go from here, because that was a really bad showing.
And you could chalk it up to, oh, the entries had a bad day. Mechanically, they just weren't there. They were a little slow. But when you look at what actually happened, decision-making was also a concern. There was a big rush round 6 that was perplexing, to say the least.
Yeah, it was very questionable, but at least they were trying something different. I mean, 5 people jumping through the kitchen window to die right at the window, and then your shield's the only ones in sight trying to go for a drop shot or something to save the round. I mean, at least you can say Cruelty tried something. Like, it wasn't working in the way that they were attacking, but at least they tried it. Like,
I'm barely holding it together over here because I'm seeing this guy just cracking up.
Like I said, you know, I picked them apart last stage. We saw glimpses of success, especially in that game against M80, and then towards the end, we were like, okay, we want to see improvement. But again, time and time again, on their attacks, what we see every single time, doesn't matter the iteration of the roster, is on attack, they just throw bodies. They just go for a quick rush. And that last round, where you could possibly try to muster up 1 round. All you need sometimes on Skyscraper is literally 1 round on attack, and you use your last lifeline on your attack to send 5 people through 1 window, and somehow the 2 shields are still alive, but the people behind somehow pass away.
It's a good try.
No, it's not.
I've definitely called that.
No, you haven't. I would have went against you the second you called that. It just is not a recipe for success.
All right, well, Oxygen will hope to find their recipe for success as we transition over to them for a moment, because they had a 4th place finish in stage 1. They were looking pretty good towards the end of the stage. The start of stage 2 did not go the way they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. They squeaked by into that playoff spot of being able to actually qualify for EWC, and then even into furthering into EWC. They didn't play super well. They played significantly better compared to other iterations of what OXG has been. But it was also, for me, is this going to be their plateau? Is this going to be the ceiling where we're just going to see OXG just now plateau at? I don't want that to be the case. And I think yesterday wasn't a great showing of what we could see from them. But again, there needs to be more depth depth to this OXG roster, especially on those attacks.
Yeah, the attacks need to see just a little bit more. We said maybe this roster is returning to that 2022 form. Unless they can address this attacking depth, that's not going to happen.
Absolutely. And again, this is similar to kind of Cruelty, not at the exact same level because the players are by far on higher margins than what we see from Cruelty. But Oxygen, in so many scenarios throughout the stage, we would just see them always play aggressive and go for these fast rushes, which they don't work. And then round 9, this was perplexing for me. I said this in the beginning of their game. I want to see Forest on these shield operators utilizing this shield, being that spearhead and forcing players off position. What do you see Forest do there? He gives up his own life. No one to be able to play that trade game. They have the man advantage. Then it leaves everyone in a scenario of just trying to clean up this kill in Bathroom, where Kino gets the freest 3K of his life, one after one after one, where again, if you just slow down, you're Forest. You just take your time. You understand that you can pick apart the defense. You can decide what you want to do. You can utilize your players. But instead, it's the exact same thing that we see from Forest time and time again of just getting overzealous, trying to do things by himself. And it's not to say that Forest can't do it. Forest is a good player. But in so many scenarios, he's making the wrong play, especially being the voice for this team. It's not just on Forest. It also is on everyone else to sometimes you have to go against your IGL and be like, maybe we need to slow down. Maybe we need to do something, not just leave it on Forest's own voice in his head to try to make a play happen when they have everything set up to make it work. They're all wearing hats. I love to see the synergy. Hopefully going into today, we can see a better performance.
And they're going to probably look to find synergy against Cruelty. I would imagine on a map that's not Skyscraper. That's what I was saying earlier, Fox. But at the end of the day, we saw Cafe earlier, and we weren't expecting that either. Where's this one going to go?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully not Skyscraper. Both the teams did get 7-0 on it the last time that they played it. I mean, when it comes to a map like this, OXG just needs to play to what they're comfortable with. I'm not expecting a Clubhouse, Border, Concert. They're getting rid of all of the easy maps that you would take a team even to.
Lair?
We might see a Lair.
Where's the Sky Band?
That's interesting. I don't think their Lair was that.
Skyscraper.
Good grief.
There we go. Cruelty bans it, obviously. You know, they don't want to go there. That makes sense. So another Cafe we're going to see. Again, you know, Cruelty has yet to show us anything on any map that is tangible enough to believe in them in. So OXG, I mean, comfortable for them. Cafe's a hard map to entry in. It does work to Cruelty's strength of being able to individually attack, but Cruelty doesn't really have any
Yeah, I think you're grasping at straws here. I mean, I just think...
I'm hyping it up.
I don't think Cafe is really the correct choice. This is a comfortable map for Oxygen, where when one map that really speaks out for me with Cruelty did come from this Cafe when they first win against SSG, when I believe it was Fultz downstairs by himself on the roam. They understood that Fultz was below, but instead of using everyone, using utility to force Fultz out of position, they all just swung a 1v1, and then a 5v4 then turned into a 1v4, losing their entire setup. So for me, it's a matter of actually working together here, not trying to attack from all angles, picking apart a defense, especially on those attacks, and figuring out what their next approach can be. It can't be this constant, let's rush into the building, let's go for these gunfights, because you're going against players that are all very well versed, all very well experienced, and they're going to shut that down and punish you. So again, just for that alone, I'm going to go with Oxygen, just for that simple sake. And even for Oxygen, they aren't fully out of the water here. I have to see a lot more coming from Forest, being that voice, and actually utilizing those shields properly, where I think Cruelty can fight against this, but it's a matter they can't play into their own self individually. They have to play as a unit.
Well, Oxygen, of course, looking to build on that performance yesterday, come up with a win against Cruelty, and Cruelty still hunting for that first round of the stage. Over to Lynx and XR Troika to see if they can find it.
Well, speaking of finding or searching or whatever action you want to use, basically to look for something that you did not have previously, both of these teams lacking a win. But Ollie, whereas OXG dropped the ball yesterday, it was a winnable game, 7-5. Cruelty never really made it onto the court.
No. I don't even think that they put their sneakers on. I think that's how you guys say
They didn't even buy sneakers. They showed up in sandals.
Like, look at the context of this game, right? If we were in the middle of stage 1 and we said it was OXG versus Cruelty, we wouldn't really be sitting here twiddling our thumbs and scratching our heads thinking who's going to win, right? We would just expect that the better team shall out and the OXG should be able to take that result. After what we saw yesterday from Cruelty, I just hope it's over quick. you know, because I really don't think that they're going to be able to stand up today to OXG. Maybe it was a blip. Maybe it was, you know, first game nerves, bit of an inconsistency, and they needed to get one under their belt before they started going. But you've got to look at OXG as the more veteran team and the more experienced side, and you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt. That and the fact that they are also replaying a map that they played yesterday. There has been a lot of love for Cafe so far today.
A lot of love in that this is the second play of 2 maps we've seen today. But technically
100%.
speaking, that is a lot of love. 100%, as you said. So mathematically speaking, that is accurate. I do like
Maybe
your
I was
point.
foreshadowing for the next map.
Please no. If we have 3 cafes in one day, what the hell?
Oh, these are the hats.
It's like SSG with this outfit coordination. Well, the jerseys.
By the way,
whatever, but not the.
Did you see the SSG gym picture?
No, I didn't.
Call out tweeted it.
Okay, hold on.
It's like
Sorry,
I think he called it like SSG roll call or something like that.
Okay.
And that is a scary bunch of players right there.
Oh my god.
You show that to anyone and ask them what they do, and no one's saying they sit behind their PC and play video games 12 hours a day.
Okay, I just want to point out, Benj is the only one not flexing.
Nobody still looks jacked.
No, but like, and Benja is jacked. Like, don't get me wrong, but like everybody's like, yeah, flexing. Benj is just there, like sitting off to the side, looking very Danish. Like, hello, my name is Benja. Shout out Benja Master. Not in this game, to be clear. It's OXG versus Team Cruelty. Forrest is in this game, was on SSG, not anymore, but that's old news. One thing I did want to say, though, you mentioned that if we had seen this game in the middle of last stage, we would have been like, oh, better team will win. And to be fair, that's probably accurate. But there was like, if you're just tuning in, you missed stage 1. There was like this really weird moment where Cruelty looked actually like very good. And then we never saw it again, really. But boy, did that one match against M80 on Bank look good. Now, did we have a game where they looked very, 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 very bad yesterday against Envy? Yes. However, I don't know. It's a new day. I don't know. Who knows? I mean,
I thought you were going to come up with something really profound.
No, there's nothing profound here. It's like one. This is something you and I were kind of talking about beforehand. It's like, this is always the thing with like beginning of the stage, right? It's like, it's day 2. Like, there's a few things you can expect from like the start of like a stage of Rainbow Six. One, you're probably going to get a fair bit of map replays, which I always felt has been a bit of a trend because like when you're prepping for, I've never been on a team, but like as someone who knows people who do, like when you're prepping for matches and you're trying to decide what to do for like these games and these teams, sometimes it's better to have some factors remain consistent. In this case, both these teams, well, at least OXG playing Cafe yesterday and then Standby and M80 playing Cafe the day before, deciding to run it back, kind of minimizes the workload you have to deal with when you're prepping for multiple teams. Also, with OXG, they have had very strong cafes in the past, but I will say those cafes have also been ones where they have looked not like silly, but I mean, Ollie, I'm thinking back to, I don't know, there was like an OXG game where they like sprinted up Whitehall like 5 times with Blitz, and it worked pretty well. But we'll have to see if it works out today. Unfortunately, we'll have to throw to a break as we're having some technical issues, so please don't go anywhere. Ollie, I, and OXG and Team Cruelty will be right back after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks so much for bearing with us. We've gotten everything sorted, ready to get into our second map of the day. If you've just woken up from a nap, potentially, and you sort of blurrily saw map 1 was Cafe, don't fear, this is map 2. You have had a decent nap. Cruelty versus Oxygen on what is quickly becoming our favorite map of the stage, Cafe. Cruelty yesterday struggling for a single round in their game on Skyscraper against Envy. Oxygen, on the flip side, having quite the battle and ultimately losing out on this map as well. So both teams out for revenge, both teams looking for their first 3 points of the stage.
I think Cruelty get 1. I'm not saying they only get 1.
Point or round?
I think they get at least 1 round.
Interesting distinction.
Well, and that's, yeah, well, important distinction as well, because that's a lot more rounds.
I was going to say.
For them, for us, for everybody involved. I think they had at least 1. They could get more, but I think it's pretty hard to match a 7-0 2 days in a row. But if they do it, it'll. Oh, I don't have the exact stats in front of me to say it'd be the worst start in NAL history, but I can tell you it certainly starts to rapidly become in the conversation. Minute in, and OXG looking to find some control. Have found a kill over all the way on Cocktail side immediately. Another player spotted in Freezer, but a 1v1 taken, a 1v1 lost to make that 2, in fact, for OXG. But Roby tries to run away, and Adam will catch him. Snap his collar all the way back. Tie it up 3-3 in round 1.
OXG moving with some serious pace right now, but it isn't without casualty. They've lost both Gomez and Yoga. With that, they have lost a lot of ability to rip open this floor, and seeing as they're attacking into Reading Room, that's something that they are going to need to do. You can see that Atom is trying to make the best of a bad situation here and use that super shorty shotgun, which is far from an ideal tool to get the volume of flooring open that you would like. As such, Cruelty are going to be given a bit of room to breathe now. You don't have any C4s to work with, and it looks like they haven't got any information either. Couple of static cameras left up, but not too much to be flicked at the moment. The most important one maybe being that Reading Room 90. That still is available. With Forrest, if he plays this blitz correctly, he should be able to whittle down these defenders and single them out, and already there's some good information, but I don't think that anybody knows about Fatal right now.
That bit of information might be the most important. Do they know about the Goyo? Adam doing such good work for OXG this round, but Fatal's flank goes unread, stopped by the air jab. They try to shut him down. How does he get away with it? Adam will need all 5 just to get OXG there first. But can Matumbo hold on? Diffuser recovered. Adam's in the default plant spot, and he's got the information. He knows where that Mira is playing, so begin to put the diffuser down. Just around the corner, halfway gone. The Mira plays it so safe, might move in, but Adam can move it to the post. Super short around the corner. That's way too far away. I admire Adam's faith, but I have to question how exactly he thought that was gonna go. Maybe praying the Mira would be shorter. Well, not shorter. Well, closer, I guess. Round 1 goes to Cruelty. And they do get 1 on the board.
Well, they did what they couldn't do yesterday. Comes down to a 1 versus 1 clutch. Nicely played. OXG had a heck of a lot of information there. They had a camera inside of Laundry, and that was giving all the info they needed on Matumbo's position, whether he was inside of Dining, whether he was in Reading Corridor, or whether he was indeed pushing in toward Reading. That was what gave Atom the security to get that plant down. He was able to stick it off the back of that. Now, in an ideal world, Matumbo would have pushed, and that then would have allowed him to come off the plant and pick up the kill because he would have known because of the info on the drone. However, by letting the plant go down, it kind of removed that element of surprise there for the attackers, and it kind of actually put Matumbo in a better position there because he knows where the plant's gone down. He's now gained his level of information and can make a confident swing off the back of it. Fatal was nearly a killing blow there for the entire attack, and well, you could say that he was, given that he put it into a 1 versus 1. Kill onto the blitz was massive and can't be understated at that point, and you could question OXG's ability to play together. And they're in that 3 versus 2 and they've got the blitz. It's pushing inside the right idea. If you know someone's on the flank, you kind of all got to collapse onto that flanking player. And I think there was a little bit of hesitation from whoever it was upstairs. That said, Cruelty have picked up their first round in what will be a very long journey to the finish line for them, because we know that OXG aren't a slouch team at the moment.
No, they really started to glow up towards the end of stage 1, mounted a playoffs run that was quite compelling, to be perfectly honest with you. Especially with some, I mean, that wild card game we casted was lights out from them. Some incredible showings on this map in particular. Might have lost yesterday's game against M80, but still took all 12 rounds. Should be one they pick up with ease, but at least the beginning of round 2 has not proven any easier than the path we saw charted in round 1. Yalga put to low HP. Gomez thinking he might have a gap on white stairs. So we'll have the Deimos tracker out, the Dokkaebi call ringing, and B's fired up to try to give some more information. OXG will get control off the back of it, but still nothing to pressure these Cruelty defenders. Instead, Fatal has worked his way right up underneath the noses of OXG. Yalga just around the corner, sprints past. And as he cuts him down, another drone shot on the fall off. There's only one of those remaining for OXG, as it seems round 2 might not be anything close to a win.
One of the benefits of watching the same map back to back with, 4 different teams essentially, is to see how different teams approach it. There is very little flank protection at the moment from Oxygen. I would go as far as to say that there is none, because a drone in 2025 isn't flank protection. There are so many ops that you can bring. It was something that M80 were kind of obsessed with in their fixture. They even brought the Zero out just to gain that little bit of extra information when they feel like players are going awry. Already in round 1, Cruelty showed us they're happy to stretch their legs. And in round 2, they're going to do exactly the same. Garahawk through the window and pushing in onto white stairs, but bodies still fall here for Oxygen.
Oh, goodness. Bodies falling and falling and falling! Pyrox just lines up the final 2, and that is that for round number 2. 2 defenses in a row for Team Cruelty. Already a 200% increase over their round count acquired yesterday. That is impressive, to say the least. But Ollie, so we have round 1. Is there information on the guy brownstairs? Yes, but let's just assume there isn't. If you're attacking reading room default, what is one of the most common flanks a defender tries to hit?
Every time. You track stinger it, you put a nomad on it, you do something to it.
Say this. I need you to say the location. Say the location.
You need me to say the words.
I need you to say 2 words.
Brownstairs.
Brownstairs, right? And even if maybe you don't have the best flank watch, that's something that, how many games do we see a defender try to make that flank work? A lot of games. So then we get to round 2, different site, and again, we see OXG put so much emphasis on a position. We got a Dokkaebi on white stairs. We got a buck in dining, well, and then later Red Hall, but a buck around Red Hall. We got 3 people on this second floor area. And yet, some guy somehow slips into reading, not just holding a long angle, but is literally next to Yalga. How have OXG let that happen? Obviously, flank watch, as you pointed out, Ollie, is the problem, and you were very much correct there. But I wanted to illustrate the extent of it, because it's both rounds now have been very, very basic and important positions, completely undetected for OXG's path.
It's loose, isn't it?
Very loose.
They feel like the sort of flanks that you get away with in a ranky game, where you shouldn't be getting away with them at a game at this sort of level. Not consistently. Yeah, you get 1 or 2. But it should be getting nips in the bud straight away. And I'll be honest, I'm surprised after that tactical timeout that we're not seeing that be one of the focuses.
Attackers are heading out to the
Again, we bring a lineup with nothing. Who is the? We had a thing about this, and I can't remember the exact details, so you're gonna have to help me out. Gridlock was brought 100% of the time by somebody, and then it got banned. Do you remember? It was on Cafe as well.
Yeah, that was Bay. It wasn't 100. I don't know if it was 100% of the time, but it was some ridiculously high percentage.
It was, and all of a sudden, Gridders gets banned, and they just start to struggle right from the off. forced into Nomad, it's not as good. Like, it doesn't do the same thing.
I mean, like, obviously, this is, like, what I'm about to make a point. It is not, like, actually relevant. I just do think it's funny. We've only played Gridlock 1 round. OXG have had trouble watching flanks. The only person with kills in this game is the one who played Gridlock in round 1. Now, did he get the kills because of the track stingers? No. But still, like, the only time OXG have had any action was with the F90. And you've had issues with flanks. Obviously, I'm not saying they can't win. They just took the tactical timeout. But not bringing flank watch on Cafe, where it's so important, and Gridlock, where she's so good on this map, is a bit strange, especially when we have brought a fuse.
Don't worry about it. We got a fuse. And I think it might even, knowing Forest, it's probably a fuse shield as well.
Oh, well, of course.
Which is a very, it's a very eclectic mix right there.
Is that one
Good info. Getting gathered. I think it's just one guy on that black top.
Look like 2 people.
Oh, what a C4.
Oh, I love that initiative,
I love that play. Yeah. Nearly. And did a lot of damage.
The only issue I have here, Ollie, is when I'm looking at how they're going to convert this. Like, they've got the skeleton keys and the boogies for the vert, right? But what's the bit of control? What's the advantage? What's the utility they have that is going to, like, break through this stalemate? Is it the ROU projectors? I mean, those can work. Zed's utility can be very good. Look at these Valk cams from Cruelty. They'll know exactly when OXG are going to hit, exactly when they're going to convert down to that bottom floor.
Fighting shots!
Valk cam information and no flank watch is a recipe for disaster. Still with the C4 in hand as well. Ooh, this isn't looking good. Am's gonna fall.
I mean, I'm just gonna count. 2 C4s, Yokais, we've got impacts, we probably got Vulcan packs too. The Yokai's already set up in both of the default positions on the freezer drop. Because Cruelty know they're going to drop freezer, Matumbo has pre-placed his Yokais in both the primary spot and the off-plant spot. Like, I have never seen, like, they just won. Like, we have 7 seconds to go, but, like, they won. They won. They've won. And about 2 seconds remaining, and there we go. 3 in a row. Honestly, probably one of the most clinical 20 seconds I've seen.
Everything was accounted for, wasn't it? We got a brilliant view of that as well. We had a nice insight into what was going on with those Valkyrie cameras. They were very well hidden upstairs. OXG, I don't even know if they had a... I don't even know if OXG know that Cruelty had a Valkyrie in that round. Because there was no attention paid to searching out for those cameras. We've spoke at nauseum already about flank watch. It didn't even come down to that in that round. You needed an IQ.
Nobody even flanked.
You had him exactly where you wanted him and still unable to execute. And it kind of comes back to what you were saying as well with what was the beachhead, what was the go button, because you're not always going to be going in off the back of a fuse shield. It's kind of less than ideal. Like, typically want something that's got a little bit more pop about it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
They didn't really have that. It had the sense, but again, it's an ROU projector. It's not doing all too much on its own. It needs to be used in conjunction with other things.
What? Like, what did the fuse add? We, like, because immediately I'm like, okay, what did the fuse do? And I think, oh, they had Vulcan packs. They also had a Twitch. Were you really worried about the Twitch drones getting shocked that you needed to bring that, the redundancy with the cluster charges?
The cluster charges are good because you can get anything, right? You can get a yokai,
absolutely.
you can get, but it's a dice roll.
What? And honestly,
You're hoping that your pucks bounce in a good way.
And honestly, it's like the fuse might not even have been the issue. Like, I think for me, that's just become the focus in my brain for more like no Ying, no Grim, no Gridlock. Honestly, like no Blitz even that Forrest normally plays. We got 2 vertical destruction operators to get all of that open, then we didn't even see the vert plan impact. It was a flawless round.
Well, this round should be better, because if we know anything, OXG have brought everything that we've asked for.
They have brought an IQ.
They've got flank watch. They've got an IQ. They've gotten an opening pick from Yoga. And already Gomez is like knocking on the door of the site.
I'll give them that. Little gap spotting from OXG. Can't complain about that whatsoever. And where they were lacking a beachhead in the last round. Very obvious one here. They've taken control of train. They can look right into dining. They've also got top red, so if they want to rotate to a top floor clear in the mid round, they've got to do some work to get there, but it is at least an option. I like this setup from OXG. Probably one of the stronger setups we've seen from them so far. There is Rovi, who could pose a problem on red stairs, but again, that's why they brought the Nomad. That's why they had that flank watch.
OXG's danger right now is that they stall out a little bit too much. They're approaching a stall. I don't think they're quite there just yet. They're still gathering a little bit of information. See that Grixer going to be flicking some drones upstairs, charged with that flank watch. Forrest is going to start to get that diffuser down. And I don't think that anyone knows about it. Say again, the C4 and the swing. Oh, Matumbu, right place, right time.
I mean, that coordination is crazy. C4 on the down, then he immediately swings onto the plant spot. The comms are flowing for Cruelty. That much we can say. Still, the advantage is OXG's. As Rovi sprints right into the player watching flank on red stairs. They've been fighting from behind since 2:18 of round 4. And that is where they remain. And Gomez puts them further into the ground. Caden over top white will fall as OXG get there first, but gotta need a couple more rounds before we get smiles on Yaga's face.
It didn't feel like a super dominant round from OXG. Obviously, they got that opening pick and they were able to take a ton of space in the early portion of the round. I think the denial from Cruelty was very good. C4 coupled with Matumbu on the swing. He was able to deal with the player that was attempting to plant the diffuser. And then Cruelty just started losing gunfights. I think the information had been gathered at that point. OXG were better in the heads-up gunfights. Matumbu picks that second kill up. It's probably a different story because that would have been Atom down. But I think OXG recognizing what was important there and the fact that they'd only dipped their toe into that top floor and really forced the defenders to rotate back down. There's only a handful of ways that they're going to be coming from. So you are very likely going to be gifted with kills, and if you've got an advantage, you may as well force those defenders back to site. Watch white, watch red, watch them hopping over the balcony, and you pick yourself up around. That's exactly what OXG did. Hopefully for them, it isn't too little too late. There's still a good portion of this first phase left, and they could still end on a 3-3 split.
Which I'm certainly not going to complain about. First 3 rounds did not look good, but if you come back, get a 3-3 and they look good, not going to get mad. Certainly helps that if that happens, the 3 good rounds will be the most recent in my brain. Talk about. Comes with the sample size. You have a blitz. Ollie. Over under on a mining window rush.
Right, I don't understand this. You're going to have to explain it. I've heard this a lot, but I think it's more of an Americanism, the old over and under thing.
Oh, okay. What are the odds on a mining window rush?
I understand that. High.
High?
See, I couldn't respond high to over under, could I?
Holy silly me. Actually, it's not a mining window rush. It's a red window rush, guys. My bad. Made a mistake on my part. Forced running in with the diffuser. I have some thoughts on this, but, you know, we'll get to that later. Well, actually, we'll probably get to that pretty quickly unless Adam can work magic inside of the site. Doesn't have control of the diffuser and is actually Roradored off from his own diffuser. They have control of the site. Okay, I'm just going to get into this now. No, never mind. The round's going to end. Grixer Yaga in the 2v4. Make that a 2v3. Yes, indeed. Grixer losing a lot of HP. Yaga with the secondary on red stairs. That's how this round is going, if you were curious. Final air jab goes out as we have the briefest reset, but OXG can't let off the gas for long. I'm not saying this diffuser has to go down. They've got to at least find some bit of control, find some way to stabilize. Yaga will see one in red. Another hard ping on top. Air jab goes off. Now he finds himself in the one-on-one. 4K in his grasp. Fatal just got to find intel on this diffuser. Peeks around and threads the needle. He's got 23 seconds to talk as much shit as he wants. Because Ollie, please answer me this. If you are going to Roarador Train, why would you send the diffuser with the guy pushing Train?
Defenders win.
Not Yogus, not Forest's final hour, should I say. Yeah. It happened. And, you know, things happen occasionally. Sometimes we see rushes and it's genius. Sometimes we see rushes and it's an absolute car crash. I don't really know where that one stands because it ends in a 1 versus 1 and it was very winnable. That engagement there. I mean, you're going up against the Warden as well, by the way. Like, just so that you're aware as the Blitz. That's a Warden. That flash doesn't affect them.
Can you humor me?
Always.
I want to take a second, because this is another benefit of having Cafe just played. Because you mentioned, like, compare and contrast the team's approaches. Compare and contrast M80's approach to, like, the mining rush. And it was not mining window, but red window is, like, literally right next to it. And the Blitz basically had the same pathing as what M80 did. Let's compare and contrast. First, big thing. Blitz does not take the diffuser. Kino rushes in his Blitz, pressures the guy Train, and Hot and Cold instead comes in from red to put the diffuser down. What this does is you get the shield creating space, but even if he goes down, you could still have the plant already halfway done by the time Forest creates that angle, or creates that space, right? And then you've got the other guns that are ready to hold back that pressure just for 2 to 3 seconds at that point to actually get the diffuser down. That's what M80 did. That's why the rush worked. But when you put the diffuser in Forest's hands, the guy who's supposed to make space for the execute is also the one who facilitates the diffuse plant.
Yeah, that's the guy that's getting hard countered with going 1v1 with a Warden as a Blitz.
So you can see in M80's methodology, they not only spread out the duties a lot more, it also just works out a lot better, obviously, in that M80 won it, and OXG didn't.
I think that's beautifully put, and it's one of the reasons why I think it can be a bit confusing sometimes when we credit one rush and then sort of pick apart the next. Because on the face of it, a rush is a rush, but there's some very nuanced detail that makes it either good or bad.
Oh my god.
Mutumbu, pocket reinforcement, good.
Nice.
It's got away with that is fantastic. OXG have spent quite a lot to get control of Bakery here. They also have a bit of control inside a small, but there's going to be a pesky Evil Eye that's going to be doing a little bit of damage to them. The owner is going to be tucked in on those red stairs. Brilliant for getting rid of drones, can zap a few players as well, but has since lost the camera and the information.
Maybe a little too liberal with it, but Maestro's got a lot of Evil Eyes, so I'm not going to critique too hard. Ooh, Adam spots the Two-Brow and the Yokai in sight. But there's a lot of denial on the board for Cruelty. You got the Zoda, and not necessarily denial in terms of plant denial, but just like the time. The Yokais, of course, can deny the plant, but smoke canisters, that's 20 seconds. We used all these Zodos to halt the breach. We have likely Evil Eyes in sight, maybe even F-Knots on like this prep door, for example. A lot of bits and pieces that OXG will very likely run into it, as I think Gomez tried to go for a clear up top. Rovi, all the in hand, finds him. Still holding control of Train. Cricks are put to 1 HP as actually it's fatal, excuse me. 3 players up top, in fact. A full vertical hold by Cruelty onto this bottom floor. I like this rotation from Forest, though. You just have to be careful. You're running low on time, and there's a lot of guns now trained on his position. OXG are trying to come up with ideas. I like that they're at least making the attempt. But they are so focused and wasting so much time that as Forest hops in, if he falls, is there anyone there to trade him? It's Adam pushing deep into the site. He's made it all the way through and moved past the smoke. Forest goes down, but that's whatever. This diffuse plant is going down, I think. Adam gets off as another Yokai pushes through. It'll get into position, but oh no! Just on the opposite side of the lip, we move into the post, and OXG have a shot at a 4-2 half. Even split, 2-2, 1-1 as Caden goes down. Yaga's gotta find this angle. A couple shots fired, but fatal. Has plenty of time to pick the Fenrir back up. Yaga doesn't have a lot of bullets, but boy do they pack a punch. If he can land them cleanly, channel that energy he had in the last round, even if they faltered. Look at this angle he's got all the way outside. There is no way in hell Cruelty is winning this fight. And just one more second to burn. One shot apiece, 2 kills for Yaga. 4-2 half, guaranteed for OXG.
That was a really clean way to end it for Yaga there. And there's some definite style points in that one. Just 2 one-taps. With, yeah, but it plays a damage, plays a down, but it was just clean. 0 panic. Gun up all the time. Didn't let anybody cross the angle. Got himself a really narrow pixel to hold. I was thinking, I was like, the only way they win this is if they, like, army crawl across the floor and hit the prone and go underneath the window. And then maybe get on it, but I would imagine that OXG had some sort of information on it. I think Auction did a really good job there of flooding the site and putting the pressure on. I would argue they maybe could have done it a little bit sooner, knowing how many players were off-site. I think they needed a bit more of a head count because Forrest rotated upstairs and he was the bait. Unfortunately, someone's got to be it, but he's just got to go up there, survive for a little bit, and get himself embroiled in an engagement and eventually taken out. And that was what really opened up the site and the rest of it for OXG. Roller doors really nearly cost them though, again, which is kind of interesting because it's not that it was the sole thing that cost them on the rush round into mining, but it was definitely a contributing factor. And the roller door there again, it was, I don't know, it just felt, they feel a bit final. Do you know what I mean? It's like when you've got a random castle in ranked and they just start castling the most weird stuff and you're just like, can you not? Like, please, can you not?
Well, actually, genuine question. What do you mean by final?
5 seconds to go.
As in, like, it's not like a barricade, right? Where it's just tap tap, you can see through it.
Oh,
you've got to deal with it to
feels a bit more
remove it.
Permanent. Feels a bit more durable.
Yeah, exactly. Like you've got to deal with it to open it.
Yeah.
And then it's got to open, and it's not just going to disappear.
It's like, okay, if I'm putting that up, that takes effort to put down. As a barricade, you don't even think about it. Like, I don't give
Yeah, you just tap. Like, even a soft wall, you're just like, yeah, whatever.
I get it. And I would agree. I'm picking up what you're putting down then. But
I like that.
Honestly, a defensive half that Cruelty by and large looked better on, but ooh, Yaga caught out by the White Stairs flank. Expertly held by Pyrox. As on a kitchen defense, we are extending pretty heavily early on. Normally we see again, to compare and contrast to M80, we saw the tuber out playing like bottom white early on. I think this was Standby doing it. Because normally what you do is you throw the Zotos on the wall, it slows people down from pushing up. But normally that player takes that position early, but with Yaga being all the way on the second floor, not only is that tuber out of position, you lose the body because Cruelty very quickly get into a spot where they can cut it off. Ooh, it's... I was about to say, I'm curious if Forrest is now holding this position because Yaga died, because it would be kind of weird if the Fenrir is playing this spot with a tuber on board.
He's still got some FNATs, so he can make himself a little early warning system. But it's definitely not ideal, especially when you go waltzing toward the bottom of White Stairs. Forrest needs to tuck in a little bit more here. Can't go searching for a frag. Okay, you've lost Yaga early on, but you don't want to lose yourself as well chasing that. Mid-floor control has now been gained, and another kill comes in here for Cruelty. I was wondering if this was just going to be, okay, it's cafe defense, but they're translating this onto the attack as well.
5v3. Oh, not a 5v2. Forrest able to put Matumbo on the floor, but can he confirm the kill? No. Rovi, I think, waiting for Forrest to push up, and unfortunately, Forrest just sprinting up those stairs gets a little greedy. And it will be punished by Cruelty, who have 48 seconds and a 5v2 lead. This would have to be a hell of a throw for them to lose. But if you want to assess it accurately, Ollie, we do have... All right, well, it's a 1v5, but... at least we got 3 smokes. No, not going to matter. It's Cruelty's second flawless round.
Well, well, well.
Well, indeed.
Cruelty. What do you say about this team? What do you say about a team that goes 0-7 and against a team where you would expect them to get a couple of rounds, to then come out against OXG and be winning rounds on both the attack and the defense, looking good whilst doing it, picking up opening kills, converting those opening kills into round wins,
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Dealing with a little bit of, I don't want to say random, but dealing with OXG's attacks is maybe a polite way of putting with it. Because it doesn't always feel joined up. I think they're doing a fantastic job right now. 5-2. Like, surely there's only one way this game goes from here.
Ooh, you calling it?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I like that from you. I like that.
Gomez is 1-5. Grix is 2-6. Forrest hasn't got a kill yet.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I am reasonably certain, by the way, that...
5 seconds left before insertion.
Hold on.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, nobody except Adam got a kill till round 4.
That's a stinger.
Has the feed gone nuclear for you, by the way?
Yeah, I just refreshed.
Word.
Yeah, without that 4K from Atom in round 1, like, because that was again, it was kind of good sort of, it was good foreshadowing for the game, you know? It was like, even when OXG could win it, they're going to lose it.
Well, that's just mean. Didn't need to say it like that. Honestly, you kind of build my confidence. I think I might call it Cruelty victory too. Especially after that last round. Dogger's positioning at the start of the round just feels a little odd. 2-route that far up with 31 seconds in. We really need to see OXG switch things up.
Think about it in the context of like late stage as well, when OXG are like battling for 4th, 3rd place, and we're sat there looking back at this fixture going, well, if we hadn't have had a slow start in weeks 1, like, you can just see it. You can just see it coming.
Feels easy to read. And also very strong possibility Cruelty might be walking away with 3 points, and as you said, OXG would be a weak start, walking with 0 points this week. If Cruelty just win 2 more rounds to close this in regulation. But OXG, to their credit, are playing their setup very normally so far. Nobody pushing too far beyond Cocktail, nobody taking too aggressive of a fight. And it's giving Cruelty some pause. They don't exactly have the best utility to deal with this. No Grim, no Ying, no Capitao. They got the basics, you know, flank watch, vertical destruction, but for actually kind of rooting these players out, not great. And actually, OXG giving Cruelty a taste of their own medicine. Black eye cameras unread. C4 on the floor, gridlock down, 5E4 for the defense, who have already retreated to site.
By far and away the slowest round we've seen so far. Round number 8, Cruelty. Really tiptoeing around the problem. Problem being that they need to get in and get a bit of map control. They've already fallen to 1 C4. There's another in the pocket of Yoga. There's the sledge. You do have to be cautious, because you are fair game and a prime candidate. I hope this isn't just going to be a hatch drop. We've got players tucked inside of mine. Forrest missed him.
Forrest missed him. But then Gomez gets the trade. Adam gets another. Seems that'll be all done and dusted for OXG as Grixer decides to give them a favor and take down Adam. Let's take a guess. What happens here? Yeah, no, that ain't happening.
Operators, you are out of time.
The timing on that for Forrest must have been very unfortunate. And if he plays on anything other than a native resolution, it will look different on his screen. But that was hilarious. His whole job was to watch the hatch and the player drops and kills him. Literally as he takes his eye off it for 1 second. Cruelty, slowing down. OXG in with a chance of a little bit of a comeback here. They can at least breathe a small sigh of relief. Both teams still have their tactical timeout. OXG don't have their tactical timeout. They used it after round 2, but Cruelty do still have theirs, should they feel they need it. Not sure what happened to Cruelty's confidence in that previous round, because up to now we've seen them move through with immense confidence. Nothing has been too much trouble for them. And yet in round number 8, we just saw that falter and slow down a little bit. Grixer, he's trying to hide himself on the pulse right now. OXG are putting even more stock into this information game. There's an oldie but a goldie. The Valk Pulse combination here on Cafe. Any map where you're going to have players on a rappel for an extended period of time, or even just in general to get to the roof to start an attack, Pulse is fantastic because you can gather so much information about where a push is going to be mounted from early doors. You can see that's exactly what Grixer is doing right now. He knows that he's got one guy going up toward cocktail side of things. Doesn't necessarily need to do anything about it. Put a few pot shots in, let him know that you're there. But ultimately, it is about gathering that information.
One of the things you can do quite easily on Cafe as well, just a big square, so it's very easy to just go to one side of the map, scan a whole wall. See if they find it though. So actually we're good with those C4s and that intel from below last time. Pulse and the Vault could be crazy. But on the attacking side, they've got the intel too. IQ to spot it, Dokkaebi to hunt down some of these roamers, Lion as well to give them a bit more information. Could be a battle of intelligence gathering, no matter if you're Cruelty or OXG. The team is no matter who wins, Ollie, it'll be another slow one. We've almost reached the halfway point. I don't think a single bullet's been fired.
Not in anger, at least. Maybe in as much to open a window or a little line of sight, but Cruelty, I don't know what it is. They're just really slowing down to a crawl right now. Rovi, he's going to get himself taken out by Atom. Bit of a freebie, to be honest. He might be Lion scanned, he might be Dokkaebi called, but there's nothing stopping him swinging a window.
Then immediately we see two defenders just rotate down white. Power the Dokkaebi just sitting there. I mean, Pyrox ain't even looking at that guy. Oshia put Cruelty in a blender, and they are spinning at every single direction and can't find solid footing if their life depended on it. And for 4 of them, it did, and well, we know how that ended. Oshi in the 5v1 will just wait, as I don't think Matumbo is even going to enter the building. It's one of those pseudo timeouts of yore.
I really don't want OXG to give it to him. I think they should just throw 3 bodies at it right now.
Is it troll time?
Yeah, fully sanctioned.
Sanctioned troll time. Here we go.
Grix is running around on the heartbeats kind of looking for him. They know where he is, surely.
That's really the big problem with this round, is that they don't know where the guy is in the 5v1. That's the big issue we need to focus on.
15 seconds remaining.
Well, they can lock the round in, they can secure it, they can extract even more pace out of this fixture. Because Cruelty have slowed to, well, almost a dead stop here in the last couple of rounds on the attack. I wouldn't be surprised to see that round roll into a timeout and for Cruelty to try and figure out just exactly what it is that has gone wrong over the last, and it really is over the last, what, 8 minutes?
Something like that. Certainly not a long time. It has been just very, very slow, very uncoordinated, and Cruelty pushing a lot of individual angles. And I think, to be fair to say, while you and I did call it perhaps a little early in this case, yesterday, Cruelty did not win a single attack. Was it Skyscraper? Yes. Did I also see, well, on the broadcast, then also clips posted on Twitter, of them having a generational fumble trying to open top house? Yeah, I did as well. And I think something has to be said that one big issue they had yesterday was not just, you know, attacking a very defender-sided map. It was, when you look at clearing individual positions, playing these little mini-games the attack often has to play, they could not communicate. And certainly not communicate the way it felt like they could on their defenses. We didn't see it in round 1, well, round 7, round 1 of their attacks. But boy, have we seen it in round 8, and especially round 9, as it felt like everybody was on a different page in that attack.
Hopefully they can come together now. But they have had a good amount of time to talk about these problems. Around 30 seconds from the previous round, the whole ban phase again, and of course this tactical timeout. It turns into a decent chunk of time. Obviously, there's only so much time that the coach can be involved. That being the official timeout section, but at least between the players, they can iron out a few of the creases ahead of that. hopefully for them, get a chance to stabilize themselves, because OXG, they are a good team, and you can't give them an opportunity. You can't give them a window in, because they will grasp it with both hands. And very quickly, we will just be remembering this game as, oh, do you remember that time that Cruelty had a decent defense on Cafe? Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, you know, listen, I can tell you guys, the things we like to tell stories about in Rainbow Six, the #1 thing is a great Cafe defensive half.
Well,
iconic.
Look, I don't know how many good things there are going to be to say about Cruelty this stage, because from what we've seen so far, the best thing that they've done is have a good defense on Cafe.
Yes, I know, but if the only thing we're talking about at the end of stage is a good Cafe defensive half, the bar's not even on, the bar's not even on the floor. The bar's on Mars.
It could be a low bar. That's all I'm saying.
Well, actually, I guess the bar's on Mars. Would you count that as high or low? Depending on the direction, it could be below
I think it depends on where we are at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, depends on like where we are on the Earth's rotation, because theoretically Mars could be beneath my feet. Very relative indeed.
And guess what? It would be different based on your location to my location.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. So who are we fixing the bars location
Where's the bar?
to? Basically, guys, we're mounting a nationwide investigation of where the bar is for Cruelty's attacks. If you could find it, probably look below you.
I think Greenwich would be a good place to start. That's 0-0 for time, isn't it?
I was going to say that's where time starts. That's literally what I was going to say. Okay, I need to calm down. I'm getting off the rails. Compose myself. Forrest gunning for kill #2 at the moment. Adam on for 13 and 8, by the way. Should properly shout him out. Having a very, very, very good game. On the defense, especially not exactly a lot of work he's had to put in. He's just been playing, well, I mean, obviously Aruni this round. He's a very famous mailbox kind of operator on this map. You play the DMR, play an ACOG, hold the cocktail balcony. That's what he's been playing the last 2 rounds. Goyo 2 rounds prior, very similar thing.
Take a second to look at the drones. There are 3. We've had a minute of play and a 45-second prep phase.
Really liberal drones.
They've been decimated. No wonder Cruelty are moving slowly. It's taking them a lot of time to get to the building. It's taking them even more time to start to move in and affect that. Still got Fatal outside. We've got Rovi outside. We're now looking at Cadence drone. He's at the top of Red Hatch. Not a lot of information for these players to be going off at all, and especially when Gomez is threatening a flank right now. You can see why these rounds are going fairly slowly.
The 1 round, Cruelty won. Pyrox got the opening pick on Yaga outside white window at 2:29. Every single other round, the opening picks come below a minute and a half. Minute in round 8, minute 25 in round 9. Now round 10, looking like this will quite literally be the slowest round of Cruelty's attacking half so far. As we have just moved beyond the point set in round 8, it is still a 5v5. OXG still maintain all of the positions they've held up until this point. We've not even cleared Pixel, and we're trying to open up a hole on bathroom wall. Adam just gets away for free. Nobody's even watching that angle. I don't know where those firebolts went, but it certainly wasn't to dealing with this Aruni. I truly don't know what Cruelty can do. It's going to require OXG taking a fight and Cruelty winning an opportunity given to them. Barring that, this is 5-5. OXG tying the game and mounting a 3-round comeback. We'll see if it works, though. We'll see if Cruelty are able to turn the odds on the house and find a way as OXG stand fast in the positions they've been holding since the prep phase ended. They can find a way to get these fights. It's quite simply not going to happen. Though Cruelty find 2, Cruelty find 3, but no, there's just simply not enough time. Did they mount okay, hold on. Diffuser going down. Fatal with another. Gomez in the 1v2. Does he find him? Oh my god!
You nearly gave it the biggest kiss of death I've ever seen. And I was loving every second of it. But no, we got the result in the end, or at least OXG got the result in the end.
I'm scared.
Very fine margins.
What just happened? What was that? What was this?
OXG need to be careful. We can say what we like about Cruelty, but there's one thing for sure, and it's that they've got gunners on their team. They can still shoot straight. Fatal's 11 and 6, Pyrox 9 and 7. Like, these players are capable.
Sleeper 11 and 6 there, actually. Good point.
It really is.
The first kill happened at 34 seconds left in that round.
And by the way, it was a forest entry.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I don't think we need to say anymore.
5 seconds to go.
Also, this good opportunity, as I recover my composure. Team Cruelty lineups, and this is pretty consistent to the last stage as well, are always like bizarrely traditional. By traditional, I mean like we're talking archaic, like hard breacher, soft breacher, maybe a flank watch, some destroy utility, but no like kind of execute ops, like no blitz, no ying, none of that. We're pulling out all the stops. Pulling out all the stops in round 11. 3-round comeback is simply too much. We have an Amaru, a Ying, a Blitz, and a Glaz. What is the Amaru for? Well, right now it's to open up hatches, but later it might be to go through one of these windows.
A lot of flexibility, isn't there? Well, it looks like we're going to find out quite quickly, actually. Straight on in. Matumbu down. That's not good.
Not good at all. We'll just make it in, but no intel found inside of the site. So Caden just walks into the guy holding train. But Pyrox, look at this shotgun, pushing in, spots the guy laundry. Oh, he almost got robbed there. That was almost horrific, but I wouldn't have entirely blamed him. And while he has control of white, OXG have a 4v3 in control of the diffuser. So this is going to be a reset.
Very difficult from Cruelty as to how they approach this. I think they've kind of got to forget about the kit and try and single out one of these players. Okay. Not like that.
Nope, not like that. Maybe like that?
That's better.
That's something.
I mean, they had the sledge and they still had like over 1:30 on the clock. They could have gone upstairs and made vert or anything.
Well, they didn't do that. I see. Most people would have gone upstairs and used the sledge, but you didn't do that, did you? Said Rovy's waiting for the white stairs jump out.
Do we have to watch this for a minute?
Really gotta talk about what went wrong in this mining or this dining Amaru rush.
It was a bit like an OXG cosplay.
Can we go back to that camera angle? That's crazy. You set that up and he literally left right as you did it. That's brutal. Can we get an over the shoulder of Rovy on this roof?
He's going to be a director.
I'm literally trying to be a director, but he keeps leaving. That's fine. Well,
brilliant. That's, I mean, that is just grand.
So 4 rounds in a row for OXG. Ollie, Cruelty seemed to have a very good defense, and OXG is struggling in their first 3, honestly, kind of 4 rounds on the attack. And then we get their attacking side. Cruelty fool us with round 7, and I don't say this lightly, but rounds 8, 9, and 10 have looked pretty, like, oh, actually 8 through 11 have looked pretty indistinguishable from the Skyscraper game yesterday.
Yeah, it's not been great.
We called this
I think a positive that you...
Why did we do that?
Yeah, I know.
That was
I think a positive that you could take from this... Let's look at this through both lenses. Look at it through the Cruelty lens. They did a really good job of punishing OXG and the gaps in their attacks. OXG, on the flip side, did quite a poor job of recognizing what Cruelty were doing and how they were punishing them, and they were a bit slow to react. So there's good side, you know, there's good balance from both of those sides, and isn't there? There's the side from OXG where you go, well, watching that back, you can kind of quickly understand what went wrong, and they can look to try and work on that and fix it. And then from Cruelty side of things, they can go, yeah, we did a really good job gap spotting, and we can try and further exploit that. And we need to be careful with it because we don't want to be known as just a team that can spot gaps, but if it's there, we're going to take advantage of it. So I think there's good balance to be taken from both teams in the first half. I think when the sides switch, that's when you've maybe got to be a little bit more critical of Cruelty on their own, because when they don't have that opening pick and they don't have that serious momentum at the start of the round, they are just getting snuffed out.
Yeah, and honestly, I think a big part of that is I would argue OXG's biggest strengths on their defenses from stage 1 to stage 2 has been they're a remarkably passive team. Now, this does have its downsides, but its upsides are if a team is making mistakes in front of them, OXG are not going to be the team that give them away in usually. That was the case last stage. Chalet was remarkably defender-sided, and I think a big reason was that OXG were just like, we're not going to peek you on these Chalet defenses, like maybe we'll hold a long angle, but beyond that, we're not going to push too much beyond it. And they're doing the same thing here on their defenses. Cruelty are like are basically failing to put the puzzle together from jump, and OXG are like, okay, we're going to sit cocktail, which is where we've been sitting the whole round. That's been their strength. This has been the team's strength on defense from stage 1, and it very much still seems to be the case in stage 2.
Atom, is he going to be able to dodge out of that nade? He is, but he's getting the kitchen sink thrown at him right now. That long line of sight hasn't been opened. I believe his teammate must have saved him from that. Cruelty are mounting a pretty substantial attack over toward the old cigar side of things. Fatal with an opening pick. Better from Cruelty, but still quite slow. They've got a lot of work to do to rip through this top floor.
Clearing the way.
And they've still got Atom to try and deal with. And he's soaked up a ton already.
Ton of utility, ton of time, and you might even try to hold on for longer. He'll dodge that flashbang. He's got a direct line on reading door. It would be criminal if Cruelty forget about him upstairs, especially with how much utility's there, how much time and focus they put into clearing him. Here Fatal goes, ready to push through that door, and Adam knows his mission. Snipes Roby as he peeks around the corner. That'll definitely be position revealed. Good trade from Pyrox. And while time's been wasted, this is always the tricky thing with reading room. The attack can push in quite quickly with very little time remaining, but Fatal just crouch walking up Red Hall, walks right in front of Grixer, uncleared in train. Well, that's not the diffuser. That's an important angle aimed directly at Cruelty's back line. If they wanted to commit to this reading room execute, it's going to be difficult with Grixer threatening a flank for the rest of the round, or Yaga, excuse me, threatening a flank for the rest of the round. Grixer around the corner, another 1v1. It's Yaga who we highlighted just a little bit ago, and the time's going to be close. It'll be thin, but Yaga spots the angle, backs up, and wins it off time. How's 5 rounds in a row for OXG, dropping one at round 12 yesterday, coming away the victors here.
I think it was beautiful that that game finished where it started. That default plant spot inside of Reading, it was Mutumbu getting the diffuser down there. It was Mutumbu who was able to kill Atom in round 1 and retake that diffuser. But ultimately, Cruelty did not have the depth here today. And OXG, they might be a bit battered, they might be a bit bruised, but they're going to pick up their first 3 points here of stage 2. We're going to cut to a short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
Setting C4.
Ringo, just hold it.
Right there.
Yep, last default, just shoot there. Yep.
No, it was 1v1.
Default, he's inside.
He's planning.
Nice.
Where
Nice,
did you get
guys.
those 3 points, bro? That's fucking huge, bro.
Holy
Tell
fuck,
me.
dude.
Good shit.
Way to get those 3 points. They said it themselves. Oxygen, a scrappy game against Cruelty, but they pull it out in regulation 7-5. Maybe a bit closer than they would have liked, but they pull it out anyway. Grixer, we'll welcome you in now to talk this one over a little bit more. You get the win and you bounce back from yesterday, getting into the groove this stage. How did you feel this one went as a whole? 5 rounds in a row takes a lot to go on that kind of streak. Do you feel like it was needed?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was obviously like a big win. I think I'm glad. I'm proud of the team, for showing resilience. And the best of ones are always, kind of tricky. I think like regardless, it shouldn't have been that close. But we were there. We were down 2-5, and it's very easy to kind of just get like chalked and whatnot. But I mean, I'm happy the boys, stayed resilient, and yeah, we managed to pull off a good comeback right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about how you guys start, it's about how you finish. But that being said, what do you guys look forward to going into week 2 to hyper focus on to make sure that, stuff like today on the attacks, doesn't continuously happen? What was the main takeaway from today and yesterday that you guys want to make sure is fixed?
I don't know. I think more than anything, I think it's just trying to be on the same page, like the team coordination. I noticed that like we talked about it yesterday, and we were like kind of like a bit too hasty. It can also be part of the fact that like we're finally playing game days again. We're all like excited, and whatnot. But I think more than anything, I think it just comes down to ourselves playing like we know how to play off of one another, and just trying to like really iron out like our team plan like coordination.
Well, speaking of the coordination, I've talked pretty extensively with Forrest being the IGL, being the voice, being the shield player. For me, it's more of just kind of understanding like he can use you guys in many of these situations where he kind of takes that initiative as that IGL, as that leader, where I truly feel fundamentally if he slows down and you guys kind of maybe say something on that back end, I can significantly see your guys' success on attack extremely just excel at a higher rate than kind of what it is now, because I think that's really where the biggest lack of coordination is on some of those tacks of just being able to understand, at least more so for forces, and just to quickly, dissect the site, see what's happening, then like I said, just utilizing you guys in far better positioning with the shield than rather without it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Fo definitely does do like a great job of like letting us know what you see is when he's a shield, because obviously when you're a shield, you're in the front lines, you know, you get to see people rotating, what the setups are, and I think it also, which falls back to us on what Fo's calling, we can decide to make plays around him, with him, give him solutions, and I think we are trying to do that, and again, it's just like a work in progress. I do know that we're capable of it. We've shown it. We're great team, great players. So I think it's just like a matter of time before that just gets like more consistent.
That actually was another follow-up question that you slightly hinted on there, is also just kind of like working around him or what's going on. I was curious what that looks like. Obviously, when you guys started out the last stage, I'm sure you guys weren't all trying to come in with ideas, because I'm sure, again, when everyone tries to cook up a strat, it causes problems. You're trying to listen to one voice. I was curious when, Forrest is making these calls, making these adaptations, is there anyone, whether it's you or just anyone from the roster, that then does chime in and be like, maybe we should, go a different route. Maybe we shouldn't go for this execute. Maybe we need to take this position first. So I am curious, does that happen more often now than what it did in stage 1, or is it still kind of like you were saying, a work in progress?
Yeah, no, it definitely does happen more. I think about stage 1, like it's 5 new players teaming with one another, so you try to just kind of get the team system down. And I feel like the thing that like most rosters have an advantage of that have been together the longest is that roles kind of fall into place, so you kind of know like once it hits mid round, I'm used to this person calling that and whatnot. But yeah, as far as like the time that has elapsed, like we've made great progress. I think we have a great team dynamic too, where anybody on the team honestly chimes in. Like Fo is the main caller, but if we have a suggestion to make for Fo, like he takes it. Everyone has like a unique voice at the end of the day, and we just go with it.
Love to hear that.
All right, Grixer, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. You guys get the full 3 points at the final second, and we'll see you a bit down the road, all right?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks so much. Well, Oxygen get their win over Cruelty, but right off the bat, let's just say Cruelty looked good coming out of the gates. 3 rounds in a row. They have a chance to win this game. I think both Ollie and Link said Cruelty could win this one. How do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, in the beginning of the game, again, I've been very critical of their performance, whether that was last stage or even now, given, I mean, I think rightfully so, their performance yesterday was not what we saw in the beginning of this game, to say the least. But it's those glimpses of seeing this team that is tangible. It's something that you can hold on to, but it's a matter of, are we going to see it the next game? Are we going to see them finish and execute these rounds to get the match underneath their belt, to get a win? Because they clearly have everything. And I think more so when it comes to this team, it's really trying to figure out their footing in the NAL, having all these different play styles, but also just really understanding where their strengths are within one another, then to play in unison and make it work. Because again, there's so many instances here throughout this game where you really felt that you could get behind Cruelty and what they were doing, but then they just constantly seem to fall short when it matters.
I mean, Cruelty was playing utility-based siege on their defenses. They were forcing OXG to go for these simple executes, try to trade bodies for it. And honestly, I do think a lot of that came on the fault of OXG, where we saw a couple of times Forrest would overextend, pass his teammates, fall down, and then that's a body for the advantage of Cruelty, where they'd be able to just use that in a post-plant situation despite, you know, better efforts of the other players. So I feel like that was the biggest issue for OXG. Cruelty was playing the right strategy for it. That being said, when they swapped, they abandoned playing for the objective. They weren't playing together. They were all playing individualized. There was some moments where they would try to get Adam out of C3, out of Cocktail Bar. They would try to get individual picks here and there, but the utility was just mismanaged, and it didn't look like they played off of each other at all. And I just don't know where that transition goes from doing it semi-well on defense to then going to attack, and now just because you're outside, change of scenery, you just can't get anything to stick. Like, you know, it was a joke that they jumped 5 through the kitchen window yesterday, but I do think that is like how they should be playing attack somewhat, is just being together.
Well, how I see it is when you're on defense, you know everything that can happen. You know where a rotation can be made. You know where you can fall back to, where a player is playing, where at least then on attack, you have to be creating those gaps. You have to be finding the solution. And for me, then don't split up. Don't set yourself up for that failure of not being able to trade off one or not being able to play a certain position. All stack on one side of the map, and then once you get that map control, once you get to that mid to late run, then maybe start branching off. But you can't do this individual plays across the map and not find any headway, and then continue to start beating that head against the wall, trying to repeat the exact same attack over and over, or at least same sort of style. So for me, Cruelty has everything in their arsenal to make it work. It's just a matter of core fundamentals when it starts on that attacking side.
Well, the biggest thing we asked was, can Oxygen get that first win? Check. Can Cruelty get their first round? They did it, and they got 5. Still looking for those first few points, but those will come, hopefully, for them down the road. Our next game, though, the NAL champs. They fended off a challenger yesterday. They have to do so again. This time, it's wildcard. We have that and 2 more games after that coming your way next here in Stage 2 of the NAL.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gibbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Hey, get your binoculars. I see you looking. Who they wanna be? You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then the hate comes with the prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
The reigning NAL champs fended off their first challenger yesterday. Today they face a team that beat them in the playoffs in Stage 1. It is SSG and Wildcard coming your way right now here on the NAL. Welcome back here. This is Stage 2 of the NAL, Day 2, and we are already 2 games down here in the action. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Laxing and Foxy as we get into this one. How close this matchup was in the playoffs. That opening round, the quarterfinals, Wildcard and Space Station. But much to everyone's surprise, it was actually Wildcard who came out on top and knocked down Space Station into the lower bracket. Obviously now it's a very different story, but still a rivalry at hand.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes certain playstyles on another team, sure, they might be a weaker opponent for others, but they seem to be a good, formidable opponent for SSG. And again, Wildcard is very resilient to the play style in which SSG brings, so this should be a good match for both of these two, and really a good showcasing to see if SSG is going to implement anything different, or they're going to keep that same ferocity in how aggressive they have been.
Well, the ferocity we saw yesterday, right? Ashen led the way, Fox, right? It was a 7-5 win. It wasn't dominant, but it was a dominant performance by that one individual.
No, it definitely was, but I feel like the whole team strategically it was a dominant performance. I mean, I would say that maybe the tables were a little fairer, but the way that SSG's been playing recently, where they've been adapting, we've been seeing them play slow, play fast. Everything that a SSG fan has been waiting to see out of SSG, different dynamics, they've put that on display.
I feel like good teams play their game to the best of their abilities. The best teams can also force their opponents to play the games they want to do. Yesterday, that was on full display from SSG.
Yeah, they did a great job at essentially baiting out what Standby was going to do to deny the plant. They were working for the win condition. They go for a plant. They understand the C4 comes downstairs. Yes, they lose somebody, but look at this. Downstairs, immediately a response comes through. He goes for one. Now, he gets traded. They lost downstairs control. SSG knows, okay, there's another person downstairs. The C4 is going to come through. That is the win condition. What are we going to do? Well, we can't expend another person downstairs. We can't push into the site, but let's hold for the C4. And by God, I mean, thank God he hits the shot. He hits a beautiful shot on the C4 right here, comes up, it gets the diffuser down. Even though they get a little overzealous trying to take position, get back outside of the map, they've put Newers in a position where he can win it on his own because they were able to focus on the objective. I mean, a post-plant situation with time against you is so stressful, especially if you're standby and you don't have any veteran players to really calm you through the motions. So SSG understood what was the win condition. They responded to it in every single way that standby tried to respond back. SSG had a counter.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is the praise that we've been wanting to give SSG, whether, it's going to be a hot and cold day for them, whether they're going to perform or not. And it's little plays and moments like these where we see this is the SSG that they're slowly developing, that they are changing their style of play, because in many different other scenarios, I could have seen SSG over-aggress, play further into train, try to get that control, not focus on the player below, and just make things far more complicated than what they needed to. And especially for a player like Newers that we've had experience teaming with, we know that he's grown so much as a player where, again, I could see him getting super aggressive, but instead he plays it safe, shoots that C4, and then closes out that 3v1 flawlessly, just playing that position where he needs to be.
And I mean, look at the stats. This is what we talked about from EWC. They just get their opening kills, they fall back, and they're playing the objective. 3 plants, 5-to-1 opening kill conversion. So obviously they have a great understanding of what they need to be able to do to secure these rounds out. And they haven't been swapping it around. They haven't been faltering it. Yes, we had amazing play from Ashen, but we're not seeing anybody get too crazy just yet. They're sticking to the discipline.
Yeah, and on the wild card side of things, in terms of people getting crazy, right, we've asked for a lot. We talked about this yesterday. Can veteran players like Dash step up? Can the newer players like Baby Shark come in and make a statement? I think yesterday we did see an improvement on both of those fronts.
Absolutely. And again, it was something that needed to happen. When you're in a best of one, you can't be making excuses. You need to be firing on all cylinders the second you jump into that lobby. If not firing on the first round, at least ramping up. And that's something that we saw specifically coming out of all the players, but in particular Baby Shark. He had a lot of clutch moments that were keeping his team and himself in the fight, being able to make this game extremely competitive. Then on the other side of Dash, Dash was having a terrible start. I think was one of the worst performers for Wildcard for their first 5 games throughout that regular stage, where we're really starting to see him come alive towards the end. But again, I needed to see it now, being that veteran, being that more experienced player. And again, 12 and 13. Yes, they didn't get that win yesterday, and that was off of big heroics that came from Ambi, where some of those rounds, Ambi doesn't get that ace, he doesn't get that 4K. We see Wildcard walking away with that win. But it is to say, as impressive and as happy as I am to see Dash in particular showing up, and same with Baby Shark, for Dash, I want to see that shield play. It is so pivotal to take advantage of this meta and use and abuse those shields, because it's not just about getting in someone's face, it's about taking control, putting that pressure, applying even ghost pressure, knowing that you have a shield constantly looking at you, feeding information that you can die vertically, you can die horizontally, that there is many things that succumb to a shield play that you have to think about many different variables. And we saw Dash in the early stages of Reload going all the way back to, that's where he was thriving the most and where we were seeing the most success come out of those attacking rounds, was Dash being such a pivotal piece on the Blackbeard, on the Blitz. I want to see it more. And the last time we saw the shield play come out of him was round 6 when they already went through all 5 rounds on attack. So I just want to see a little more coming out of Dash.
It was a battle, that game against Shopify Rebellion, as you mentioned. 8-7 overtime thriller to open up the stage, but the major contributor on that wildcard side, 17 kills to his name, it was Bay.
That's my Bay. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there saying that, and Bay has been no slouch since making his debut in Pro League back 2 stages ago. I mean, this kid, it's been so exciting as a former player for me to see a young, talented player like this come up from the ranks and just to continue to grow and improve with each and every single game. Where I could tell you, 2 stages ago, I wasn't too confident in the player that Bay was going to become, but he has just slapped me in my face and made it very clear that he is going to be a statement name for this roster of Wildcard. And I would be not surprised if some teams, later on in the future, if he keeps up these performances, that he's going to be poached by someone that they're going to be looking for him, because every single game, you can rely on Bay. We've talked about Kansas a million times. It's now time for Bay to be in that spotlight because he is constantly putting up these performances and dropping numbers and is a rookie still in the league.
Well, Wildcard as the quote-unquote challengers against the NAL champs. Fox, where do they want to take this one?
I mean, it's a bad position if you're Wildcard because some of your fan favorite maps, Chalet, Cafe, Clubhouse, are all maps that SSG is going to be comfortable playing. SSG thrives in the smaller areas of the map. So obviously, if you're Wildcard, you want to go to a bigger map. You want to go to maybe a Nighthaven Labs, so to say, if it's up there. If not, I mean, oh, yep, Nighthaven Labs. Well, look at me.
I mean, this is honestly a better map for Wildcard. Again, these two met in playoffs, and Wildcard was the one that sent them into lower, and they actually beat them 7-2 on Labs, where SSG only succumbed to 2 victories on defense. So it goes to show, especially on a map like this, if Dash can utilize those shields. We know how oppressive shields are on this map. I need to see Dash come alive here and replicate their exact same sort of formality and how they approached SSG on this map and not succumb to this over-aggression because they can easily handle it.
Well, let's get down to business then. Now that we know the map, does this change how you're thinking about this one, SSG or Wildcard?
Not at all. No, I think SSG's just been on an upward trajectory. They've looked so strong. They have shown no weakness in the stage so far, which usually if the trend's set, they have shown weakness in the previous stages, but now we're seeing them adapt, play new roles, play new operators, play new styles. I just don't see them regressing at the current pace that they're at.
I'm going to change mine to Wildcard. Now seeing the map, obviously when we make these, we don't know what the maps are going to look like, but given the history, given how well Wildcard does fare up against SSG, for that alone, I think it's a no-brainer for me to swap this to a Wildcard. They're just very resilient to this very aggressive playstyle of SSG. And again, I think a lot of the backing of this is going to come off of Dash playing those shields, so I really hope we see those shields coming out of him.
All right, SSG looking to fend off another hopeful challenger. Wildcard hoping to repeat that playoff success. Can they find it again against SSG? We'll find out right now.
And Ollie, honestly, I hope we do find out, because even though SSG in that honestly bewildering lower bracket run that we saw last stage might have been the best team in the NAL, we were hoping a lot for Wildcard at the start of the stage, and boy were we left disappointed, then rejoiced, then disappointed again.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster, isn't it? And that is often the way with some of our most beloved teams. One of the closer social predictions that we've seen tonight, 67% of you people watching backing SSG. And I think you would be daft not to. However, Wildcard are in themselves living up to their name. Let's be honest. You never really know what you're going to get with this side. We saw them put in a fantastic performance way back when, and we saw them come in stage 2, and we thought, come in stage 1, and we thought if they can replicate Reload, they might be one of the top teams in NAL. They weren't able to replicate Reload in stage 1. It took them a long time to get going. And yet, yesterday, we see them put up a very good fight against SR, one of the better teams inside of the NAL. It was an 8-7 overtime for our first game of stage 2. So you never really know what you're going to get with this team. A bit like a box of chocolates. SSG, however, typically They can be a difficult team to watch at the best of times. When they're good, they are fantastic. And when they're on an off day, it can be really painful. However, moving on to labs, we will see what we get here. It's a very high preference map for the side of Wildcard. It is their second preference. For SSG on the flip side, and as the desk mentioned, it is down there as, well, one of their least preferred maps. Currently 7th pref. So that would tell us one thing. SSG are going to have to fight here tonight, and they've come here for a very important reason. Let's see what that is.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I have it very high on my preferences, personally. Hello. Ashen. Pop. Not any shots out of that window, actually. Let's take a peek, though.
Reloading.
Ashen had a show-stopping game against Standby yesterday. 4-1 on the entry. Most of that coming on the attacking side, to be fair. So if he's going to stick close to the script from that Cafe game on day one, we'll have to wait to see a lot of Ashen's impact. We'll see Newers, who's created a little bit of a jungle gym for himself on the bottom of Aqua Stairs. Take a peek over towards Dash, full extending that Monty, who will then back off pretty soon after. A lot of angles created by the defense to trip up this attacking side. One player on EXO, one player just looking right on the opposite side of that door frame. This is all Wildcard, just testing for the moment, probing, trying to find some information, find where they can gain an angle. And SSG is trying to make sure they can't get too much too quick.
Yeah, SSG have got to contend a lot of the map right now because of the bans. We've got the Cade and the Bandit ban. So you're very much expecting hard breach and reinforced walls to be opened. And the only way to kind of deny that is to play a little bit more aggressive, which is something that SSG are fairly well accustomed to. So far, they've done a good job of vying for that control and not giving anything up too easily. With the Monty available, you can be certain that Dash is going to use that. And already, SSG are retreating back to the site. Now, I say already, and you might be looking up at the clock and thinking there's a whole minute left. But don't forget, we've got a ramp. We can rip that floor open super quick. And the last place you want to be if the floor's getting opened up above you is inside of the site, especially if you've got a Monty bearing down with some live information.
This is probably going to be a close execute in the best way possible. Wildcard have a lot of what they saw, yet SSG maintain a lot of threats to pose against this incoming execute. They with a huge pickup, Ashen, and now Benja taken down. SSG held on to that control for as long as they could. But the moment Wildcard pushed them back, everything falls into place. 4 kills, defuse plant. And if they so choose, they can just hold and play passive. This Monty doesn't have to push that deep. Dash doesn't have to get that kill. But he does, and it's insult to injury. Because Wildcard spent a lot of time pushing SSG back. And once they did, they had them exactly where they wanted them.
A very good round from Wildcard. Really well executed start through finish, and a very clear plan and strategy as to how they wanted to try and take things. They knew that SSG were going to have to play a little bit more aggressive. They knew that they were going to roam a little bit more off-site. SSG don't have an option. They have to do that. The tools brought by Wildcard, I don't think you could pick a better lineup to really deal with that. I am super surprised, I'll be honest, that Monty's gotten through. Something that the desk was speaking about as well. You know that Dash is a fantastic shield player. Now, granted, you can't ban them all, but the Monty proved so valuable there just for shoveling those defenders back. In conjunction with the floor getting ripped open, no one really on SSG able to get a flank off. Flank protection was there anyway in the Nomad. Really difficult round to defend.
Well, see, this is the thing. It's like, Dash is a really good shield player. Yeah, but like, which week? There were some weeks where, like, yeah, Dash was a really good shield player. There were other weeks where Wildcard could not use the shield well to save their lives. Now, that wasn't necessarily a Dash issue sometimes. Sometimes it was. Sometimes it was a coordination issue. That's also the thing with Wildcard last stage. It was a very Jekyll and Hyde team. There was like a brief point where like, oh my god, they're using Dash so well in this operator. Then there was the beginning and kind of the end where it's like, okay, it looks like they've never used the shield in their lives. It was the consistency that was the issue. It was that about face they would give us at the exact moment we started believing or disbelieving. No shield here, though. So at least a moot point for round 2. Instead, not only do we have the Scopos in play, we have the Denari as well, brought by Ashen. We'll see what on this pretty extended, or at least setup on Kitchen and Dining on the top floor. Let's see what SSG have to offer.
I would agree with your point, read the shield. And I think that the fact that Wildcard aren't bringing it here is probably a good sign because they're not trying to force it in every single round just because it's there.
It's not a crutch.
Yeah. It's very likely going to get banned at the midway point of the phase anyway. But I don't think they need it. They've got a real focus on roam hunting this time. Got the Dokkaebi, got the Deimos. Dash. It's going to be inside of the bottom of Aqua Stairs right now and gets punished for his swing. The drone was working at his feet and he was just going for a little look-see. J9O was already holding the angle. SSG going to open things up here in round 2 with a pick.
One of those things where, honestly, Dash didn't even really commit to his swing. It looked like his earlobe went around the corner, and J9O sniped it right off. Ooh, Ashen, always so aggressive on these angles, decides to challenge, thinking the off spot might be enough to trip that player up, but Baby Shark, a little too clean with the AK. Has neutralized the early loss of Dash, giving Wildcard not a clear way back in, but at least a chance to open the breach. Might come down to Kansan. Little lurk up Exo stairs on Kitchen and Dining. Could be cold. Could be freezing Ollie. But there's another lengthy reset. Mid-game around 2. Utility will start going out. He's providing information. Look at how spread out this attack is. One outside the window. Kansan on, at least was over by Exo. Baby Shark pushing up the long hallway. Around the Kiba, found a brief gap, could sprint through that smoke. Revolver for close quarters, but the attack's falling to pieces around him. He's been spotted by the defense's own intel. Kansan, who's been trying to make this lurk work since the midpoint of the round, has yet to find anything as he marches up Exo stairs while Baby Shark finds a kill. It is just SSG holding strong in round 2.
I think you're asking a lot to make that play as the Deimos. There wasn't too much else really that Baby Shark could do. Kind of had to go for the big Hollywood moment. But SSG are far too well disciplined to fall for that. Happy to get an opening pick. Happy to sort of relax back into the site and just play in some of those inherent power positions. Brilliant pick from J9O and great patience to get that response. I think SSG could just sort of wait for Wildcard to undo themselves a little bit there. It wasn't like round 1 where we could see a very clear vision of how things were meant to go. And I think that was in part due to losing Dash early on. It is a Dokkaebi, so it is going to be a bit of a trigger. Certainly something to assist in a roam clear or to mask some sound and a good go button for everyone to really get behind. But even with that, I don't think there was as clear a plan as we saw in round 1 for how to deal with that defense. And SSG are going to be sticking to that mid floor, choosing to avoid the top floor so far in their rotation.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
I mean, double hard breach ban, or double hard breach denial ban, excuse me. I kind of get it.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Just makes things a little weird. It's like, is it unplayable? No. Like, you better be bringing Mira, you better bring in Azami, like, your lineup's kind of fixed. So, makes sense why they made an adjustment in this rotation, given the defense advance of Wildcard. Also makes Wildcard's job a lot easier, because if that happens, you pretty much know exactly what 3 sites you're going to get. So I don't think they'll be surprised by this outcome. Not a whole lot of hard breaching. I mean, you do have the can openers, but typically one thing we will see is, even though they won't like push through it, a lot of times we'll see Thermite brought up top to open up the IT breach just to give you a wider angle to control the rotations through there. That won't be a factor this time. It'll just be the can openers, and that can be a bit more narrow of an angle, I think sometimes teams bargain for, or teams expect.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal. For example, there's no way Ashen would stand there if that was thermited. But because it's tin opened, yeah, you can get away with it. Could be a pinch here from Bay. He's framing up for a bit of a push right now, but as we mentioned, there isn't quite the required amount of pressure coming through that IT breach to really force those players out. More players now stacking up inside of electrical. Their attention turns below as, a narrow shot, and it's seldom that we see Kansan miss one like that. But Benja will get away.
SG will be thankful for that one. As by and large, Wildcard have been pressing consistently, but taking a long time to press that little control on the top floor into now cementing full control
I'm reloading.
of the upstairs position. Not a whole lot of soft reaching beyond this secondary shoddy. So Wildcard were hoping to make full use of this. It'll take a long time to get these holes created, and I don't know if they'll even get that much visuals from it. Kansan gets the first pick, at least. So that's a 5v4. C4 taken down. I believe both were used. But now with the next, again, just like round one, Wildcard took a long time to get set up. But once they did, it was easy to convert afterwards, or at least it seemed that way. Benja in the late round will take down Baby Shark, doing a Baby Shark classic, likely trying to lurk below. Maybe didn't need to in this position, but also maybe it won't matter. He's going inside of the site as Wildcard trying to find a way to put this diffuser down as the momentum seems to be leaving them. It's only a 2v2, and there is still the chance for a win. But as they've tried to convert, SSG have found the gunfights necessary, have made it even, and Spiker doesn't have a clear way in. Bolts might be spotted, but where's Benja? Is his intel about to run out? They'll find the player walking up cargo, and it's just Bolts with a direct line onto the Grim! How have they let SSG find every single gap and every gunfight they needed to win goes the way of the Astronauts?
A really close round, and one that Wildcard should be walking away with. The momentum just flipped with around, 10, 15 seconds left to go? Wildcard. They're the rounds that you should be converting. Can't be giving opportunity away like that, and they know that. Hence the tactical timeout right now. I feel like it was a little bit too sloppy in the post. Sorry, not in the post. Didn't get to the post, but in the final few seconds of the round. As soon as you make it a 2 versus 1, you've just got to cover the planter. And you've got to keep yourself safe as well. There's only a couple of places that Fultz can come from, and I'm pretty sure he was even tracked on the Bs as well. So I don't know if it was just like a pure ego challenge. Wildcard are going to be kicking themselves for that one. Got to let it go for the time being though, and just work out how they're going to move forward here. A fairly early tactical timeout, it is worth mentioning as well. They obviously feel like there are some pretty substantial gaps here that they can start to exploit. SSG on the flip side, this is their wheelhouse. These guys are cold as ice. It can be the scrappiest siege you've ever seen, and it is exactly where they want to be. They thrive in and amongst the chaos.
They always seem to find a way. Honestly, like one of the only teams I've seen consistently seem to just have plot armor, which is interesting because like aside from NAL, like last stage, they've never really like been on a run. You know what I mean? Nobody's ever been like, oh, I think SSG are gonna win this tournament. But like they always find themselves in these moments, like the FaZe game at Atlanta almost 2 years ago now. Last stage, obviously, on playoffs, a good example too. They always just seem to find themselves in these really weird moments where it's just like they can't do wrong. Not saying this game is an example of that, but despite like not having like the most success in the long run, SSG do have almost kind of a mythological status, which I honestly find impressive. But anyway, that's my own thing. Speaking of geometry, that's crazy. We've got like a triangle on the floor, and then like literally like a secant line on the window.
A what?
I think that's the geometric term. I was very bad at geometry.
I didn't study maths that deeply.
No, that's not a secant line. Actually, wait, it might be. I don't know. If you study math in chat, you can tell me I'm wrong.
There's one person typing right now.
This is a Rainbow Six channel. There's at least a few people typing right now.
Opening pick for Spiker.
Shout out.
Very early as well. Inside of the first minute. Dash back on the shield. It's a super similar lineup to what we saw previously. It was the Monty that really gave them a lot of room to work with. And the Ram is worth mentioning. Both of which made their way through the second round of banning. So it's weird to not see them be brought given the success Wildcard saw with them both. However, there have been some changes made. Dash is this time going to be on the Blackbeard. Nice bit of drone info here as well. Could this be another opening death on the side of SSG? Well, it's certainly going to be. Spiker picks up his second there. Ashen still battling for his first, and I don't think he's going to get it.
Ooh, well, he will, but it's a first traded Baby Shark. Almost losing his grip on that gunfight. I can't really tell you what's happened this round. Just like Spiker walking in, finding a kill. There's been a lot of focus on the setup for Wildcard in the rounds where they've looked good. Even last round where they faltered. This time, I feel like they're waltzing into these gunfights and coming away the victors. Not that one, though. Janino has been looking snappy today. Even though only 3 and 2. Hell of a good kill right there. Wildcard have most of what they need, though. Okay. Surely not. As Janino can wrap around, might be able to catch Spiker falling off this plant, but again, such low HP. It's got to be kills like that. It has to be crazy flicks like that. And the odds are just too steep, even for one of the best players that we've ever seen in North America. Wildcard tied up 2-2 with 2 more rounds to go.
I love watching J9O in the clutch because I'm sat there watching it thinking, this could be another history clip. This could be one of those clips that we see on the pre-game adverts for another 6 months to come.
He's just a wizard, man. Like, I don't know how he does it sometimes.
There are not many players in that 1 versus 4 where I'll sort of sit up and go, okay. He gets the first 2 and I'm like, yeah, this is still quite doable. There aren't many players, not just in North America, but inside of the world as a whole. But J9O is definitely one of them. He was done by a jobless angle there from Spiker. really trying to secure that round. And the thing is, Wildcard know that as well. They're sat there going, oh god, it's J9O, this is possible.
But hey, if I want my IGL from Wildcard to be doing anything in the post plan, I want it to be holding the job this angle. I want him to be locked in. It is troll time was not sanctioned. It is time to lock in.
I find it quite weird how Wildcard come away with that round after the timeout. It was nowhere near as technical or as coordinated as round 1.
No.
And SSG just kind of gave themselves up a little bit, and it's the duality of this team again.
The Youngian thing, sir.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
I don't understand the reference.
It's a Full Metal Jacket, basically. Like, at one point, he has like a pin. Talk to the duality of man.
Oh, okay.
The drill starts asking him, goes, the Youngian thing, sir, because Young was a philosopher. Talk about like duality of man. Anyway, moving on, changing topics entirely. Hey, we have a top floor defense. We mentioned that lack of hard breach denial can sometimes make this site a little tricky. Wildcard made it even trickier by taking the Azami out of SSG's toolkit. Kind of interesting, the only hard breach, well, not actually not true, hard breaching Hibana and the Ace, but using the X-Kairos on the IT wall. I think it's the Selma used here, but you got to deal with these X-Kairos. Wow, it just sniped that C4 out of the air. Nade goes over. Oh, I like this. Okay, I'm a fan. I was curious. I had questions about the hard breach allocation Ollie, but they've sold me.
Still a little bit scrappy, isn't it?
Ooh, it didn't get the mirror window.
Spiker's got 10 X-Kairos pellets left. Okay, so we've got connector open. That's a tick in a box. There is still chance to get that IT wall open. We're approaching the halfway point in the round, though, so you don't really want to be doing it much later than that. Mutejammer's doing a great job of securing the mirror window here, which is, by the way, crucial to this defense. And I don't think there's any way of getting that pocket reinforcement used on it either. Would take a very bold play from one of these defenders. It looks like Wildcard are just going to try and brute force it in through connection. We're going to send the diffuser first. Hello.
Oh, this can always be tricky, but look at that. Coordination with the air draft sent over top. Dash! Lightning quick on these reflexes. The moment Ashen tries to go for the trade. A bit late, I will say. As Benja had fallen a lot earlier, he was praying that Dash would be caught slipping, and he is just not missing these timings. Everything is turning up ace. But, whew, this is crazy mechanical skill we're seeing from everybody in the lobby at the moment. But Wildcard just simply stack up too dominant of an advantage to let it slip away, retaking their lead from round 1.
I think it's kind of expected to do well on the top floor when you've got both the hard breaches, both the hard breach denial band. But it wasn't really even that did it for Wildcard. It's kind of a rush through, well, not a rush, but it's kind of a push through electrical. And Dash getting 3 kills doing it. When they sent him through first with the diffuser, I'm thinking, this looks a little bit ill-advised.
A little shaky.
Yeah, let's be honest. Ashen really isn't having a good time today either.
No, not
1 and 5, like that's a kill that you need to be refragging. You need to refrag Benja there.
Ashen has 17 kills in the past 2 days.
I don't know if that's a lot or not. Like, what's somebody else got?
Well, he had 16 yesterday, so the point is...
Oh. Well, yeah, I can do that maths.
Well,
I've studied maths enough that I can understand that.
That was the bit. Well, you don't know what a secant is, so I don't really know how much you studied, to be honest with you. Let's just get that on the record.
Okay, then. Okay.
At least I got the secant wrong, but at least I knew it's a thing. Unless I got it right, which is maybe possible.
I think it's even funnier that you don't know if you got it right or wrong. You just know, it's a thing.
I know secant is a thing.
Right, I'm gonna throw some context on this. So
I know it's like it intersects 2 different points on a circle.
Okay.
But it's like not the diameter. Crowing now. Shout out Crow. The math guy.
You always need a math guy.
You always need a math guy. Generally speaking. Ooh, hello. Bit of early face. Shot on the top floor by this defense, but they'll fall back pretty quick. Wildcard looking to take some early control as well. Dash up top on the Monty. Baby Shark down below on the Ash. You have to really admire the way Wildcard have played so coordinated throughout this half so far, which again, kind of ironic given the 2 rounds we've just seen transpire. But at least the ceiling has been set pretty high for this attacking side. Thinking back to round 1, what they were able to make work on that basement execute. He's also pushed the Scopos in a tricky spot, but nobody really in a position to cut Benja Master off, so both roamers will get back safely. But as I say that, there is somebody on the bottom of house stairs who will put Benja quite low. Dash continuing to give chase, spots the warden around the corner. SSG are just as resilient as Wildcard are thorough at the moment. But with the guns coming alive for Wildcard, they have strung these rounds together and found engagement after engagement after engagement. It begins and ends in the span of about 10 seconds. And at the end of it, Wildcard come away with a 4-2.
I tell you what, it's a very good job that Wildcard won that round. And it's an even better job that they won it in the fashion that they did. Because I was about to go mental that nobody was there to catch Benja on the Scopos. It was like Benja didn't even know his luck. He was like, the barricade's open and no one's there. Like, I'm actually going to get away from this. Like, he said he's dead 10 seconds ago. He's like, guys, I'm dead. Like, Monty's bearing down on me. They're going to have a cross on me. Don't worry about it.
He's playing his life.
Yeah, I'm going to play my life. And everyone's gone, yep, no worries. And he's been able to get out. They still lose the round, so it doesn't matter at all. And there was a bigger plan afoot from Wildcard, it seems. But it does just go to show how punishing that Monty can be. And I love the way that Dash has used it because it hasn't been a consistent pick. It's been used as a tool as and when it has been necessary. A brilliant attack from Wildcard, not only in round 6, but as a whole. 4-2 split is a good result indeed. Baby Shark and Bay, though.
Yeah.
I mean, what a little duo there in that last round.
Yeah, just talk about just a 2-day performance from Baby Shark and Bay. I mean, Bay only, what, 4-3 right now. It's not the most impressive, but 17 kills yesterday against Shopify. Baby Shark at 12 yesterday, and now with 9 today at 21 over the 2 days we've seen. I mean, Dash even. 8 kills, 12 yesterday too.
I think the amount of kills is impressive. It's the amount of deaths as well. Like, these are gunfights that they are straight up winning. They're either gunfights they're winning or they're kills that they're getting where they're shooting someone in the back.
Which, not the case yesterday. Dash, 12 kills, 12 and 13, -1. Baby Shark, only +2. They were getting a lot of kills, but dying just as much. It was only Bay on Wildcard who was actually having this outsized impact and wasn't just having about 1-for-1 in their own KD. Here, Dash 4-0. Bay 4-3 is not a big deal, but Baby Shark 3-0 KD. KD isn't the end-all be-all, but when you have two players that are just constantly getting more kills than they are dying, it makes a big difference. Seems to be the case here, but Ashen caught peeking the wrong spot. Bay gets away with 2. Dash immediately rotates around. Not only is the individual performance crazy, the communication is excellent. They call Dash, send SSG out of round 7, and I just don't think Fultz and Jan are even going to mount anything.
They've got 2 minutes 15. A wealth of utility. Neither of them have spent anything yet. And what do? Because your team has crumbled around you. Ashen again trying to make something happen. 1 and 7. And there's no one to pick up the slack. It's not like we're having a J90 day or a Newers day or a Benji day. They're all just putting in below average performance by their own standard. So when you've got someone that's really dragging their knuckles across the dirt, it makes it incredibly difficult. Wildcard should just be able to sit back, hold their angles, play trades. Nothing fancy required right now. Jane, I know, going to try and make something happen. Him and Fultz have doubled up here inside a connector. Wildcard know where they're coming from.
They do. Flashes will go out. Could be some good coordination, but Baby Shark aggresses a little bit. Shotgun, if you're going to take it, is the right one for that engagement. So C4 goes out. Not the right spot. But you have a utility surplus. You got one more C4 and a toxic canister. Perfectly fine. Perfectly acceptable. A 5-2 half for Wildcard. What an impressive start. 4 rounds in a row. 3 on the attack, and now they're first on the defense. All ending with a W.
It's going to feel good for Wildcard as well because they put in a hell of a performance yesterday against SR. They walked away with a point for it. A point for their troubles. But a max OT game. And from memory, the last round was a little bit scrappy as well. Certainly making up for it today. Not looking to drop any points here against Space Station. And again, I don't know who you favor coming into this one. It's easy to sit here and talk about it now because we've seen the score. But based on performance, and especially what we saw yesterday, you can't entirely count Wildcard out. And they've proved that in the server tonight. 1 round away from guaranteeing points, 2 rounds away from locking it all up. Now they get to defend upstairs. And with the way the bans have fallen, they've still got a bandit. It's not impossible for SSG to deal with by any means. It's very doable.
But we've seen teams fumble on clearing this bandit battery on IT wall plenty of times. It seems so simple, you know. Just go below and Zofia, or go and just EMP, right? But if you try to EMP trick, all right, well, they're just, I don't know why I'm talking about EMP tricking. This is SSG who will not drone the window that they're hopping in, but somehow kind of manage a 3v4, 2v4, 1v with 2v4. We didn't drone the left side of the window, which is a bit awkward. But Bay, perhaps, will get got here. Spots Jan90 peeking around the corner. I do kind of bet on Jan90 to win that fight. Bay is also a little isolated at the moment. He'll put up the Kiba. Stop anybody from getting immediate line of sight on him, at least from the hallway Jan90 is pushing. He'll continue forth. There's Kansan. Ready to get the second to last kill. Wildcard need to move to match point. Move up 6-2. Denied full points yesterday. Even denied 2 despite a monumental performance. But with just 1 more kill and 1 more round, they will at least guarantee themselves point number 2. The first weekend of the North America League.
SSG really dying on that sword of we all just, you know, whatever decision is made, that's the decision that we go with, and we do it as a team. You got to commend it, because sometimes it works and sometimes it's brilliant. Other times it looks a little bit like that. And you have 5 players hop in a window and 3 of them get taken out. I don't think there's going to be too much cause for concern regarding that particular play inside of the tactical timeout. The mentality that SSG run is very much what I've just said. A decision is made, the team follow the decision. If it's a good decision, great. If it's a bad decision, so what? They got good team play.
Win or lose.
And everybody is able to commit to the call. However, that's all well and good, but there's still a game to win here. And Wildcard have just put themselves onto map point. SSG don't want to walk away from this empty-handed. They're not going to come away with a full 3, but there is still a chance of a couple of points here if they get their act together. But they need to do better than just catapulting themselves through the same window.
That'd be ideal. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? Yeah, as you can see right here. I mean, wow, it actually was all 5 of them. I don't think I even comprehended that it was all 5. Like,
there was a team kill in that. Jane, I know, hit a team kill in amongst all that chaos. I only just saw it then.
There's a lot going on. There was a lot.
I don't think it mattered, really. I think the results probably still the same.
Yeah, I'd probably agree. I don't know if it's exactly trending all that differently. Kansan hiding the pulse, by the way. Thought we didn't notice, but we did. Castle barricade, get the cover. Okay, now I'm gonna go. Now I'm gonna go do my setup. We'll say... Alright. Dokkaebi, Deimos, Blitz, Ram, and Striker. Probably a full clear. Maybe my guess.
They've got the perfect tools for the job. They can roam clear. They can use the Blitz to gain space. And then they've got the Ram boogie drones to rip open the floor. They buy themselves a little bit more time by doing it this way. So confident in their utility that they're even going to use them to open up into IT. I imagine there's some early pre-placed drones that have gone out there and called this top floor as clear, because Lewis is moving with a little bit of confidence, but maybe just making some educated guesses. Ooh, some nice damage there on Ashen. That's his 2nd kill of the game, by the way. Comes through the drone hole onto the feet of Dash, but it's an important one nonetheless. It has removed the smoke from play.
Big player and big operator taken off the field early on, just reaching the minute mark into the round. SG on this full clear. Win the early game with flying colors, in position to get all of those boogie drones, all the hard breaching they want. First Dokkaebi call used, still plenty of Deathmark trackers as well. Benjamaster here's one just around the corner. It's a double swing and a double falter. With Baby Shark and Bay meet the business end of that M14. Kansan looking to refrag, will find one, maybe 2, as another 1v1 moves his way. But SSG gave the call to push quickly. But how quick is too much? This is only a 2v2. Ashen now falls. Kansan's fully retaken up top. And the 1v1 is a blitz? What space are you going to create? You got to be worried about ADSing, revealing your feet. Kansan's got the heartbeat scanner as well to find time. C4 over top, it misses. One blinded, trying their best to make this dance work, and the bandit stabs him in the neck. In the 1v1 wild card, a close game today does not mean it'll be close tomorrow. 7-2 over our NAL champs.
I can't believe that he got that knife kill off at the end. Fulls just turned his back at the wrong moment. Super unfortunate. Another really close round there. But ultimately, the game wasn't as close as that final round might suggest. Wildcard had great control throughout the course of Nighthaven Labs. And SSG really threw everything at it to try and come away with anything. But unfortunately for them, 0 points in their 2nd game here of Stage 2. We're going to throw to a break. After that, we'll be back with our desk. Don't go anywhere.
Have you covered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ready?
Flash me.
Flash.
Yeah.
No!
Let's go.
Let's fucking
Let's go, dude.
Let's go, Evan. You are insane. Let's go. Spiker, let's go, bro. Let's go.
Oh, the Spiker 1v1 to close it out was just, it was just that extra little bit pushing the knife in even deeper. Wildcard take the win over SSG. Same scoreline, same map as the last time these two teams met in the playoffs. Spiker is standing by. We'll welcome him in now. After that 1v1, we'll get you initial reactions out of that play, because that was wild. You sneak around, you get the knife. What was that moment like?
Honestly, didn't even know what to say. Like, you saw after the game, I didn't even say anything. I was just like looking around. I didn't even know what I just played. Because the same thing happened in labs against on reload. Me and Evan were in a 2v5 on basement, and the same thing happened. They like tried to flood, and we won. So I don't know. We just have aura on that side, I guess, in that situation.
Nah, I mean, you guys definitely had your aura displayed. And one question I want to know is how your aura was affected. Obviously, you guys played SSG in stage 1, beat them, and now you find yourselves on the same map, same scoreline. But the only difference is SSG is the #1 team in the NAL currently. So did that affect you guys at all going into today's matchup?
No, not at all. We know that if we play our game, we can literally beat anybody. You know, we've seen that in the scrims. We've seen that in the scrims. And we've seen that on game day. We can literally beat anybody. I think we played okay versus Shopify. I think our slow start really just caught us. So it didn't affect us at all. You know, we knew that our map bands line up very well against them. So we were confident no matter what.
I watched you mollywop a blitz, so congratulations on that. And then obviously congratulations on the win. I kind of want to talk to you about Dash and Baby Shark. I previously have talked about Dash and Baby Shark's performance, at least in the beginning of stage 1, wasn't really up to snuff, especially from Dash's end. And I talked about his shield play, whereas now into this stage 2, both players are performing extremely well. Dash and Baby Shark in particular today really popped off, carrying the charts. And I was more putting emphasis on Dash in terms of his shield play. Obviously, what we saw in Reload, you guys had him playing between the Monty, between the Blackbeard, whereas now you guys are all kind of pivoting, playing the shield. Is that kind of a strategy that you're going towards in the future, or is that kind of just a one-off of what Labs kind of plays into your guys' favor?
It kind of really just depends. You know, I think anybody can play BB, and I think, you know, Blitz especially fits Shark's playstyle pretty well, so maybe he'll whip that out eventually. But really, it's just depending on what what I want to call and where we're going with the take and everything. So it just depends kind of on all those factors. But I think, I think anybody can play a shield, even maybe Bay, but probably not. But I know he wants to, but I'm trying to keep him on a gun, so.
For sure.
As a team, Spiker, what would you say your expectations are for this stage as a whole?
I mean, obviously, our bare bone is we want to make playoffs 100%. Our goal is obviously to make Munich and make a run there, because we would love to, qualify for SI and everything like that. But, no matter what, we want to make playoffs, and then we just want to build off that, keep improving. Same thing I've said before, we just want to keep improving every game, every scrim, every day, everything.
All right, well,
so
clearly saw some of those improvements today. 7-2 over SSG. You guys now have 4 points total after the overtime loss yesterday. So good start to the stage, and we'll continue to see it down the line. Thanks, my friend.
All right, thanks.
All right, see you, Spiker. What a win.
Made the right call.
7-2. You made the right call to switch it up at the last minute there. Was it the map that did it? Was it Wildcard's performance yesterday that did it? What made you make that swap that worked out so well?
It was definitely the map, but again, I think it plays into the two different play styles, whereas Wildcard, they don't let SSG's aggression affect their style of play. They know how to control that aggression. They're extremely resilient, to say the least, in terms of how SSG plays. And again, when you're looking at the stats across the board for this team, the lowest rating in cost for everyone across the board, it was 78%, 78%, 78%, 89%, 78%. Everybody was putting their foot forward in this matchup to replicate that exact same performance that we saw in the beginning of those playoffs last days, to shut it down here in a 7-2 fashion.
Two players that we talked about coming into this game, Dash and Baby Shark. Big names. We were like, can they step up? The veteran, the newer player. Fox, it was clear that they did.
Oh yeah, Baby Shark has only been looking more and more comfortable as this stage has taken off. Obviously, he's been one of the main players on getting those kills. I mean, Dash has been a little slower to the party, but even he was having some big rounds, obviously some influential roles, playing that shield a little bit sometimes. And that's what we wanted to see from them, is both of them just being a lot more consistent. And I'm happy to see Baby Shark showing all of the improvement that he's had in this stage since the stage 1, because obviously he's a player that I still say up until stage 1, a lot of people were still kind of looking at him as, you know, was he the right pickup for a wild card? Was he not? You know, he's still an unknown player to a lot of the viewers, so it was something that, you know, now he's getting his time to shine, and obviously everyone on wild card has been playing amazing as a team together, and I'm a little disappointed in SSG. A little disappointed because I expected a lot more because of the different styles of play that we've been seeing from them.
I mean, they copied Cruelty in a 5-man rush through a window. I mean, you know, they're obviously looking at other teams and seeing what, you know, they can incorporate into their
right,
set of strategy.
I mean, Cruelty is the team to watch if you want to get better at attack. So, I mean, it makes a little sense. But still, I'd say I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, a little letdown from the defending NAL champs. Wildcard are able to take them off the board. That's hard to believe, already our third matchup of the day. That one where the SSG NAL champs fall to Wildcard at a 7-2 scoreline, a very one-sided affair. We started with M80 and Standby. That one also a little more one-sided. Lax, that was a 7-4 affair. Cruelty, though, I feel like that's been the biggest story other than SSG falling to Wildcard. Cruelty put up a decent fight today.
They did. They started out the gate swinging. They were clearly playing off one another. They clearly knew how to exploit Oxygen in some of those rounds, but then it really came down into the later rounds, swapping onto that swapping onto that attack where we saw them falter, where we just saw Oxygen just rapidly get 5 rounds back to back to back to close out the series. But even in this game, I do want to say, like, as much as we want to discredit SSG in terms of lack performance, sometimes some teams just play much better than they do against other teams, and vice versa. There's just one team that always has your card. And I mean, I think even back on Oxygen, whenever we played other teams, we were fine against. But like playing against a team like SSG or Dark Zero, we would always struggle against for whatever the reason was. We just never could put a clamp on it.
Well, later on, if any of you are just joining us, we don't have to wait too much longer because Cloud9 and Envy will be our 5th game. But coming up next, the marquee matchup of Stage 1, well, it's going to be a little bit of a tone setter here in Stage 2. It's Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion coming up next.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
and dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gibbo. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill.
And now it's all up to Passetto. Passetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants it. CDS steal that round for Furio.
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's just in the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult. If the swing Mason a second. Mason a third. Ryder. Oh my God. Wow.
Free-Day holding up for the platinum.
It's a 1v5. Attackers. They had everything going. 1v5. For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out. Soliton's down. Free-Day's up. He's also down.
It was the marquee matchup of Stage 1. It's the tone setter of Stage 2. It is Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion going toe-to-toe in the 4th game here on Day 2 of the NAL. Welcome back to Stage 2 of the North American League, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger. Alongside me for our 4th game of the day, I've got Foxe and Laxing alongside me. Fox, this one is a matchup of two teams that were behemoth rosters in the group stage in Stage 1. Now they have 2 points each, missing out because of their overtime victories, but looking to establish themselves as better than the other here in Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't say it better myself. It is a match of pride at the end of the day. Obviously, there's more to it. Both teams want to be able to get points. Points make the difference, but at the grassroots of it, it really is a matter about pride. Troy versus Dark Zero will always be a grudge match to the end of test of time, and now there's all that much more pressure on both teams' shoulders because they want to be able to claim a win against each other's top teams to have an easier run towards the end to make playoffs.
The pressure that it feels like is on Dark Zero's shoulders, Lax, it's a little bit more about EWC and about bouncing back from what I think most people felt like was a lackluster performance.
Yeah, definitely. It was certainly lackluster performance in terms of what we thought we were going to see, because throughout the entire stage, we talked about how dominant they were. They were one of the also teams that went undefeated up until they ran into SR, and then to go into EWC and fall short, Geek grouped, it definitely was a question mark for all of us to be like, okay, we thought you were going to be one of the better teams coming out of our region.
And a couple of questions after the game yesterday. They were definitely tested by Cloud9. Again, coming out with an 8-6 OT win. It's a decent spot. Do you feel like they answered some of those questions out of EWC?
No, honestly, I mean, when we talked to NJR and we asked him, you know, what are things that DZ's looking to do differently from what we saw in EWC, and NJR said that, you know, he didn't really give us a full fleshed out answer, so I'm kind of left into interpretation of what I think something might be. But he said, you know, they're reevaluating in their approach and their play style, and when I look at that and when I hear that, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, because if you're judging your performance and reevaluating and reassessing everything based off your performance internationally, but if you look back at what you did regionally and where you were finding your stride and your success, what really do you need to reevaluate and reassess? Because as you look at the stats here through stage 1, they were #1 overall team in ranking. They were #3 in entry, #1 in attack, #2 in defense. So for me, again, hearing NJR say that, it makes me more question that I think this is more of a mental battle than it really is an actual physical battle, and really needing to identify where these issues are. Because if you just replicate what you did into this stage 1, then we probably see that game versus Cloud9 probably be a little more in their favor, where they don't have to fight tooth and nail just to get that win underneath their belt. So again, now coming into this match versus SR, I really want them to like look at this and be like, why are we changing anything?
Yeah, don't need to overcomplicate it. It absolutely is a mental battle, because when you are a top team, obviously, and you're making it to the main events, and then you go to a main event and you bomb out, you get grouped out essentially, you hyper fixate on everything as if they weigh so much more than the regular stage, because you're coming back home to assume that the stage is going to be a cakewalk. We're going to make playoffs easily. We're going to make the next event. But that's not always the case, and especially with how competitive this stage has started out for NA, Dark Zero needs to have things a lot more in check, maybe revert back to what they know is going to work for them here before they start problem solving for the future event.
On the other hand, Shopify Rebellion, this is a little bit of a revenge story for them, because they beat Dark Zero in groups last time they faced, but in playoffs, when it mattered even more, that best of 3, it was Dark Zero who came out on top.
Yeah, and they obviously don't look like the same Dark Zero that we saw last stage. I mean, if we're comfortable in saying that SR is the same team that went undefeated last stage during the regular stage, if they're going to do it again now, it's hard to give them that, you know, confidence just because of what we saw yesterday. I mean, it didn't really look like SR should have been the team to win against Wildcard. They constantly were getting out by big players time and time again.
But they brought it back on the shoulders of one man, and that was Ambi, who dropped 19 kills on the way to this victory, getting an ace, a quad kill, and then we highlighted him as our blacklight detail of the day. It was astounding.
Yeah, thankfully Ambi was in the server. Also, you know, he had some other teammates to be able to help, but at the end of the day, I mean, when things don't go right for Shopify Rebellion, their end goal is Ambi go. And I find ourselves in this situation where a lot of the strats, when things don't initially go right for Shopify, Canadian just saying Ambi go, especially in this last round. I mean, they 4-man pushed up the armory bow. Everyone died except Ambi, but he got all 3 kills to be able to close the round out, and time again he shows up. So obviously can't go without mentioning that he deserves the commendation that he's getting, and I expect him to keep up this level of performance. But that being said, it can't just be on 1 or 2 people's shoulders. We need to be able to see the SR that has Canadian IGLing, has Canadian micromanaging everybody that we talked about yesterday, where we want him to be more hands-on with the whole team as opposed to worrying about his own game.
Well, they played Lair, Labs, and Chalet. Those are the 3 maps that these 2 teams ended up playing against each other in stage 1. Lax, where do you think we're ending up here?
I'm curious if we actually end up back there, to just kind of, because knowing now that it's the best of 1, you can exploit the other team. You don't have to worry about any outliers going into another map. You just have to focus specifically on that map. But like you said, we're already seeing Chalet being removed from DZ, where DZ did win that against SR, so that's kind of surprising. Lair's going out by DZ, so we're definitely going a different approach here in terms of where I actually thought we were going to end up. Ooh, oh.
There's Labs.
Oh, we're going to Bank. Okay. This is an interesting choice for me. So this kind of already goes into about reevaluating, reassessing their approach and how they want to play stage. We haven't seen Bank at all from Dark Zero throughout stage 1 into playoffs. So now you're pulling out here against SR. This is a comfortable map for SR. So they're clearly leaving nothing on the plate for SR to piggyback up off of, try to watch and reassess, reevaluate their approach to this map. So for DZ, everything is in their hands in terms of being able to counter strat, being able to approach SR in a way, in a manner that can at least fundamentally make them be more improved than the last time we saw them. But even then, I mean, it's still a risk giving SR a map like Bank that SR is very comfortable on.
theoretically, Dark Zero should have the edge on this map. That being said, it depends on what Dark Zero we saw. Because if it was Dark Zero a couple of years ago that could beat VP at an event, then I'd say Bank goes to Dark Zero. But we're seeing a Dark Zero that's trying to be a lot more hyper-aggressive, a lot more entry-heavy, a lot more proactive. And Bank just doesn't necessarily work out in that way like you'd hope. And obviously, they're in a position where all of their game plan around Spirits has been getting caught out. So if Dark Zero can revert back to playing a lot more defensively when it comes to a map like Bank, they should be able to win it. But that being said, I don't know. I feel like Dark Zero is a lot more in their heads. They have the pressure on their shoulders, and they're playing a different Dark Zero's game as opposed to Shopify Rebellion. You know, they know what they're going to be showing up no matter what.
And I think it's a great point that you make that, and also with now allowing Bank to go through and giving that comfortability to SR. Like, it's definitely not pivoting into a spot for DZ for them to be like, yes, they're going to be the outright deciding winners here. But again, just for that simple fact of being able to counter-strat where SR doesn't have a lot of footage on you or any footage at all from the previous stage, there is, I'd say it's a 50-50 situation, and I think it totally depends on if DZ is not in this mental game of feeling like they need to fix their entire playstyle because of what happened at EWC.
So Bank maybe a little bit more unexpected. Does that change how you feel about this one, Fox? Start with you. Prediction for this matchup.
No, I believe Shopify Rebellion should win. I feel like they were a lot more confident for me to believe in yesterday as opposed to Dark Zero. Dark Zero, they got to get a little bit things ironed out, and I think they'll be fine. But I think they're having a little bit of identity crisis right now.
I'd have to go with SR too, just because they were the first team to exploit DZ and not try to just ban out Spirits. Instead, they used the shield against Spirits, bring in, you know, the Echo to deny that shield, bringing the Ella Grismot mines to pop that shield open and then just stopping that aggression. So for that, again, I'm going to have to go with SR. I do think they have the upper hand, and especially the map in their favor.
Amazing. Well, our last few players are trickling into the lobby, so as they get set to go, we're going to step aside for just a moment. But it's Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion setting the tone when we come back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks for bearing with us while we got all of our players into the lobby. We are at the halfway point, or just after the halfway point of our second play day here in Stage 2 NAL, and we have a match that is to be revered. We have Dark Zero versus Shopify. We had to wait until the last week of Stage 1 to see this fixture, and it's coming out in week 1 here. What are the chances?
What are the chances? But it is a bit of an odd matchup. Like when we were coming into Stage 1 of this year, we were coming off Stage 2 of 2024, where it was a banger, full 45-round best of 3 to decide who was the best team in the NAL. And now we have this match, and neither team is, technically speaking, the best team in the NAL. That was SSG, who shocked everybody to win the league last stage. So is this still the marquee matchup of the NAL? I would probably say so. But echoing the desk's point about Dark Zero seeming to have some mental problems in Shopify, while we know they can play their game, this roster, this org, has always felt like one of the best teams, if not the best team in North America, yet has always struggled to break through the ceiling at whether international events or domestically. It always feels like there's something in the way whenever they seem to get close to the mark. Where Dark Zero on the opposite side, as I said, seeming to suffer a bit of self-confidence issues at times, especially at EWC. There's a bit of a, maybe, what's the word I'm looking for? Bit of additional context that, actually, no, I don't like that word. I'm trying to think, because it's not like, I'm not pessimistic, because both these teams are very good. What do you think? Ollie, let's brainstorm. How would you characterize this matchup? Let's make this a little project. Two teams, a lot of potential, with their own, like, unique outside of the game issues, it seems.
Well, you've got big names. You've got veteran players.
Veteran players.
I don't know that you've got anyone that you could class as a rookie anymore.
It doesn't dye his hair.
It's looking a little bit darker, isn't it?
It looks a little darker than it used to be.
Maybe he's keeping out of the sun.
That's possible.
I find that the sun bleaches my hair a little bit. Yeah, I don't think you've got anyone that you could categorize as a rookie anymore.
No?
So, you've got two teams that are finding the way. I think there's a lot of pressure from just the names in general. You know? Dark Zero, org that's been around for a long time. Expect them to do well. They've got some very die-hard supporters. Shopify, whilst the name might be relatively new to NAL, it's not
just a big name.
It's not like we don't know these people, you know, it's a big name. Yeah, I find it a weird one. I definitely think it is the stamp, and it is the match that people look forward to. It's the FaZe Liquid game. You know what I mean? It's that game. No matter, regardless of the two teams and their individual performances at the time, it's always going to be a big fixture, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, not to do an abrupt subject change, but it's round 1 and NJR is already on to Chunka.
5 seconds to go.
Shumika
I've missed casting NJR. I've genuinely missed casting the NAL.
Have you? Oh, I thought you said NJR specifically.
No, I've missed casting NJR. I'm miscasting loads of them. But just it's little tidbits like that where you're like, oh yeah, you know?
Oh yeah.
That's one of the things that we laugh and joke about at 1 a.m.
Oh my god.
I love it. I love my little 4 p.m. nap. Wake up at 7:30. Get ready for the show.
Canadian doing the flying V. Taking full control of open area.
He was hovering the Monty for a time, wasn't he? But has settled instead on the fuse. I'd be surprised to see all of these cluster charges work. I would expect the Zoto canisters to come in from below, but Citizen doesn't seem to be anywhere to be found. Eventually, he will stop at least the tin opener from going off for a time, but isn't going to do anything for these clusters.
Clusters also very much seem like a bit of a prophylactic measure more than anything. There's no Vulcan packs in Dark Zero's defense. Not a lot of utility actually placed on the side itself. Maybe some F-Knots, but got some barbed on blue stairs. Not a whole lot that is immediate candidate for destruction via cluster charge, but there's a very immediate candidate for opening pick attempt by Shopify. It's this player on blue who is getting hit by every piece of utility under the sun. And as Spirits tries to hold on, it's a very shaky clear. As Canadian tip of the spear ends up taking a bullet in the back of the head, it sails through the front and hits Spirits on the opposite side. So a trade? of sorts. Canadian uses most of his utility. You got time to open things up. I'd probably still call that even. Or favoring Shopify.
I don't know. I wonder if it favors DZ. Difficult to tell. Ambi's got no health to be getting this plant down, by the way. A lick of anything, and he'll be taken out. Fortunately for him, there are no smoke canisters, but there are Vulcan packs.
Our Vulcan packs. Spoit. Providing bit of release pressure over on the garage side has opened things up. Not on the garage side. My boy is in. That's the second team kill for Shopify, by the way. Surf doming his own teammate, and yet somehow Shopify might find a way to cobble this round together. Rexon holding a very important angle. Very common position for him to play as well. Often holding garage with the 417. Nafe reasonably checks it, and Rexon has been here before. It is probably one of the messiest rounds we have ever seen in the North America League. 2 team kills, and yet still Shopify Rebellion win it with 1 body to spare.
I think the most impressive thing about that is that it was a 2 versus 1, and DZ hadn't killed anybody with a gun or a bullet. It was a Vulcan pack and 2 team kills.
It was a Shumika grenade. Oh,
it was a Shumika, sorry. A Shumika and 2 team kills.
That's actually crazy, yeah. 3 people died on Shopify, not one of them died to a Dark Zero bullet. That's funny.
I mean, it's just collateral damage at that point, isn't it? Everyone, at least on the side of DZ, credited with an assist, so they were all getting involved. But they couldn't find the finishing blow. I think Shopify did a really good job of stabilizing there because there is a risk. You know, you lose Canadian, you lose the planter. Ambi didn't have a lot of health to start getting that diffuser down, as demonstrated, taken out by the Shumika. But Rexon on that backstab, he's so consistent. It's a real bold move from Dark Zero to come to Bank. It's a map that we have not seen them play a lot at all. Shopify on the flip side, they're a team that have not only played the map, but have also brought some of the newer operators into the fray on this map and shown us ways that they can be used. One of those operators is Rora. It is going to be shown here inside of round 2. So many windows, so many doorways on this map, and the ability to block off those long lines of sight can be invaluable. And I think that Shopify, for my money, are one of the better teams at displaying how this operator can be used.
Certainly one of the first in North America, at least. Basically, like, the one that started bringing a lot of the default Aurora strats that now we see all the time. I mean, that small bake rush we saw, like, a couple maps ago on Cafe, saw Shopify do it for the first time in North America. In, like, I think, like, the first or second, no, not the first, the second game they played. This is a team that was the first to bring this operator, used it quite well, and so a lot of the defaults we can credit, at least in North America, to Shopify, laying at least some of the blueprints out, even if they have been iterated on and now kind of become default positions. The CEO one, also pretty common. You block off the checkers door and the office door just to enable CEO plan later in the round. Great utility usage by Shopify, spotting out Citizen to facilitate Canadian pushing up the stairs, but unfortunately a little isolated. Ambi, what a recover. Just flicks right up, takes down Nafe, looking for a second as Citizen peppered even lower by the shot sent from the rappel. It's just as chaotic as round 1. Shopify were able to find their way through the maelstrom, and here it might come down to who wins this engagement. Spoit versus Spirits. The Gazami hops out and Deagle in hand makes quick work of the softened up Grim.
Spirits has absolutely bodied him there. That whole play was just beautiful. The keeper barricade, then the hop out, and with the Deagle has almost certainly kept DZ in the driver's seat right now. Rexon, never a great sign if he's having to rappel in and try and pick up some pieces. Typically a very accomplished flank watch player, and even someone with Ambi's level of skill can't deal with that kind of a crossfire. The round is likely going to peter out here as Spirits delivers the final blow. Another thing I've missed, seeing Kangaroo Kenny getting hyped behind the team as DZ pick up their first round here on Bank.
I don't know if I've ever seen a man love a round win quite like Kangaroo Kenny.
Oh, he loves it.
Like, we see coaches get hype. You know, like, I think, you know, Fett, for example, at Manchester, he's getting hype. He was yelling a lot in Manchester, too.
Context, that's an event. this is a random group stage game in week 1.
Yeah, Fett was showing up to Manchester major games in a suit, like he was coaching Arsenal.
Arsenal.
Was that a good reference?
Yeah, fine. It's good. But I just love how that's the team that came to mind.
It's because
Did you go alphabetically?
No, actually, you genuinely, you want to know what it was?
Go on.
Last one I heard someone mention.
That's brilliant.
Somebody mentioned it 2 days ago. It's like, oh, Arsenal, that's a football team.
5 seconds to go.
But yeah, Kangaroo Kenny's getting electric over Play Day 2 of the North America League, Stage 2 2025.
Yeah, round 2, by the way.
Round 2, first round win.
No, I love to see it. I love to see the passion.
No,
and
I love it.
It's a coaching style, isn't it? And some teams like it. It helps some teams. Other teams prefer, you know, a more sort of cool as a cucumber approach. But I like to see a little bit of passion displayed. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. And hopefully, at DZ, we get to see a little bit more. Still super early days. Although Canadian has fallen twice so far as that initial pick on the side of Shopify. Although Ambi has been there to pick up some pieces. Speaking of, he's going to be involved in our first engagement, and it isn't going to stop there.
No, it's not. This has been quite the game so far. Hard to keep track of. Not necessarily what's going on, but it seems the teams themselves are always getting intel at the very second it can even be well, that's actually not accurate. You could have spotted those EDDs earlier. And they clearly did not spot them. And Rexon lost half his AP. Then there's a guy top main. Dies to him as well. Dark Zero do come away with the advantage at 4-3, and the Tachanka falls, which, to be honest, isn't really all that big a deal at this point. Sure, you'd like to have that source of plant denial when you're holding on to open area. You basically stop that roam clear dead in its tracks. Spoid is trying to alert to recover the disadvantage, only ends up widening it in the process. And where it seemed like an impressive round 1, that Shopify literally made it 40% harder for themselves to win the round and still won it. Since then, it has been Dark Zero looking quite solid on these defenses. And while Surf and Canadian have time to reset, I just simply don't think there's enough utility to make use of this time.
No, I don't think that there's any 2 attackers that can feasibly go up against this. They are going to be doubled up, though. But DZ can consolidate, trade off the numbers advantage. They don't need to be out there roaming around. They can just play the site. There's a little bit of information. We've got an archives cam for Ambi to watch, but it's probably going to be too late if it comes to that. Canadian will go looking on this top floor. There's still default information and Valkyrie cameras available for the defense. He's not going to be quiet about his approach. Picks one up onto Nath. Nath holding that vertical angle. Kind of surprised Nath didn't react to the DMR there. I guess he thought he might have been safe. There is still an advantage right now. Cover of smoke, maybe a chance of a plant, but NJR is playing the Warden.
And if NJR is playing the Warden, you know he's not giving this angle up. Nor should he. Nice little trade between Citizen and Canadian. Dark Zero move up 2-1 after 2 rounds in a row. Likely going back down to lockers after this. And what a bit of a strange trajectory this game has taken so far. We have round 1, which we don't need to talk about that anymore. We all remember it. Round 2, where we see Shopify try to push up main stairs. Perfectly normal. But they lose control of that checkers position, both in terms of Canadian dying, but also just in terms of the fact that they let somebody get up that close, get an angle on the Monty, and nobody's able to trade him. While Ambi gets a kill, he then dies pretty soon after, and Shopify are left to try and pick up the pieces in very hectic fashion. That round we just saw, similar entry and focus on the top floor. But again, positions from Dark Zero are able to get active. Shopify never quite get a handle on them. Dark Zero have been getting active in a way that has constantly disrupted the Shopify attack, which is the exact game plan you should have against a team that is IGL'd by Canadian. If you let him set up the pieces, it's going to be very difficult for you to have a chance at winning that round. But if Shopify are going to try to put up a bit more convincing attacks, they have to have some kind of answer for DZ getting in their face and always seeming to get away with it.
Back down to the basement for round 4 then.
10 seconds left.
Fairly similar lineup coming from Dark Zero. Pambazoo is going to be playing Vigil this time and looking to waste a little bit of time and lurk upstairs. And why not? Open area was given away fairly freely last time. Canadian was able to charge through on Fuse with the shield and use those cluster charges on the hatches and get everything open. Still do have the Tubarão, but it's going to be in the hands of Nath this time as opposed to Citizen. Maybe a bit of a want and need to have an ability to stretch their legs a little bit. I think they at least know that there's more potential for Roman this time, given that the Monty got banned out at the end of round 3. That does mean that SR should be a little bit slower in their approach right now. Something that we don't always see, and we've spoken that SR are a team that like to bring the Roarer. We don't always see it for this site in particular.
No, actually, that's a good point. We do see it a lot for CEO and on the open air, but you're right. We don't really see this all that often for lockers. I'm sure we have, but I can't really recall the default door placements off the top of my head. So I will be eager to see where Spoit decides to place them. There's a lot of operators that could steal the limelight away, especially that Ying and that Grim. For now, it'll be the Hibana, countered by the Zoto canisters. We'll also hope to see Shopify have an answer for NGR Shumika launcher that basically completely halted Ambi from getting that defuse plant down back in round 1. Big difference, though, right here. Ali Spirits gets away. 1 HP, perhaps, but gets away off blue stairs. Big difference.
Yeah, they didn't have the Toxic Babe canisters last time, and that was something that really came down to cost. One of my worries is Wrexham pushing through Garage. I think Citizen's got a very difficult job on his hands there, because if he falls and loses that engagement, Backstab is in position. We will see the wall opened.
Oh.
Citizen, as if on cue, doesn't lose that engagement, and in fact will take Wrexham out as first pick. The defense can breathe a massive sigh of relief now. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to rotate all the way around into Garage. Maybe Spoit can do it, but he's still inside of open at the minute.
I think Shopify are going to have to take advantage of the chaos. Rebellion will have to come alive in round 4, and at another body down, Surf looking to make something happen. Canadian shotgun up close will get the first. It has been Dark Zero lead from jump, and no amount of utility or gunfire or manpower will get the job done. Citizen on for 4 in that very same numbered round. Dark Zero widened their lead even further, as it seems Bank was no mistake.
Just goes to show how critical that backstab is. Wrexham wins that engagement. Citizen's not there to get 3 kills. That's not to say that someone else on Dark Zero isn't gonna get those 3 kills, but it makes it so much easier. SR really on the back foot. It felt like throughout the course of that round, they never had, obviously you've got Wrexham trying to crouch and lurk into Garage, but there's nothing really to assist him in doing so. He knows where Citizen is, but that isn't good enough at this level. Citizen also knows that somebody is going to be coming through that door, or at least, should I say, through the Garage door. So, you know that that's an engagement that's going to happen. You need to give Wrexham a little bit of breathing room, give Citizen something to solve at the same time and a bit more of a problem. Maybe coordinate it in with the hatch drop, coordinate it in with the Yings coming through. There was just that little bit of a disconnect there from SR in what they were trying to do, because I liked the idea of sending the Candelas down through the hatch. I like the idea that they're going to be able to drop it and make something happen. But at the same time, you've got to join that up with everything else that's going on at the same time, because you just give problems one by one to solve, then these DZ players are going to solve them.
It's good to see them pick up this lead as well, as Desk mentioned. While we don't necessarily see the complete mental recovery in a group stage game of the North America League, this team has sort of struggled with the weight of great expectations over the past, I would say, 6 months to a year, basically since we have seen that IGL change made and Nath pick up the mantle. They've had promise so many times. Second in 2 stages of the NAL in a row, yet never able to take that first place spot, and falling out of EWC quite quickly. Same with SI as well. Maybe not quickly, but still falling, I think, below the potential we expected of them. This Dark Zero roster has always performed well in matches like this. I mean, think back to stage 1. We were calling them the NA Furia, I think the Desk said.
Yeah, the Desk often get carried away.
Oh, I agree, to be fair.
No, they were very good.
Now, to be fair, I also get carried away, so I think let's just reject it. But Dark Zero have always had a lot of promise, and, well, great expectations are all intrinsically hard.
I think in the context, DZ had some, let's say, easier games at the start of the stage last time, and that put them in a good position in the leaderboard. And then when they came up against the opposition later on, it was a difficult barrier to get through. They're having one of the more difficult games, not just for, you know, team versus team, but the storylines and everything that surrounds these two teams. They're having it earlier on this time, which can only be a good thing. There's no good playing, you know, easier games and getting a false sense of confidence. We're certainly not going to have that here. They're having to fight for the rounds. But they're doing a very good job. We go back upstairs for round number 5. Slightly different lineup this time from SR. Instead, looking to lean into Sense and that ROU projector and try and get the wall open there into Janitor. Nath with an opener this time onto Ambi, and those pellets are going to get shot off. Nath is likely going to make a full recovery up those main stairs. He should be fairly safe in doing so.
Throwing stun.
Surf sending out a flashbang over the top of the teller's wall. Just to stave off that flank, that rotate back up marble stairs. That's really fine. I don't think that player's all too concerned. DZ have the opening pick. They have Shumika grenades, 2 C4s, a Zoto canister. Utility, it's all there. To stave off a CEO execute? A CEO repel execute at that? You got no Monty to try to rotate over to main stairs side like we normally see. Obviously, it's a ban, of course, but...
Tossing stun.
Still. Shopify struggling to find an entry point, and Dark Zero just running circles around them. NGR fires through the soft wall. It seems Shopify will try to bet it all on this repel angle. Rexon holding the flank over by Square, picks up the first. Goo Mines reveal the hop-in, so Spoit, bailiff in hand, look to take that close angle. Comes away the victor. Properly reading Spirits' position. He died here last time, so Spoit will learn from his mistakes. Look to the past for answers. Maybe they just found enough to get around over the line. 20 seconds remaining, but things can change just as quickly as the situation seems to settle. And yet Citizen and Panba are quite settled in, comfortable as could be inside of Jan. They're seeming from the get-go. How about 4 in a row for Dark Zero as they lock in a winning half?
There was a glimmer of hope there for SR in that attack, but the fundamentals remained the same. There was a lot of utility focused on a CEO hopping, a repelling through the window. And without sufficient pressure elsewhere, either at the top of Square, that's a great kill from NJO, he's full white for that, or inside of stock, it does make it very difficult to try and execute it. And DZ have just kind of got to spend a few of those extra lives that they've got in order to gain a little bit more information, chip down the attackers further, and essentially secure the round. Shopify need answers, and they need them quickly. They have used their tactical timeout already.
Bomb located by attackers.
They've only got themselves to look toward now for round number 6, the last round as the sides sit at the moment, and see if they can salvage a 2-4 split. And it really would be a salvage at this point, because DZ have just looked better in pretty much every single way.
With a very team performance, too. I mean, yeah, Citizen 8-2. But one of that's a 4K on basement. Half of those kills came in 1 round. Same with Spirits. 3 of those kills came in 1 round. By and large, of the other 2 rounds that DZ have won, it's just been everyone contributing. Everyone putting in the work. They've not had any rounds on time or anything like that. It's been a very good coordinated play on this defensive half. Crosses being held, everything being watched, no gaps being left. So when Shopify have tried to bring something back, Spoit in particular has tried to lurk, they get completely shut out. Now we'll see a little swish up. Spirits deciding to rat inside a CEO, toggling the ERC every now and then in case a drone decides to slowly roll by. Shopify aren't paying it any mind, though. Holly tried to full clear last time, and that didn't go well, did it?
No. And you've got a decision to make, and especially at the 2-minute mark. You've seen the scan. You've seen that there's a vigil there. What do? Kind of got to go for it. Pamba. He's going to fall to Ambi.
Oh.
Canadian finds one as well. This could be a quick round. SR throwing caution to the wind right now and have a 2-man advantage.
It's a bit of a tricky position, though, because this is 2-man advantage. Okay, well now, 5v2. 4 to have almost guaranteed. Spirits and NJR, 2-man walk up the Beepers hallway. Taking more reserved position on the marble stairs. But Shopify have ample time to reset, place for the utility. They spot one player, NJR on the opposite side. It's a flawless round. Only one of the half so far. And while Shopify bookend the half with 2 attacking victories, it was very much a Dark Zero game, yet that doesn't seem to have diminished the spirits of SR all that much.
Where did that round come from?
I really don't know.
That's the thing that perplexes me. If you can do it every round, you know? I don't know if DZ just spread themselves a little bit too thinly and Shopify saw a substantial gap and were able to capitalize on it. I think the DZ will still be very happy with a 4-2 split. Shopify now G'd up after that last round win to go into their half on the defense. Seeing a bit of a different focus in the bans here as well. 2 hard breaches removed. The Ace and the Hibana. It's going to mean that opening up Kanto wall is nearly impossible. Or should I say, is impossible. Also puts a little bit more pressure on making sure that you've got those tin openers. And I mean, that's not too much of a hardship. There's plenty of operators that bring that secondary gadget. And it is fairly frequent that we'll see an attack into lockers, for example, where there's no hard breach or no primary hard breacher brought. You will just rely on those tin openers to get the job done. So sort of less concerned about that. But it's an interesting angle for Shopify to be taking here. It also leaves open a lot of toys for Spirits to play with. Namely, all of the shields, if they wish. Although DZ, not really known as the biggest shield team.
No, not really.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Come to think,
Attackers
I don't even know who normally picks up the shield. Probably Nate. But
I think Nath will play the shield and Spirits will play like the Ying, Dokubi, whatever else is left, you know?
It would be Spirits because Spirits is typically the shield play. But that's the thing is like the shield got banned against Spirits for so long. Like DZ just aren't really a shield team. Like, can they play it? Yes. Do they play it? Nah. They to me are much more like, I mean, honestly, like ignore the Cali. This is honestly like DZ lineup, like 101 in my mind. A lot of execute ops, some ops like Dokubi or Deimos to get information. A bit more of a flexible 5th pick. But this is like Dark Zero lineup to a T for me. Shields often don't really factor in just because they don't really need to play them. See how impactful this utility is in their first gambit on the attack. As they've taken control of the mid floor very quickly. So, as you can see, there's still a little aggression by Shopify on the marble stairs. And with an M59 right around the corner, I think Rexon will have wished he could have a do-over at that.
Hard breach.
Not what you want to be swinging into, is it? If he's just going for a dip up those main stairs. We Spirits rocking the 612 as well. Heavy shotgun lineup right now. Dark Zero. Able to make themselves some nice rotates upstairs and take those real close range engagements.
Making a hole.
More of the hatches going to be getting opened up now as well. This control is very solid at the moment for Dark Zero. I don't think there's anyone on Shopify that's going to choose now as a moment to strike. It would be far from the opportune moment. Bit of info getting gathered now from NJR. His side is entirely clear, and he's got Canadian on the Yokai drone as well. Anyone can react on this. That's massive. And with Citizen getting another kill in the round, it almost surely cements it.
Oh, yeah, here we go. NGR catches him lacking. Oh, Canadian whips around, demolishes NJR as the Grim looks to speed up the tempo. While he'll falter, it's actually Spoit who probably deals the most impactful blow. Nafe isn't worried, puts the diffuser down, but Dark Zero are in a very tricky position, especially as Canadian retakes the top floor. Marches up Marble, will call if there's nobody on the hatch, and now it's Panba in the 1v2. A talented fragger to be sure, though maybe not the best game he's had in a while. There are angles and a half that he's got to worry about. Yokai also to drone, give his position away, stunned, will be pushed back. Allow Spoit to reposition, get a bit closer, but the time has begun to slip away. Only a couple opportunities! And while Spoit might have the 3K, Ollie, I gotta say, it might be Canadian with the kill of the round, whipping out onto NJR, and then retaking top floor, all to get on the Yokai. That's my IGL right there.
It's a hell of a duo to have in the clutch. Spoit and Canadian. Going back to back there. You mentioned it at the start of the round. You said, ignore the Cali. I think I did a really good job, but I can't ignore it for any longer. I'm not saying that Nath wins that engagement if he has anything other than the Cali. It was just not the opportune kit, let us say, to really deal with that defense, that attack, sorry. I don't know. Shopify had a lot of intel as well, and the Canadian played the Yokai drones really well. I was very surprised as soon as he got the kill onto NJR, he immediately flicked into the drone to get it into a better position because he knew what was happening or there was another call that came through. But he also got very lucky in that he was on that Yokai drone for a long time. There wasn't really anybody watching that gold hatch drop. That said, Shopify are going to chalk a round up on the board, now only trail by 1.
Canadian wasn't even watching that gold hatch.
But, well, no, like, it was kind of just free.
Went, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Watching his own flank. Back on the Echo. Loves his intel ops. Always has. Always will. Can't blame him either. Same with Ambi. I feel like this guy has been playing Castle on this site for this team. What? Let me guess. You're playing checkers? UMP, ACOG, watching square? Common position, but usually the one Ambi's been playing literally since he joined the roster. So Dark Zero will be too shocked by the setup they're seeing from Shopify, which is probably why Citizen has taken control of the bottom floor so quickly. Good position not only to hold, just to look around with the IQ scanner, see where the Yokais are, see where the electronics are. Also, if they can keep hold of it for the rest of the round, you know there are no C4s coming from below. And that peace of mind, it can do a whole lot for an execute on this site.
It's kind of rare that you see both a Castle and an Azami available. The ban rate of those two operators on any single map. And to have them both, it really leaves you with a lot of problems to solve. Pamba does have Ash and the launcher, so he's going to be able to deal with some, but he's only got one launcher left, so you're not really looking toward that for too many. No DMRs on the side, so it's not like you can quickly chew through a Kiba barricade. I think there could be a bit of a problem here for Dark Zero, obviously depending on where they have been placed. NJR will get the wall open at the top of square. I think Canadian's Yokai drone is underneath right now. Maybe providing a little bit of security. A C4 attempted, but it will miss. NJR just feel like he's dicing with death right now. He is still caught out on the camera, although Wrexham will fall.
These Yokais are getting mobile from Canadian. Even last round, droning out Pamazoo in the 1v2. Just not getting intel over on the square side. Unfortunately, not stopping the Dark Zero rush, though. 5v3 as they look to move in. They got 40 seconds remaining. They can back up and reset if they wanted to. I imagine NGR with that smoke will move in, look to get that plant, but there's just no information. Canadian on the backside, forced off the cams, no direct line of sight on that Yokai, and yet Dark Zero have the whole plan figured out. 1 for 1 as we swap sides, but it's still Dark Zero with a 2-round lead.
I love that from DZ. I was going, oh, it's going to be difficult with the castle barricades and the Kivas. Just ignore them. Don't push in through stock where Spoit is with his little fortress, crystal maze of Kiba barricades. Deal with the castle barricades as and when you need to. Just keep it simple. Get the wall open. Bit of smoke to obscure the vision. And a brilliantly timed backstab up those main stairs as well. A lot working in synergy right there. NGR had a really nice shot onto Surf as well. Yeah, Spirit's in on that spiral. Brilliant bit of distraction there, just as... I mean, that's where the defenders are going to be. If the plant's going down on CEO desk, they're going to be a little bit deeper. Easy recognizing what was available to be taken there and wasting no time in grabbing it with both hands. 5-3.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left
5-3?
before insertion.
5 minus 3. 2 rounds.
Attackers
You know what's worse than that, though?
bomb and defuse it.
6 minus 3. Because in a game where if you get 7 rounds, you win in regulation, a 6-3 scoreline can be quite difficult to overcome, Ollie. And honestly, sure, Dark Zero obviously did lose round 7. They were able to get a decent foothold into the round with that opening kill onto Rexen, and then facilitated quite a nice post plan, and really a lot of it came down to Canadian hitting a crazy flick onto NJR. Now with that round having at least something to compare it to, round 8 was clean. Nothing but clean. Only 1 body lost for DZ. Obviously, and anything could happen in this round, but there's an argument to be made for a strong Dark Zero half, and just given the benefit of that 4-2 they achieved earlier, if open area is anything like the CEO round we just watched, or even anything a little bit better than the Lockers one we watched earlier, a little but not much better, Dark Zero is still very firmly in the lead, both in terms of the points, but also just in terms of the momentum and the quality of play. Fontaine going in, setting up this foothold on the bottom floor initially, then to move up to the top to create this pinch of Ambi inside of Checkers. As the full attacking team seems to move in, NGR caught lacking. Ambi wraps around, spots one of the 2 shields. The Blackbeard joining the Monty up top. Spoit also trying to get elusive, trying to find the right angles. It's instead Rexen who keeps Dark Zero guessing. Spoit creates a bunker inside of E2 as Rexen, who's not left by himself, he's got Ambi for support. The defense opts to play their lives up top. A risky position, but in the 5v3, you can afford to take a couple gambles.
Pamba. Got a bit of info right now. Citizen looking to hold a long line. Ambi. Give me the next player to fall. Nath and that pistol. That's a kill that will be secured only moments after the down. Top floor. Controlled, but at what cost? You've lost both NJR and Spirits. You've lost that skeleton key. And you've got a minute. And the Monty, very much a double-edged sword. Yes, you can move through human drone style and gather information, but you can't fight back. It was probably quite ill-advised to drop down the hatch. Citizen finds 1. But it's going to be the first of 4. He's going to try and do anything in these 30 seconds.
Be 16-4 if he can find it, though. Biba in the way. Doesn't matter, but the Bieber is more important. Reveal that he's crossed the threshold. Shopify will ready their guns in anticipation of this swing around the corner. Just not going to happen. Everybody knows it. Everybody's waiting for it. And the guns come alive the moment he steps beyond that threshold. Not 6-3. 5-4, in fact, a much more workable scoreline as Shopify now attain a winning record on their defensive half. Not so much in the opening kills, but this was the first time they started ahead and they never really lost that lead.
I'll be honest, I was very surprised to see both the players from DZ just drop the hatch and try and make something happen.
That's the thing with Monty hatch drops. It's like, aside from Freezer, every time I see them, I'm always like, just like, they make me uncomfortable. You feel so exposed. Not me saying that, like, Nath made a bad play. It's just like, it's one of those things where, like, whenever I see it happening, I'm like, it feels like something's gone awry.
Yeah, usually something happened 20 seconds prior that now makes this seem like the only viable option.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, maybe it was. Timeout for DZ. After the second round of bans here in the second half of our game. We've got Kenny. Holding court. Feeding over a little bit of information.
Hold on. It's funny you say that. I don't know why. The phrase holding court has been bouncing around my head the whole night. So I find it very funny.
Really?
Very coincidental. You just said, yeah, I don't know why. Like every single map, for some reason, my brain, one of the phrases it wants to go to is holding court. I'm like, there's no good area to use that. But that is what he's doing.
I like it. It's a proper. It feels like a really old-fashioned saying, you know?
It also works for the Brit.
Yeah. Oh, there's levels.
There's a lot of levels to lot of levels to this game. For example, that round, most of it happening on level 2. Well, level 3, depending on what country you're in, is sometimes.
Oh, you see, I was going to say we can't have this conversation.
Yeah, but see, I considered it at least. You have to be at least impressed the American considered that.
I appreciate your consideration.
An equal opportunist here. I believe that North Americans and Europeans can cooperate, even if our naming conventions differ. Specifically for the floors of buildings. Even if we were to try to build a building, it would not be up to code. Or at least it'd be really confusing when you get in the elevator. We got like
I think we'd have to have 2 sets of elevator buttons.
2 sets of elevator buttons? Or should we do like 1 set of buttons, but it's like, we just do a slash? And so it's like 0/1. Or B/1, I guess, technically. Lockers. Shopify's first win in this defense. Primary bomb site, often for the defense. But around that Dark Zero, not only got an opening pick, but got a successful defuse plant and seemed to be on the road to winning. Until, as I mentioned earlier, big gunfight from Canadian, big recovery from Shopify. Might be a little different here. As Surf is trying to get aggressive, and thankfully, with CJX, we have that red pipe. Because now you can play aggressive, shoot that, and then back off, and the attack isn't really going to do much about it without taking damage, or at least worrying about taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it acts like a little mini Goyo Vulcan pack. It will burn on the ground for 20 seconds or so. And it will slow the roll of the attacker. Something that Shopify are going to need to do because there are 2 shields being brought right now. Not only do we have Nath on the Monty, but we also have Spirits on the Blitz. And it's kind of funny that it's taken until the bans at the end of round 9 for that to trickle on through into the mix. The Spirits is now pretty safe to play that for the rest of this game. Will it do them any good is another question entirely. One of the main counters to a shield, although it is seldom used, is of course Oryx. What a shot from Surf! Just deletes NJR.
That's your glass down. Anytime you see that glass, you know a lot of investment's going to cover that plant. You know that's what they want to do. Throw down the smokes, get Nathan with the diffuser, get him out with the same play, and then what the hell has just happened? How is Nath here? How are Spirits and Nath here? Where's Panba? That's my question. He's in gold. What the hell has transpired? Dark Zero have complete control of the site as the defense tries to recover. Spirits may be getting a little too aggressive, but Nath will put the diffuser down successfully. Pamba, the only gun, will not necessarily be joined by one. Nath full extends to try to cover that diffuser like his own child. He'll fall in the process. Another 1v2 for Panba on walkers. It didn't go well last time, and it goes even worse on the reattempt. All tied up. 2 counter diffuses for Shopify Rebellion, and it's anybody's game at round 10.
The game that keeps on giving right now. Spoit with 3 kills in that final round. I can't believe how deep BZ were able to get into the site there. They were really in the heart of the bomb site. I guess it's maybe one of those situations where you can have too much of a good thing. Maybe they didn't need the Blitz as well as the Monty. In hindsight, you would have maybe favored another gun or some different utility in that position. But it was always going to be a difficult plant to hold based off what had happened earlier on into the round. Losing NJR straight away on the glass. Well, not straight away, but early on the glass. Losing Citizen. I'm not sure how Citizen got taken out. We'll have to see if we get that in the highlights. I think it was maybe Spoit that got him. Spoit was looking to play a lot looser there on the Oryx. Mentioned how Oryx is a great a counter to a shield. Obviously, I don't even think we got to see him perform a Ramadash at all. Yeah, Spirit's just running up those main stairs there. I guess he's going to try and assist on the top floor with a bit of a retake sort of thing, but it's a little bit weak, isn't it?
But, like, it's one of those tricky situations where it's like, honestly, I feel like one of the most awkward positions in the game is, like, being a blitz and a post plant. It's like, I wasn't supposed to make it this far.
Yeah.
Like, what are you supposed to do? Your kid is supposed to make space. Like, I guess technically speaking, you could hold an angle ADS, but you're also blitz. Like, you kind of want to apply the pressure. If you hear them coming down marble, I'm not saying it was the correct play, but I do get the instinct. I get why you would feel that's a good option. So I do, even if sometimes the plays like that aren't great, I do like sympathize with the players, because when you're blitz in that spot, especially in a 3v3, it's kind of like, you just feel like, what the hell do I even do here?
Yeah. You need to find a 1v1 and win it quick. And I guess that's what Spirits was going for. If he makes it up even to the halfway point in the stair, he's got a good chance at contesting somebody. But with the way that the angle was, a little bit of high ground, it becomes very difficult then for Spirits to have any effect. If he gets to the halfway point, maybe it's a bit of a different story.
It's like, those players were in garage, probably different.
Yeah. But again, a lot of pressure then falls onto Pamba to hit a lot of shots, because there's 3 guns on the defense, there's 1 gun on the attack and 2 shields. Again, it becomes a little bit more difficult, doesn't it? You want the odds a little bit more stacked in your favor. DZ have maybe squandered the advantage that they took in the early part of this game. Don't forget, it was a 4-2 coming into the side swap.
And it really felt like, with how round 7 started, it really felt like it could have been a 6-2. And still, that would have left a lot of room for Shopify to come back. I think Shopify have been playing a very good game on the defense. But Dark Zero have had to fight for everything, and now Shopify have gotten really comfortable. That's 3 opening kills in a row, though very quickly traded. So the advantage gained is quite ephemeral. But the momentum might be a little less so. A bit more solid and real. NGR opens up that second wall. Every smoke canister on the defense, or on the attack, excuse me, goes out. But the defense could be said the same. 2 toxic canisters, 1 on the floor, 1 cooked, detonated, will burn NJR. Right on the floor, diffuser dropped, advantage regained for Shopify as that quickened motion, that entrance into the site, falls flat on its face behind CEO desk.
It's one of the big problems when you throw the kitchen sink at getting the plant down early and it doesn't come off and you're left with the diffuser cold on the ground in the middle of site. Where do you go from here? Especially when you're 1 man down. There's 1 Candela left. That's pretty much it. You're asking a lot for that to work here. Spirits is going to prime it and get ready to send it. But it's a case of which direction does he choose. Pamba, he's been chipped down a little bit more as well. Final Toxic Babe canister does get sent out. Spirits will find 1. With Nath getting the plant down, it's still doable.
Doable with this Yokai right around the corner. Disadvantage 2. Nate falls off, still got time. Canadians gotta hide it, but the guns do the talking. Spirits might wrap around, but again, Canadian has stuck this Yokai so consistently, and every time it has had an impact. Utility, gunplay. He's not getting multi-frags, but with just a few shots, it has been Canadian constantly saving these late rounds.
Doing such a great job on Echo at the moment. Camera usage is on point, keeping himself alive. It's a real scrappy engagement to open things up. Citizens actually had a really bad run in the last couple of rounds, it feels. Gone from having a bit of a feast and famine sort of game, 4 kills in 1 round, a trickle of slow and steady kills in others, but in the opening couple of rounds previously, he's failed to have significant impact. And Shopify, it's not a reverse sweep, but it feels like they've massively shifted the momentum in this fixture.
It does feel strange that we're here.
A full 3 points is going to mean a lot as well between these 2.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it's kind of like, it's like those games that always, well, I don't know. It's just sometimes hard with NA. It's like, what do I think will be the most important games? The ones won by the teams at the top against each other, probably. At the same time, some parts of this league can get so competitive. It's like you could say the same about teams at the bottom as well. but I mean, whenever you have Dark Zero Shopify playing each other, it's like these two teams probably will qualify. So is it going to be the difference between like top 2 and the broader top 6? Maybe, probably. Could they also still end up being in 1 and 2? Yeah. It's at least good for the narrative. Good for the.
And we love a good story, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. Good for the story. I like a good story. By the way, Denari, round 12. Start bringing him out. Don't know where he's put those trips, but I'm sure there'll be some funky shapes wherever they've gone down.
I thought you were going to tell me some Denari lore then.
Nah, I got no. Nope, I don't know.
I thought you had like some good backstory.
No, those are just line segments, by the way. No actual, no like real true geometry going on over there. Seems to be a very quick rush in the CEO though. As Dark Zero want to deal with Ambi playing inside of checkers, Beeper will reveal that Spirits is pushed in, and well, nobody really wants to have a UMP in hand anyway, let alone running directly into a Blackbeard. Ambi tries to find something, but NJR is waiting for him to make that exact play. Spoit vacates the premises quite quickly. It's a very well put together attack from DZ. With how much these bases have been covered and with that 5v3, I'm not going to call it, but I wouldn't be shocked if this round ends in overtime.
No, it's about time we had an overtime here tonight. There was plenty of OT yesterday. It's only fair that we get some here as well. Spoit, he's going to be tucked into elevators right now. Still a minute left. DZ have got drones enough to gather this information. Don't need a drone to be told that you're being shot at in the face, though. Spoit, next player to be downed along with Nath, but that's just collateral damage at this point for what has otherwise been a very good round from Dark Zero. Real concise clear of that top floor. If they can recover the diffuser now and really nail it on, they are going to be home and dry into an OT. There's only so much that Canadian can do. There's only so many times that Canadian can save Shopify Rebellion here tonight by clutching it out on that yokai in the dying throes of the round.
That is true. Dark Zero do have to recover that diffuser. All Shopify have to do is hold strong. Oh, but there goes Surf, and they've spotted Canadian. Burned by that fire, there's nothing he can do. Dark Zero have the information, and it will be overtime in our go-to match of the North America League. The one we always look forward to will have to be ended in all, well, not all necessary rounds, but I hope to God we get all 15.
Why not? We're already here.
Might as well. What's really the difference between round 14 and 15? 3 minutes?
Look, if I turn my PC on, I want all 15. If I'm sat in the command center, just hit me with it. Give it to me.
Attackers need to locate and defeat.
I don't turn my PC on for anything less than 15.
Was that not in your contract? I put it in my contract.
I actually didn't. No, I didn't negotiate that provision. Every game's got to go to OT. There's a lot of breach of contract going on tonight then. No OT games up until this point.
DZ, they stick on the attack here into the OT. I don't know how much sort of bearing that has because we're at overtime, so does it really matter which side teams start on?
10 seconds to insertion.
I don't know, what do you think?
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are
honestly, it is like kind of match dependent, like which side is more important. But I just don't really feel like it's like, I don't really feel like the sides, even though there have been 4-2 half, I don't feel like it's the sides that are the more important thing. It doesn't really feel like the attack has struggled to gain momentum and the one round they've won are flukes. You know what I mean? It's like a skyscraper game. It has felt like when Dark Zero have won their attacks, even in some cases where they've lost, they've put up a very compelling argument, and in the rounds they've won have been the better team. Same with Shopify's defenses, Shopify's attacks. Like, I think there's a very viable win here no matter which side you're on. So I don't think it's just a game of, you know, whoever gets attack or defense is going to win it. And if that were the case, we'd get all 15. At least in the case right now. Spirits locks in the blitz, playing that shield that we mentioned we don't often see, though this is the 4th time Spirits has played it in this series so far. He's pushed players down to marble stairs, secured the 2nd floor for the attack. Now Citizen can post up, hold flank watch as Dark Zero take a bit of a breather in the early game to get some more intel.
Spoit is really putting a lot of stock in the fact that Ambi is either going to be able to trade him or help him out a little bit here. Blitz is going to start bearing down onto Spoit. I think he got a Ramadash in just at the right moment, but there's not a lot that you can do when you're full white flash. Not only that, but the support that should have been there from Ambi was immediately dealt with by Citizen.
Lurking. Spotted him. No, he's there. It's a lot of shaky engagements, but NJR always so clean with them. He'll shut down the IGL from Shopify. A cascade collides over this first floor hold. Elevators awash in purple at the moment. Dark Zero look to push in and plant their flag on the middle floor. Of course, can't do it quite yet. Gotta get some more intel. Gotta recover that diffuser. They have a full minute to find Surf, to find Rexen, and then still decide where they want to place this remaining utility, all 5 Bs, and where they want to put this diffuser down.
I'm really surprised in the lineup that Shopify have chosen here. I feel like they've just flown a little bit too close to the sun. It was fine just letting Spoit roam on Oryx on his own. I don't think it needed the addition of a Fenrir and a Mozzie as well. There's no denial at the moment, and we know that DZ are a team that are going to get that diffuser down given the chance. Although, it looks like it may not even come to that. It's now all down to Surf. And well, that Monty isn't going to stop sprinting.
No, it's not. He will keep on sprinting until the round is done. As you'd hope a Blitz would do, trying to create that space. Match point for DZ. Might only be 2 rounds on the attack up until this point, but with their third, they have at least put themselves on the threshold of closing out Bank. And if it is going to be the defenses that decide the day, Dark Zero, by winning that attack, have put themselves in a very strong position. It's been 4-2 defensive halves for both teams so far. And Dark Zero's defenses were quite strong. Most rounds not having less than 3 people alive by the end. Dark Zero consistently with the utility shut Shopify out. And also with the positioning and with the timing of the gunfights they would take early on, just deny them any semblance of control, any semblance of an advantage. I imagine they'll switch it up here, try to maybe play a little bit more conservative, but then again, well, hold on. I was about to say, it's not lockers, I don't think. No, it's open area.
No, they've gone mid, yeah.
That is definitely probably going to switch Shopify up, but it also will necessitate a hold at the top floor. No bunkering here.
10 seconds left.
I think it's definitely a strange choice from Dark Zero to go for the mid floor. I would have put good money on them going downstairs.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Just to sort of, you know, guarantee it a little bit. I mean, you say that, look at what happened in round 1. It was a real mess. So there's no guarantees at all. But at least it gives them a bit more room to work with, a bit more room to stretch their legs. And they can still get into that top floor and start to open things up a little bit. As you mentioned, there will be a hold in upstairs. It isn't at the minute inside a CEO. Instead, we've got Citizen. You just know he sat a millimeter away from his monitor there trying to find that pixel, but didn't quite have the right angle there for the players out on the rappel. You can see him on the Valkyrie camera. Might go for a double dip, but players already hopping in. A C4 is maybe a better choice.
Oh my god. Feels like a lot of these rounds have started with a rapid 5v3, usually favoring the attack, I will say.
Reloading ammo.
Round 13, it was Dark Zero. Round 14, it's Shopify. And if it ends the same, it will in fact be all 15 that will need to decide who will win between Dark Zero and Shopify. Full vertical control can be established for the attack. Rexen placing these boogie drones down. Spirits remaining inside of elevator, peeks out, and he'll regret ever taking that engagement. 5v2. It will be all 15.
It's looking very likely, isn't it? Unless Citizen and NJR have got 5 kills hidden away up their sleeve, which looks like they don't. Ambi's on for 3. NJR can be a miracle maker, but this really would be a little bit of a push too far. Too many angles to check, and he won't get past the first. Another flawless round here for Shopify, and that is going to take us to max OT.
Perhaps it is the attack, Ollie. Perhaps I was wrong.
Feels like it happens quite often in overtime.
What, attack or
You have
just
like a defender
one-sided?
side. You have a defender-sided map, and then in OT it flips.
They just lock in.
I don't know.
It does
I don't
feel
know
like
if
the
one team
cliche.
locks in and one team doesn't lock in, or there's a little bit of like false sense of security or something. But it does seem to happen quite often.
Could we get Jesse to do the numbers on that? Because what is it like, belief versus fact? What is the actual... Part of this was a bit, but also I am actually genuinely curious about this.
Yeah?
What is like the actual like statistical percentage of like matches or maps, I should say, specify, maps, whether in a best of 3, best of 1, or best of 5, maps where the first 12 rounds are biased toward one side and in the OT it's biased toward the other? I'm curious what the actual percentage is. Because we always on broadcast talk about it like a cliche, but I'm curious if it actually is a cliche or if it's just something that we say is when it's not actually borne out in the evidence. Borne out in the evidence. I'm such a loser.
10 seconds left.
Surely Jesse can pull that from his spreadsheets.
5 seconds remaining.
Or Jesse might just get bored on a Sunday and go calculate it.
Attackers objective is to
Yeah, I mean, that
locate
is
bomb and
equally as viable, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all math. Just whether it's automated or not.
Maybe he knows about the line thing.
The what thing? Oh, the
I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name of it. I need to read it to be able to say it, you know?
Hell of a callback. Shout out Seekin lines. Talk about a tangent. Oh, that was a good pun.
Oh, okay. I see you.
That was a good pun. No lockers, by the way. Technically is available, as Shopify did lose it. But instead, they will throw a very, very, very big curveball. Going to Archives and Tellers as the final round played on this map. The first time it's been played in this map so far, in this best of 1. Part of the defense will be Spoit behind some Kiba barricades, trying to hold on to CEO for dear life. And knowing Spoit and his pedigree, he might just be the man to do it.
Looking to try and mount an attack here through ATMs. Nath will want to try and walk up that spiral stair at some point, but with Ambi really tucked in, no way of opening that Kanto wall, it isn't going to be easy to dislodge him from that position. Going to need a little bit of support from elsewhere. So many times in these rounds, the first 2 kills have come in quick succession. You wonder if this is going to be one of those occasions. Citizen, he's getting chopped up. Spoit there with an opener. Typically, the next kill follows quite quickly after. But this time, at least a pause. DZ not looking to full send, recognizing the importance of this final round.
But that still just means they're in the disadvantage, just not a worse one than the trends have given. Sure, 5v4 is better than a 5v3. We're only talking a matter of degrees. You're still on the back foot. Shopify's second floor extension still solid. Sight hold still strong. This Monty with diffuser on low HP has been trying to find a way in and exposes his back to the player he knew was there. Pamba does swing around the corner, in from Cathay, gets the trade, but again, also on low HP. How does he get away with it? Spoit dropping down below. And while it's even, it's Citizen on low HP. Dark Zero have managed to make magic happen, make a compelling argument in round 15, even tagged up Ambi further, put him on the floor. It's got to be Rexon with 2 kills, 41 bullets, and hopefully a mag to spare to make good on Shopify's lead, to make good on that recovery in the second half. With only 7 seconds to go, Flash goes in, he's got the cross, he's got the time, but backed into a corner, he doesn't flinch! 1v2 to seal it out, and Shopify remain an elite force against Dark Zero.
We were questioning coming into this, is this the game we bill it to be? Is this the game inside of NAL? That right there is the game inside of NAL to watch. DZ versus SR coming right down to the wire. Maximum overtime needed. 1 versus 2 from Rexon to finish it out. It doesn't get much closer than that. We're going to cut to a break. We'll be back with our desk just after this.
just gonna come through
We
small.
can call your
They're gonna
S2.
double up
We can
through
call your
small.
S2.
Please. You're good. You're good.
Let's go! Good shit, Richie. GG's.
Richie, you've been owning D.
Well, there's nothing like a Rexen clutch to close out a game like that. 15 rounds, cutthroat. For a moment there, we were worried it wasn't going to be the matchup that we billed it as, but then it delivered. 15 rounds of thriller, absolutely living up to the hype from stage 1 and the hype from what is certainly to come here in stage 2. Rexen, what a clutch to close that one out. That one was wild. I feel like we were doing this just yesterday. Another win for you guys, and a big one at that against the rival Dark Zero. How does it feel?
Well, I had to start trying today, unfortunately. That was a really, really close game, obviously, and we didn't start out great. But I mean, yeah, it feels great to always beat those guys. Like, I mean, we've been doing it for however many years, like 5 years now. So, yeah, just another one on the belt.
No tweets to worry about.
Rexen,
yeah, thank God, right? Thank God.
Well, I want to say congratulations. That was one hell of a clutch from you in that last little bit of that round. I kind of want to just have you run me through that round. I mean, you guys had the man advantage. I'm sure the comms were we tagged a few players up, but then the round just started falling apart, and then you needed to be that key factor there in that last little bit of the 8 seconds into that round. I just want you to take me through everything that kind of transpired from the beginning of the round to the end of that round.
Yeah, so obviously we hadn't ran that site all game. We decided to run Archives of Zombie, and you know, we did the site. It was like a 5v5. We realized they weren't doing much. So once we found out that they were going lobby, you know, we got to pick. And then as you said, you know, we had to pick. We had to pick. Dame then calls, as you said, a lot of guys are lit up, but there was a guy, I believe in open, that was going to Troy. We're like, yo, let's power this guy, let's kill him. So then we all flood, kill that guy. Might have been a little miscomm. I think Will might have been looking the wrong way, I have no idea. But anyways, you know, 2v2, 30 seconds left. They call, they have no cams, no util. The guy's 1 HP. So I would say we won the game, but I could have told my teammate, hey, like, I'm not gonna be able to help you. Like, we need to play, you know, for them to plant. Left him, he kind of died. And then I was like, okay, well, now I'm gonna 1v2. I should hold an aggressive angle initially to light the guy up or down him as I did. And then play the 1v1. I always know those like 1v1 scenarios with like the last few seconds left and there's a guy behind cover. The attacker, the guy, you know, aggressing, has to think of either ADS, and then it's like, he doesn't peek and I lose a round, or I sprint, and then he peeks me, you know, it's either or. So it's like, that's how I knew it was gonna play out. And I mean, yeah, we won the round, we won the game.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I mean, you guys looked really good at being able to counter essentially everything that DZ was bringing at you guys. Obviously went down to the wire, but the first time you guys played DZ, the game plan was try to hit Spirits head on. Obviously now we've transitioned, it's been a couple months since that point. Was the game plan the same ideology, focus on Spirits or Citizens? Because it kind of looked like if Spirits or Citizens weren't being able to make something happen for DZ, you guys had the round in the bag.
Well, I mean, those players aren't that good to be making a game plan like that. No, our game plan was basically, you know, single targets out, not necessarily who they are, but where they are. So if there's a player by himself with no help, okay, hey, we have a cut on him, let's kill him, get the early aggression, and then take the zone. That was our game plan. And then once we kept doing it and it wasn't working as well, it's like, okay, guys, we can slow it down. They're going to give us the map anyways and play denial. And then that's kind of when it changed. Let's slow it down a bit. I mean, even though the last round on attack, we did, you know, like we had a cut, saw the guy, just everyone committed, killed him, and then, you know, it just snowballed, you know, 1, 2 dead, 5v2, won the round, it was over.
Well, more on a lighthearted question. Did you dry scoop your pre-workout and your creatine at the same time, double fisting it, as you said you were going to today?
Okay, so let me clarify. No, I have not. I was thinking about sending a video and just adding you guys, because I'm not going to do it before a match, because, you know, like, you get this, you know, like, bugs in your skin and like 400 milligrams of caffeine right before a match, like, it'll make me tweak out. So I was like, I'm not going to troll my teammates and do that. I take like a little bit of caffeine like a couple hours before, so it settles in, I'm good to go. But I can do it for you.
I don't know if we need
I just
that.
did it before the match.
I don't know if we need. I don't
do it right
need
now.
Listen, if you
Let's see it
feel
right
like
now.
you want to make a video, you want to do it right now, I'm not going to stop you. I don't recommend it, but I can't stop you from doing it.
We do not endorse this sort of behavior.
Won't be sleeping tonight. After the adrenaline of getting a game win like this and then pre-scooping everything, you would not go to sleep.
Oh, no, I can't. Anyways, as I was thinking, my last final note, Dark Zero is like, it's like a little brother, you know? Like, if you've ever grown up with a brother that is close, you guys are extremely competitive, whether it be sports, literally anything. And it's like, as the older brother, us, we always beat them every single time. And then eventually, here and there, they'll get like one win, and then they'll hold it over your head the entire time. That's pretty much the same relationship like we got, right? So it's like, you know, fun banter, but we'll always still be like above it. We'll always still be better, so.
I suppose the last thing to do is then beat them down the line in playoffs, right? I mean, they were able to do that.
Yeah. I mean, of course. I wasn't trying last time.
Exactly.
I'll just be trying this
Right.
time. Yeah, no,
I feel it. I get it. That makes
yeah,
it makes sense.
If I lose,
It
I
adds
wasn't
up.
trying when I'm the GOAT.
That's pretty
Exactly.
sure.
Well, as always, thank you so much, Rex, and we really appreciate your insight. You give such good answers. It's really good talking to you, and we will, I'm sure, see you a few more times down the road this stage.
All right, thank you. Goodbye, guys. Have a good day.
See ya. What a match. And what a chat with Rex. And as always, he offers really good insight into Laxing. What is literally the exact game plan they have going in. Really good to hear what approach they're taking, and then to see that executed is really something special.
Yeah, definitely. I've always thought to myself what makes a really good player from a great player is that split-second decision-making and knowing right from wrong in those moments. And what Rexon said in that 2v1, what he displayed there, saying that I know I can play passive here. The oppressor from the attack has to get aggressive here. My decision is to swing that because he can probably catch him out running at me, and that's exactly what he said was going to happen, and that's exactly what was orchestrated from there. And again, that's what makes a great player from distancing themselves from a good player.
Well, beautiful segue too, because one of those split-second decisions, we saw this in round 7, Spoit and Canadian on a retake Fox. I mean, this was one of those moments where you see SR in a position that it doesn't look like they can win, and then the Rebellion come out and they claim it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a situation that Shopify is so good at doing, is being able to utilize Canadians' brain power and focus on the retakes, essentially. I mean, they had an understanding of where every single member was from DZ, and they're isolating 2v1s. I mean, they get the first pick over by Jail. They get the second one in the Red Hall. Now the case is down, so they're waiting. They know that they have a little bit of time to deal with. In the site, Spoit gets another kill as Canadian tries to make sure that top floor is completely locked off, because that's the #1 thing that you want to worry about when the case gets planted in the basement, is if someone's on the hatch, it's almost for sure that you're done for. So to be able to use the Echo drone later in the round, after Spoit was able to get the picks in the site, they find the information, 2-on-1. Canadian's already looking at the diffuser. He trusts Spoit with his life, and that's all she wrote. You just got to focus on isolating each individual position. And DZ, they tried their best. I mean, you're in a 4v2, you're not going to expect to get swung, but at the same time, it didn't look like any of those players were in a position to trade each other, and that was the biggest downfall from Dark Zero.
And it all came to a head on round 15, the final round of the match, where it really could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was chaotic. I could only imagine everything that was going through both sides, both comms from each end. I mean, again, for Shopify to be in the winning position here, having the man advantage, knowing that certain players are tagged, but then for DZ to claw it back, especially from Pam, I think he ended up getting a 3K that put this back into a 2v2. Then it falls into this 2v1. Rexon already identifying that he's just going to play the bomb. He's just going to play a better angle here. And instead, what happens is he plays it flawlessly. And this speaks into exactly what I was saying and what Rexon was saying. He knew the win conditioner. He knew how he had to play this 2v1, that he had to take an aggressive angle and then fall off this, seeing that the diffuser went down, knowing that the player has to regress. He probably could have played it a little safer there. That's obviously a hypothetical, but he knew in that moment if he swings, he's probably catching that player full sprinting at him, and that's exactly what happened. And again, that's what separates a good player from a great player, and Rexon displayed that beautifully.
I also think there's a little bit of a dualism, I don't know what the word exactly, a mirroring when you look at the IGLs in the late game, because when Troy and Spoit are alone in that 2v4, they're isolating each individual 1v1, and DZ loses because they're all spread out in the late game when pressure's on the line. Same issue with that last round. It's a 2v1. Yes, time is against you and you have to run into the site, but from where Rexon gets the first kill to the second kill, there's no trade. There's no chance of a trade from Dark Zero. So obviously, it's just about focusing up in the end and making sure that you're there to prioritize the trade. And DZ obviously just, you know, when pressure is on the line, that's where you're going to see the great players be separated from the good players.
I mean, also not even prioritizing the play, it's also prioritizing the clock, where we saw in the first original clutch, they were using that clock to their advantage. Sure, there was 20 seconds left. Troy hops on that Echo, realizes, okay, we know where the player is. He's going back into site. He's leaving site, and then they double up. Whereas I feel like, sure, there's 8 seconds left, but as we know in Siege, you can plant the diffuser past 0. So you got to be able to utilize every single second. Just goes to show with Siege at its core level, every second counts.
And we saw a lot of good Siege this match.
We did,
clear
absolutely.
on both sides, right? Still so much to talk about for Dark Zero. Citizen dropping 19 kills, Spirits with 12. We'll certainly hear more about that next week. But we still have one more game to go today to close out our first week of Stage 2. 2 rosters looking to continue to develop. It's Envy and Cloud9. Lots to discuss about how these 2 rosters are taking shape after this.
scissors and dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Rogue their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1, and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
It's game time, yeah, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No, never, no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, I'm firming the stacks. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Like a landmine. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
It is the final game of day 2, and our chance to see this Cloud9 roster change in action again. They'll go toe-to-toe with Envy to see if they can go crazy against a team that isn't Team Cruelty. For the final time today, welcome back in our NAL studios here in Philadelphia. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing. Laxing, this one is I don't even know what your name is at this point. Lax, Gabe, tell me this. 2 teams with a lot to prove this stage. Lock in.
Tell us
2 teams with a lot to prove this stage. Envy, obviously, roster change, a lot to bounce back from. Cloud9, bigger roster change, something to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at Cloud9, their performance yesterday against Dark Zero, we really saw them take the cake in that matchup. It just was at the end, the cake got stolen back. And then you look at Envy. Envy, on the other hand, they look really good statistically that we just showed right there, but that's due to a fact that Cruelty just did not show up to standards compared to what we even saw today. So today is a really good proving ground for both these teams, probably more so on Envy's sake, but still for both these teams to show that the roster change that they made is the right direction and the way that they want to go.
And that was the big discussion for Cloud9 yesterday. And still, we don't know if it's a hit or a miss quite yet. We did know that there are some big differences. Hat is in this lineup. Packer is gone. The IGL role now Dream's responsibility, but it seemed like against DZ yesterday, Fox, it was a pretty decent performance.
It was. I mean, I think it really comes down to the preparation Cloud9 has. I'm still not a believer in the Packer for Hat swap. At the end of the day, though, I mean, they did come with the same level of preparation, so kudos to Vivid, the coach. Obviously, they've been putting in a lot of good work outside of the server. We just need them not to run out of gas when they actually get into the server.
Well, in the server yesterday, Giddy was one of those top players. In the context of this entire season, though, this entire year, it's been especially important, right? Those last 2 days of Stage 1 to now.
Yeah, I mean, Giddy's definitely been a slept-on performer for Cloud9. He's always kind of in the shadows. He's not necessarily doing bad, but he's been slowly getting better and better. I mean, from the moment that we saw him play on Labs against SR, made a couple of mistakes. Then they played on Labs last stage against Cruelty. It looked a lot better. Giddy looked to be proven a little bit better. And then Cloud9 against Dark Zero yesterday, that's when we saw Giddy have a lights-out performance, and he really has been slowly improving. He's been learning from his mistakes, and that's what we want to see from a player from Cloud9, because we just talked about how Kobe was the only positive player in last stage. We need to have somebody else who's going to be able to lift up that heavyweight with him. We didn't know if it was going to be Hat, but so far, yesterday, it was Giddy. And look at the stats, 2 games from Stage 1 into now, slow but surely he is improving, and hopefully we're able to see the same type of improvement from the rest of the Cloud9 roster behind Giddy as well.
Well, Giddy contributed to probably one of the strong points of that Cloud9 roster yesterday, and that was their ability to take some fast engagements and get the man advantage pretty early on.
I mean, that was the strength of Cloud9, is very quickly they were able to identify what they needed, what areas of the map that they needed, or what they needed to deny from Dark Zero, and they fought it all together all at once. The early game to mid-game from Cloud9 was very strong, and we thought Cloud9 was going to run away with the game, but that is the issue that it comes back down to, is it's the preparation. This preparation from the early to mid-game works out for Cloud9, but it's still the same issues of late-game stratting. And that was an issue that Packer had. It's an issue that Cloud9's still having with Dream IGLing. So that being said, obviously, you're getting the start done. We just have to make sure that we're able to close it out. That's something that can also be done in preparation. And especially off of the back of Giddy continuing this performance, that's something that we hope Cloud9 will be able to carry on, which is just making sure that they're able to communicate and focus on that priority late game as well.
Looking to keep on improving and see what that story arc, how it comes to a close for Cloud9. For Envy, on the other hand, that story is all about the progression from Stage 1 to now. From last to currently holding first place, 7 perfect rounds against Cruelty, 7-0, top team right now.
Hey, Envy has done the absolute unthinkable. I said it in the beginning of this, you know, one player is not going to boost you from 10th place, even in the top 4. I was dead wrong. They jumped to first place after one game. You know, in terms of even their attacking stats, they went from a 28% now to 100%. Obviously, Envy has done everything correct. They made me put my foot in my mouth with everything that I was saying about it. Obviously, this is a joke. They played one game. They only had one attack. They have a lot of siege left. So realistically, we still have to see a lot more performance from these guys, but nothing to take away from the game of Cruelty. Sure, yes, Cruelty didn't play that strong, but you could clearly see from Stage 1 to Stage 2, the communication and coordination is definitely there. JJ clearly had a plan on this map setup. Granted, they did only have one attack, and again, again, that's where I want to see that really excel and ramp up. But outside of it, the defense was really well, and even for Aiden, he played extremely well.
And today, Cruelty's performance, getting 5 rounds, it made Envy look a little bit better. I'm not going to lie, right? It makes that skyscraper performance seem like it may have been stronger than it was. But we talk about that turbo start, right? And you got to talk about the man added to this roster. And once again, he's leaving the room. Added to this roster at the beginning of stage 2. And that was Aiden, who performed quite well in that game yesterday.
Yeah, just let me give a quick reference to Snake. I mean, 13-2, that was a phenomenal performance. But we got to lock in here on Aiden. He's the new face to this roster. He's the new face to the league. To be able to come in, and I said this going into that matchup, this should be a game that should automatically make Aiden feel comfortable, to find his stride, find his footing, get that comfort settling it into a T1 level match. Again, sure, it wasn't a team like Shopify or a team like SSG, but for a brand new player, you have a lot of nerves coming into this. So for the fact that he had a good performance, they had a dominant game, that only sets you up for success later on. But that also goes to show sometimes for a new player, when you start out so strong, once you hit that brick wall of having a bad game, it's about how do you bounce back. But we won't know until this game unfolds and really see how much Aiden can bring from that first game that he played into this game now against Cloud9.
Odd anecdote from me here. I got a text from my mom today, and it said, I watched that pre-show about this new guy, Aiden, yesterday, and I was so worried that you guys were setting him up for failure. How did he do? I haven't responded to that text yet, but I'm going to tell her, hey, he actually performed well, and now we're going to get another chance to see him today.
You know what's crazy? I got the same text from your mom, too.
Take us through the map.
We're all just in a group chat, actually.
I mean, when it comes to Cloud9, they like the bigger maps, they like labs, they like lair, so I'm expecting C9 to maybe want to try to replicate that type of map. Envy, everything is brand new for them. Yeah, we're going to see a lair pick from Envy, and this is where I might be a little worried if I'm Envy, obviously, just because bigger maps are always harder to attack on, always harder for a newer team to get comfortable on, and they were just playing Skyscraper, which is arguably the smallest map. That being said, it's a brand new team, and I think one thing that you said is, what will Aiden bring to the team? I think Aiden's bringing the confidence. I think that's something that teams that are just starting out in the league desperately need, is to be able to feel, hey, we deserve to be here, we deserve to play against these top teams, and especially that he did so well in his first matchup in the NAL. It puts them in such a situation where they have that confidence. They're playing against teams that are maybe on the same level as them, so I believe that momentum on their side, they should be able to have a good confidence going to lab, going to any map when it comes to Cloud9.
I mean, I just want to quickly touch up on the fact that they're starting on defense here. They can instantly start out comfortable. They don't have to do anything too crazy. They don't have to do too many adaptations, at least in the early to mid round. The late round is where I really want to see if JJ is really paying attention, where Cloud9 has been fumbling and regressing. Is they start out good in those mid to late rounds? I mean, they start out in the mid to early rounds, but those late rounds is where they struggle. So I'm curious if they find a player individually by themselves. Do they collapse on that, throw a wrench in that setup, and not allow Cloud9 to even be remotely comfortable when they have to go for these executes?
All right, 2 big, bold Envy predictions. Can Cloud9 continue to show that this roster move was actually a decent swap, or will Envy keep that momentum going from yesterday? For the final time today, over to Lynx and XR Troika to find out.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And while this might not be necessarily our match of the day, which is difficult whenever Shopify and Dark Zero play each other inside of the NAL, this is one I am quite excited about. 2 of the only teams inside of NA to make roster changes. I know how crazy that must sound. NA loves roster changes like peanut butter loves jelly. But only these 2 teams, well, not only these 2 teams, but these 2 teams are one of the only ones that changed players, and only one apiece. Hat onto Cloud9, Aiden onto Envy, and both of them with a similar history, Ollie. Even though Cloud9 lost yesterday, Envy obviously 7-0 Cruelty, but I think we'd be hard-pressed to say that an 8-6 loss to DZ is not a great start for C9.
I think it's a fantastic start for C9. I can't wait to see what they've got to show us here tonight. I think you'd be a fool to expect or to hope for an Envy 7-0 again. I'm not sure that Lightning will strike twice. You know what? I'm not going to call that one. Call me crazy. Call me conservative. But I'm not going to call that one. Cloud9 on the flip side, they really impressed me yesterday against Dark Zero. An 8-6 on Nighthaven Labs, pushing DZ into an overtime. It also means with DZ's latest result just coming in, that both of their games so far to kick off the stage have been OTs, and as such, they haven't got as many points as they would have liked from those fixtures. So Cloud9 showing that they are here to play and play in a big way. But Envy are going to be their opponents here tonight, and we are going to be throwing down on Lair. So we've had a couple of bit of variety in the maps tonight. Seen a little bit of cafe, a little bit of labs, a little bit of bank. I'll be honest, I think the bank and the labs have saved it for me. I think cafes and lairs, not my favorite maps, but certainly Lair has grown quite a lot inside of popularity, and interestingly is both of these two teams' fourth preference map.
A lot of similarities then. And you know, I actually do think two cafes are about balanced out by a bank and a Night Haven for me. I think I would agree with that.
5 seconds to go.
I think, like, as much as I don't like cafe, I think it is balanced out by the combination of I really like bank and I really like Night Haven.
What do you think about Lair?
It's I honestly, like, the consensus I've seemed to find is, like, a lot of people really love playing it. I am not the biggest fan of casting it. I think it's a bit hard to watch at times. I think a lot of the color schemes in the map is very similar, which makes it difficult. Especially once you get past, like, the exterior rooms, like the staircases. It gets kind of samey to my eyes.
I actually like casting it a lot more than I like playing it.
Well, all due respect, I'm not talking about you playing it.
Oof. Oof. Hey, the ranky stack's been revived, by the way.
I've been slacking. I'm sorry. I still know. Tristan has been adding it relentlessly. Maybe a lot of Denari fans over across the pond. Speaking of, by the way, not Denari. This actually has nothing to relate to what I was talking about. Something that we were curious about is who picked up the shield, as Cloud9 have, unfortunately, dropped Packer, brought in Hat. It seems Dream, at least in round 1, will be the one to pick up that burden. And in yesterday's game, it was him as well. Monty 3 times, Blackbeard once. Dream, the longest tenured player on this roster, not on the roster, but longest tenured player in the history of the game, who happens to be on this roster, will take up the mantle of the shield player. Probing for info earlier outside of ops, now rotating over to Newbridge. The hole directly in his way. There is no pocket reinforcement for Envy, so that rotate hole we just saw Dream look at will remain open for the duration of this round.
Safe to say that it's been a slow approach here from Cloud9. That and the Envy haven't been vying for control at the fringes of the map. Instead, they've been fairly well concentrated. If you look at the lineup and worry a little bit for the side of Cloud9, they're relying quite heavily on this Monty and the Glaz to do a lot of the heavy lifting and give them an opening into sight. And with the cautious nature that Envy are approaching round 1 with, I'm not sure that they're going to be given that opportunity. Toxic Babe canister is going to start to go out now as well. Very well timed from JJ. You can hear the second one dissipate as well. With 10 players left alive and 30 seconds left on the clock, there's one thing for sure, it's going to be a bloodbath. Dream opens up with a nade. There is a player getting pinched downstairs.
Oh, and that's Aiden, who somehow peeked around the corner, taking down Kobilax. Unfortunately, that double up on the opposite side of Green Stairs split into 2 1v1s, yet Giddy on the fadeaway just manages to clothesline Aiden on the retreat. It is going to be down to the wire, but only in time, as when it comes to the kills, it is Cloud9 all across the board. The new pickup with 1 day and a few scrims under his belt will do the talking on Cloud9's first win on the attack.
Hat being in the right place at the right time. I kind of liked that play from Aiden. Obviously looking to play downstairs below with the C4, try and deny a plant, deny a little bit of entry into sight. Just unfortunate for him that it didn't pay off too well.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I don't know if you can say anything really bad about the way that Envy defended that, other than maybe they didn't do enough. Were they just trying to turtle in and bunker down a little bit too much, maybe?
That's interesting you say that, because I was actually thinking the opposite. I was thinking that maybe because you have Cloud9 working the site quite well, but I'm thinking maybe if we don't have Aiden down below, which is ironic because he did get one of the only kills, but still being off the site, Cloud9 know it's a 5v4, then once they take down JJ, they know there's only 3 players on the site. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Aiden's got to sit literally in the site, but I thought joining the structure on the top floor, that was actually what I was thinking. Which, not saying I'm right and you're wrong. Just interesting we had divergent thoughts.
Yeah, it's a couple of different ways of thinking about it.
Because by the same token,
Envy are going to beat themselves up too much, though.
No, Cloud9 took that very well. Also, I mean, Hat 3 kills. Really good utility for Dream. Very conservative shield play too. Not overextending, which is a big issue with how C9 played the shields previously. And obviously, I've seen Wildcard played shields. There's a lot of time for things to either get better or get worse very quickly, depending on what happens this stage. But that at least was very good shield play for Dream.
No shield for round 2, though. Instead, they're going to be rocking the gridlock. Got the Dokkaebi from Silent as well. Do enjoy the irony in that. Aiden looking to cause a bit of a nuisance on the mute once again. Defending that basement level, but with a fairly hefty spread in and amongst the map. It's to be expected when you bring in things like a Solace, like a Mozzie, and try and punish that drone information game a little bit. He's done a fairly good job of it. Only 3 drones left and just under 2 minutes left on the clock. So information isn't going to be free-flowing for Cloud9. And when you don't have a shield, that can pose a little bit of a problem, especially when you've got stragglers in and around the mid-floor. Dream sees to it that Rival, at least, won't have a part to play.
Though there are still others who could take the stage, Rival especially on that mid-floor. Holding that tight corridor with the shotgun could prove to be a problem, especially with the staircase so close by for exfiltration. But the broader game on this middle floor has been lost. It's just whether or not the true battle and the true war can be won on the site overall. Cloud9 lacking for vertical only insofar, or only if those 8 remaining skeleton key shots or the skeleton key shots that Giddy has used have not been used effectively. But we'll just have to see if that's the case. I'd like to maybe see a Ram, like to see some other stuff, but actually, I kind of would like to see Silent to have 1 Dokkaebi call in pocket, because with the low drone count, there are some really good angles inside of the site. That drone from Giddy is nasty, but JJ and Aiden both holding the off spot. Aiden, I think, just overplays his hand. Tries to swing up the stairs with the shotgun. Could have easily contested that close on the bottom. Still even. Actually advantaged Envy as Snake with a kill backs up. Dream on the floor makes this a 2v3. Now you're really wishing you had something like a Dokkaebi call. All you've got is 1 flash, 1 nade, and your IGL on 1 HP. Planter certainly on 1 HP. 10 seconds remaining. And behold all of their positions. Waiting for Cloud9 to push. JJ tries to do something, but ends up losing his life in the process. Now Cloud9 have an advantage, but Snake, 2 kills to finish things off, and arguably the most important one of the round, detonates that planter and ties the game by round 2.
Really important C4 and a kill there. Honestly, when I saw JJ go for that play, I'm thinking you're trying a little bit too hard. I was a little bit critical that they sort of bunkered in on site and let a lot of things happen to them. And then there you get caught. JJ showing the strats for the world to see there. See the play that we were on about just then. Snake, though, able to tie a bow on it. C4 and a kill with the Roni. Cloud9 have suffered their first loss on this attacking side, and I doubt it will be the last there as they attacked into basement. They did a decent attack and a decent job of that top floor, but there are more than a few sites that you need to be good at to come away with rounds successfully, and they're going to be going to the mid floor this time. Now we see a lot of different sort of ideologies of how to attack this site. Some of it hinges along a shield that is being brought by Kobilax. Obviously, with the 2 primary shields being banned out, you're left with a Blackbeard. Capitao is often chosen as well, just because of the fire and the smoke arrows. You're able to obscure some vision, give yourself a nice little blocker. But then the jury's out on whether it's a full top floor clear or a sort of half top floor clear? Or even, is there a top floor clear at all? You're just going to rely on utility and push in and try and get a plant down dependent on the defender's setup?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Because, like, that's the funny thing about this site, is we often focus on what the attack's going to do, and we treat the defense as not really having any agency. Because effectively, the defense is probably going to do the same thing that every defense on the planet does, which is like 4 people top floor. So it's just like, okay, what's the attack going to do in response? We play this game, what are they going to do? And accurately and fairly, by the way, we play this game. But as you can see, it's going to be a vertical hold from the defense. And as Ali said, will it be a full clear, a half clear? Will they try to go for a direct? Always risky, but teams sometimes don't have any better options. Especially difficult right now, as an impact grenade has gone out, destroyed part of that Selma. At least, wait. No, I actually think it detonated. He might be able to vault through that. It's a bit dark and it's late at night. My eyesight's starting to go anyway. I've been reading a lot recently. There we go.
One of the
Now it's
worrying
open.
factors for Cloud9 here is the fact that the Warden's been chosen. So that kind of forces you into more of a clear, because you can't just rely on, oh, well, the smokes are going to block the line of sight. I'd like to think that they've recognized that, because they are really committing to it, although they weren't ready for that push.
Weren't ready for that push. Envy, at least, reacting in the moment extemporaneously, able to get the better advantage of the situation, but it's about as even as you could get for a 4v3. Aiden and Emilio below half HP. Cloud9 might only have 3 bodies alive. They've dealt a lot of damage. Kobe almost flicks around. Well, he does flick. Securing the kill? Well, that's another question. Not a logical consequence by any sense of the word. Rival also now put quite low. This defensive hold at the top floor has been pushed back heavily, but one remains. One still up above. Thrown behind the desk. Spotted! And somehow Rival gets hacked? Are you kidding me? 2 players pushing a guy prone, and somehow it is Giddy in the 1v2. With Aiden low, and 2 smoke bolts to his name. Not saying it's winnable, but there is a way. Can Giddy find the right angles to block off? Hatch drop will reveal his position, confirmed by the BP. Both players on back green, though. Whether Giddy knows it or not, he's got a way in. Not necessarily a safe plant, but he at least has a brief moment of respite. He will get it down successfully. Surely got to come up quick. Pops the Vulcan pack, swings around. Still actively being spotted. How has he got this far? How has he put JJ on the floor? And how has Aiden rotated up? Dead silent, he's made that flank. And the new pickup continues to pay off as he gets Envy 2 in a row.
Defenders disabled the diffuser. Defenders
It's a bit disappointing from Giddy to try and confirm that kill onto JJ, isn't it? Like, you don't need to confirm the kill. You've got the down. Just the Vulcan canister had done all of the hard work for you. You knew they couldn't come from that angle anymore. I thought it was a genius play. If he rotates through, deletes the BP, then able to sort of isolate JJ and win the engagement, it, you know, very easily could have been a different story. It was a very slim chance as it was. But Envy able to claw yet another round on there. Round 3 bans are in, or should I say round 4 bans are in, and we are going to remove that final shield as well. Gone is the Blackbeard, and a timeout called for Cloud9. Do you think the content is, guys, they've banned all of the shields. What are we going to do now? We're just going to spend 45 seconds talking about that?
I think they'll probably be, dude, why is Hat dissociating?
He's not even frozen, he's just zoned.
Dude.
He's either locked in or locked out.
Dude, he's wired in. You know what I love about Giddy? He's always looking off to the side chewing gum. Like, Giddy's always chewing gum, contemplating. I appreciate it. That is actually one small thing you do really, or at least, well, I say you, I'm talking about me, that I really enjoy about this job is you do get to see some players just do have quirks on their webcam, like little ticks or things they always do. Giddy always chews gum. I don't know if Hat always dissociates. Maybe that's just a tonight thing. That's just something I noticed right now. Giddy always chews gum.
Keep an eye on it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We'll keep a tally. Today's Hat dissociation count 1. We'll see if he continues over the course of NAL Stage 2.
We used to
always
rate people's
emoting.
backgrounds on EUL.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Who's
Leon
got the
Gibbs
best-
had the best background.
Yeah, that's true. Who's got the best background in NA, do you think?
Might be Dream, honestly.
Dream does have a good background. Well, honestly, like, okay, if you want my opinion, like, you gotta have two categories. Streamers have to be included in one category and then excluded in another.
Okay.
Because obviously, if somebody streams, which Dream does, go watch him. I think it's Dream is it Dream is Life on Twitch? I think it is. Like, he streams. He's gonna have a good background, right?
I'll tell you who's not up there for best background. Ambi. That looks like a cell.
You don't like the stark white wall with like a shadow in the top, right?
It just looks a little bit sinister.
I think construction site on Team Cruelty might take #1. I don't remember who plays. I think it's Fatal. I don't remember who plays in the construction site, but that's #1 for me. Anyway.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah.
Anyway, tangent cut short. Tangent cut off. Timeout done. There's in fact no shield, because as Ollie pointed out, they've all been banned. You know what else there isn't? Aiden roaming anymore. He's been doing it quite consistently and silent, just crouch walking his way through the map. With no drones, by the way, because, well, there are none remaining. Well, that's just not true, actually. The overlay lied to me. As Hat and Dream allegedly both have that.
Still, not very many drones, I think is fair to say.
That'd be accurate.
And I think that's sort of qualified by the fact that Silent is just sort of taken out. I'm seeing Dream setting up a drone just inside of Rocket here. Giddy flicking one as well for the moment, but Snake doing such a good job. We had a great view there of that kill that Dream's able to get to level things back. Snake's super low HP, so there might only be a minute left, but it's still doable.
Crazy hop out from Snake. Bit of a gamble, but one that pays off. SSG would be proud of that one. He cranks indeed on 1 HP, not worried whatsoever. Flashbang's going in. Giddy's got some nades. Dream just barely makes it by, but on the re-challenge, it's JJ to finish it off. 3 in a row. Timeout ineffective. Paid compliments to Cloud9 for their attack in round 1. Those are the only compliments I will have paid to Cloud9 so far.
JJ still with his trademark scream to camera at the end of the round as well. It's high up there on the list of things you love to see. I really felt like Cloud9 were going to get an upper hand there because they'd got a really good read on Aiden. He's consistently roaming on that mute. And it was very quickly dealt with. But aside from that, there was no plan of how to get into anything past the top of Rocket Stairs. I'm not even sure if we saw anybody inside of Ops Room.
I don't think I even saw
It seemed like a really weak attack.
I would agree. And that being the only... Okay, a few things, actually. One, that being the only site Cloud9 won previously. 2, the fact that by the time they get that entry pick, they only have 2 drones remaining. 3, they get that entry pick, it doesn't seem like it's off a drone, it just seems like Silent is crouch walking through and catches Aiden sprinting with his gun down and still loses most of his HP. Most of these rounds from NB have been a little close. You know, 2 players alive, 2 players alive. 3? On the site you won previously? It's not even like the shields were the secret sauce. Cloud9 brought the shields twice and only won 1 attack. Well, one of them. 3 times they brought them. It's a bit worrying. And especially on basement. Think of how long it took for Cloud9 to run into a defender. Aiden was playing right on the staircase. Right on yellow stairs. It gets a kill, immediately falls back. Very slow attack. And constantly Cloud9 finding these openings. Not just the kills, because they actually 3 out of 4 opening duels so far. It's been the openings into the site. And as you pointed out, into the building generally. The Cloud9 have always seemed to fall short this game.
I don't know if Cloud9 are banking on like a better second half, given that we know that Envy, at least in stage 1, were a team that struggled quite a lot with the attack. So it's quite a gamble to make, and they could do with picking up a couple of rounds here before the side swap. They really don't want to be going into this second half at, you know, a 4-2 or 5-1. That could be pretty devastating. So a very important round here in round number 5, demonstrated by the fact that it is going a heck of a lot slower. Still, whether the drone overlay counter thing is entirely accurate or not, still not seeing a lot of drones down there on the player cards. Gitty with 1. We're not going to have a Dokubi call out there. JJ will just put that down so he can jump back into his yokai. And with the time the way that it is, those yokais could become very important pieces of utility indeed. Again, another round where everyone's still alive as we enter that final minute. C9, they have pushed around, they have taken top floor control. No one from the side of Envy looking to try and challenge onto it until now.
Emilio tries to challenge and will think better of it. Unfortunately, a little too late. That might just be what C9 need. Dream's found a way in. Silent also watching his own flank bottom rocket. Dream forced off in the process, by the way. The entire round is being won all around him. Plant not even a necessity. It'll add insult to injury to be sure, but 1v5, make that 1v4, make that 1v3. Aiden with a nice flick has put on an impressive individual showcase, not only today, yesterday as well against Team Cruelty. Those 2 frags are impactless though, and the 3 will not be acquired. A little bit of a delay after that tack timeout, but Cloud9 will get there second. Still looking for more.
Yeah, they're on the board, aren't they? 2 rounds up there now. We can start to try and build and work with this. I think Envy are playing a very strange brand of Siege at the moment. I don't know if it's... I don't think that they're scared. I just think that they're not doing loads. They're letting a lot of things happen around them at the minute. It's like we either get a couple of early kills or everyone's alive until the final 30 seconds. And there's kind of no middle ground. Not sure. It's impressive from C9 regardless, because they're matching the pace of the game quite well. If the space is there, they're willing to take it, and they're recognizing, yo, we've got loads of time, we can deal with this. We can really start to formulate a solid plan and execute onto the site instead of rushing something and skipping a few steps. They've got plenty of time to dot the I's and cross the T's, and that's because Envy are kind of giving them that time to do it.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, it's kind of hard to figure out for me. Like, when you have teams that take that long a time, when you have teams that are kind of waiting for those openings to be given, or they do take that control that is given, as you pointed out. By the same token, you look at all the utility that Envy had on the site, the Yokais, the Vulcan packs. Had the Yokais maybe been in the better position, are things different? Had Emilio not swung out in the late round there with 42 seconds remaining, would things be different? I don't know. It's kind of always hard when it's a 5v5 that late, because it comes down to such small things, and sometimes that happens to be something you did well. Sometimes it happens to be something the opponent didn't do well. Sometimes it happens to be both at the same time. At least right now, Dokubi call goes out. This is a position we've seen Kobe play across both stages for C9 and play quite effectively. Some of C9's best performances were led by Kobe putting in some of his best on Dokubi specifically with that SMG-12 in hand. That being said, I imagine Envy will be expecting that, but expecting and countering it are 2 different things.
Ooh, JJ. Gonna get taken out early doors there by Silent. For how impactful we've seen Echo drones be tonight in general. You don't have to be a die-hard fan of Siege to know that that is a big impact and a heavy blow for the defense. Especially with the way that some of these rounds have been playing. Just dancing with Rival at the moment. Vulcan pack will be exploded. Nades sent out there as well.
There we go. We'll take that. Emilio peeking around the corner. Dream might have just found a way in. Don't even need to clear it. Silent Kobe watching those vertical angles to put Rival in a difficult spot. Talk about one of the most efficient top floor clears we've ever seen. Only one player up there, and it's a flawless round for C9 as Ollie and I struggled to find the words for them in round 5. I think we can agree on one thing in round 6. They had the exact win condition in mind. Put that diffuser down, bait the swings, win the fight, and steps 1, 2, and 3 all came up Cloud9.
Well, Cloud9 have done a really good job of salvaging that first half. And for a time there, Envy were firmly in the driver's seat, but aside from a couple of rounds from Envy, I don't really look at this scoreline as 3-3 and feel like the game is even at the moment. I think that Cloud9 have warmed up far better into the fixture and are playing at a pace that matches what Envy are throwing out there quite well indeed. My worry now is for Envy on this attacking side. I've already mentioned that throughout stage 1, they weren't the team that was known for their attacking win percentage. And I don't know how much they're going to be able to have changed in this offseason, given that they didn't go to EWC. Cloud9 to get onto the defense at a 3-3 split. I don't think they're going to be feeling too bad about that.
No.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
If we really want to talk about Cloud9's half, you mentioned them warming up the fixture, but Cloud9 had 5 of those opening kills in that round. 5 rounds they started in a 5v4. Obviously, 5v4, I'm never going to say, oh, a team got an opening pick, they should have won the round. The point being, they started out an advantage. They had an opening. They had the ability to convert that round in a very tangible way. That there's a reason we measure conversions as a statistic. It is indicative, usually, of a good position that a team had to win the round. I'm not saying it would have been a 5-1 half, but they had the opportunity. There was clearly more left on the table, especially since one of those rounds they got the opening pick. And we only lost one more person. It was, by and large, an ND win through and through. So there's more they could have, they did leave on the that half. Would have been a 4-2-5-1, I don't know. But it could have been better. Could have been more dominant. It could have put Envy in a trickier position. And a team coming off of a 7-0 yesterday and having to deal with a much tougher game today can always be difficult. That's when you get to the defensive half. You try to get the ego high early. Silent going for the spawn peak will take down the Deimos early and take down Snake in particular, who, might I add, went 13-2 yesterday. Silent will try to go for a second, loses his life in the process. And while you take out Snake, who was big yesterday, Deimos for an Azami, that's a pretty good trade on both sides.
I think you'd be fairly happy for that. Very powerful defense operator and a very annoying and equally powerful attacking operator, especially in the hands of Snake, who's only 5-5, but I think has still had huge impact in this game. But remember, at least 2 of his kills pretty much single-handedly winning the round. Gitty, he's going to start to throw a little bit of disrespect down as well. The old Malusi run out there. There's Emilio, the next player to fall. Gone are the Grimbees. Gone is the Deimos. Not really got too much left to start working with now. Yep, sure, you've got the Maverick, but the wall's already open. I don't think the Blowtorch is going to see much action in this round. And yeah, you've got the ROU projector, but you haven't necessarily got the info to work off the back of that as well.
Yeah. This is going to be a real tough one. The ROUs will have to do a lot of heavy lifting, and it would also require Hat really fumbling those smokes, or Dream fumbling that C4. Well, the C4 went early to destroy an ROU, but Rival's got some critical redundancy there. 3 more to go. So a lot of pressure now being placed on Hat to land those toxic canisters properly. The question I imagine that is, I suppose, moving about in Cloud9's head is where this diffuser is going to go. Rocket Banshee's been triggered, same with the Goo Mine, so you know somebody's over there. You've also seen that ROU thrown over on op side, so you can reasonably predict the executes coming from this direction. Rival and JJ push deeper, though. Looking to pressure this player in bathroom. Mavic Wall will find one. Nice little mini play, a little close. They do get the job done. Still players deep inside of the site, though. In fact, one holding default. That's Dream with the SMG-11, and nobody on the breach. He's got the exact line to shut down this push entirely. JJ will look to create another angle. He'll swing out, land the pre-fire, but Aiden's watching. It is an extremely good reset from Envy, turning this 3v4 into a 3v2. The round isn't done, but Hat's just burned his last smoke, and his flashes go out. They've got the guns to hold down these swings, to control C9. And with Kobe on 1 HP, spots one on the diffuser, but it's a crossfire. He's got to find a way around. As long as Aiden and JJ, leader and rookie, hold tight and hold strong, they can make that comeback a reality. That is the kind of discipline you want to see in one of our newest teams in the NAL.
JJ hitting us with the SSG flex right there. I feel like I've got some apologizing to do. I was giving it the big and saying, oh, I don't think we're going to see the blowtorch. I'm kind of questioning the lineup. That was the key to getting the plant down.
It actually was. Wow, you're right, actually. Like, it was the key to getting the plant down.
Without that Maverick, not only do we not see some of the kills come through that we saw, I mean, Dream, like the wall is quite literally getting open next to you. But we also don't see the kit going down, which, I mean, that was the win con. That guaranteed the round right there. Envy, first round on the attack. Gonna walk away with a win. This is like entirely new and revitalized team.
Okay, it is the first round. Let's calm down.
Or am I getting ahead of myself now?
You called the Cruelty win at 5-2 earlier, and they literally did not win a single more round after that.
Yeah, they were trolling though. That was like a dead cert.
I think we need to chill. I mean, I will say this. Completely new team? I don't know. In that round, the mini plays around the Maverick were genuinely very good. And especially, honestly, like, I would have said the same thing as a joke in your situation. Like, Maverick blowtorch. What's he going to do? Throw it at him? But it actually was the most impactful thing. And the way JJ and everyone around him worked around the blowtorch was really, really impressive. So, while I'm happy too early to say it's a new team or that the comeback might happen, it was a really, really strong round and a really, really strong start. Not a guarantee of a good half. Cloud9 won their first round. It took quite a while to get settled into the game. But we'll see how it goes here. No Maverick for JJ this time, instead picking up the Blackbeard. That Talon Shield to create space. So will it be a full clear? Will it be a bit more of a direct? A lot of drones on this bottom floor. But really not that many drones actually remaining for Envy.
Not a lot of utility left either for C9. That Twitch drone has seen incredible value from Snake. The nade can go through and deal with some of those Vulcan packs as well. Envy just going to be juggling the diffuser for the time being. It feels like it's moved a lot quicker this round. We're just about at the halfway point, and already Envy are knocking on the door of the site. You can see there is a little bit of a presence upstairs. Rival will be up there with the sledge, and he does have a defender to contend with. If you can open up some of these lines of sight and some of these angles, there is a chance under the cover of the Blackbeard that they're able to work through and try and find a plant opportunity right now. There is plenty of denial, though, in the hands of C9, and that kill onto Aiden isn't going to make the plant any easier.
Now, well, Aiden, who's been quite a solid pickup for Envy through these past 2 days. Only player positive for Envy so far, in fact. A lot of that coming on, well, not even coming on the defenses. He did just get a 3K in the round we just watched. Giddy going for a big flank. Retaking the top floor. This might be enough to put Envy in the dirt. Rival caught with his back turned, making Vert so focused. So what will Envy call now? They've been at the door for so long, but Cloud9 are getting comfortable. Him and Emilio will pinch, but it's only good for one. Doesn't really have a good opportunity to pick him back up, especially when Silent puts him out of the round. JJ's got the gun trained on that door. Nice shot on the other site. There's just too many bodies to deal with. Cloud9 have won all but one opening engagement this series, and yet they have only just now tied the game for a second time this map.
A very back and forth fixture. I don't think I was expecting this one to be as close as it's panning out to be. Giddy with that really early kill, and Hat with the one onto Snake as well. You can kind of see the vision from Envy. That sort of kind of half clear, kind of direct approach. Just send somebody upstairs on the sledge to try and make something happen, but it was a little bit of a long shot, and I think that Cloud9, you can't fool them like that. You need to come up with a little bit more. You either need to go for that full vert clear or that full side push. I don't think you can go half pregnant on trying to do a bit of a mix and match of half-heartedly attempting both.
It's also in stark contrast to OXG, who I have routinely across both stages, and so today, complimented them for playing stationary, never like overthinking things on the defense, always just playing their positions and not complicating things. What you can give C9 is that they will take gambles, and those gambles will sometimes not pay off. But more often than not, and especially against some of the more mid-tier teams, they are able to make flanks like that are well-timed, well-thought-out, and they have the mechanical skill to back it up. Kobe Lax, generally, Giddy and Silent in this particular game. I mean, Silent is, I think, 4-0 on the entry so far. Dream 2-1, by the way. It's literally, aside from one round, it's been Silent and Dream in the opening duels almost entirely. But Cloud9 will often make those kind of aggressive plays, and they have the gun skill to make them work. So it's the kind of thing you need to expect, and you can expect. It's another thing entirely to be ready for it when the comms are flying all around you, you're dealing with all sorts of information, then you remember, oh yeah, this team likes to flank and does it pretty well.
Four, all level, round 9. JJ back on that Blackbeard, trying to make it work. Really yet to see significant impact on that side. Hat, open kill onto Snake. He's really got Snake's number. Kobe, like, you have to move if the nade symbol is red. Like, if it's red, that means bad. Red, run, okay? I hope that's clear.
I believe the phrase is actually red rum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see? Yeah, see? Yeah, I really am quite something. Dream rotating back to the site as Envy's full clear of the top 4. Seem to work quite well, actually. Though there is avenues that Cloud9 can fight back, namely... Well, actually, I was going to say namely Hat on these green stairs, but look at the walk around Silence going for at the moment. All the way on the opposite side of New Bridge. Hat can get the info. Maybe call the play for Silent to rotate up or rotate back, or at least can bait a lot of the attention, and maybe the idea is Silent goes unread on that angle. So if Envy try to push down green, then he can peek around the corner, knock him down as they try to move to the middle floor. Plenty of time for Envy to reset, though. Drones as well to find that information. 45 seconds is one of those, I suppose, deceptively short times. It doesn't really feel like a lot, but you can get a miraculous amount done if you're well coordinated. JJ looking for an entry, trying to find a spot to move in with this Talon Shield diffuser in hand. We've seen how sometimes the mixture of shield and case can be quite difficult if JJ gets in the wrong spot, but he'll creep forward. Breach close, so you'll have a very close position, very tight position to find out. On the retake, Cloud9 doing all right, but of the many players that fall on Envy, it's not JJ with that diffuser. He'll put it down successfully, but left a little alone, yet not without any defenses, not without recourse. ADS is in time, puts Dream alone in the 1v2. He's got these vertical angles. It is usually such a strong position, but with Envy, never mind. I thought all on the bottom floor. Rival upstairs gives the 1v1, and it's all up to JJ. Captain versus Captain. Dream will begin the first tick of that diffuser. JJ brings the sound cue, so Dream falls off. Gotta be careful as he moves close, but he puts him on his back and slaps him down. JJ barking in his face, yelling at the camera, energized as Envy retake their lead.
That's the impact that we wanted to see off the Blackbeard right there. Able to get the kit down, able to win the 1 versus 1, and he got a kill prior to that as well. Envy again take a narrow lead in what is turning out to be a bit of a barn burner fixture right now. And I think it is no surprise to anybody that the BB will be banned here in what will be our final round of bans of the evening. Envy doing such a good job there. There's a lot of things that were going in their favor. They had some really good utility usage. It's very seldom that we actually see a kill come through with a nade onto a player that isn't really pinched or downed or under any massive pressure. Still stand by it that Kobe could have gotten out of the way of that. He did a really good job with the util. Great job on the clear. Big spot into the site. And to get all that done without actually opening the exterior wall Like,
impressive.
it just shouldn't happen, you know?
Reloading.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It shouldn't happen. It's kind of crazy we even got there. I just saw JJ crouch walking in. I'm like, man, they don't even have breach open? It's fully electrified, too. Another round, by the way. C9 opening pick, and somehow Envy still recover. 1v1 maybe, but still. Cloud9's conversions have been poor, to say the least. They have enough opening picks to make, well, 9 rounds. Which is more than enough to win a game of Rainbow Six, if you didn't know that. It's a shame that we have this trend so far. It's a shame that they've not been able to mount something more convincing on their defenses, but not if you're an NB fan. You saw that 7-0 against Cruelty yesterday. You're hoping for more, especially hoping that this team, that while they're not in their debut stage anymore, they have one under their belt and are looking to prove that even if they can't be at the top, they can fight to make it into playoffs, mount something convincing. It's only day 2. There's a lot of time to play, but a win over C9 and Cruelty yesterday would do a lot to raise their team stock.
I'm a little bit concerned about the lineup, I'll be honest. I'm seeing the Aurora brought. Now we know that Envy is a relatively new roster, and it is a roster that has a lot of rookie players on it. It's not, I don't get the same level of fizz I do when I see a team like SR bring in the Aurora. I kind of get a little bit more of a cold neck. Like, where are those doors getting placed? Is this well drilled? Because it does take a lot of coordination to pull this off. And you've got to be very sure in your footing. No one going to be getting in through Ops Room for the time being, as those toxic babes are being used liberally by Hat to deny any approach. There's the Aurora door, and there's the hop-in.
There it is. I think actually, well, we'll talk about that in a second. Snake looking to push up Rocket in the 3v5. We'll find one. Giddy sticking his face where it doesn't belong. Silent 2 looking to get antsy. 5v3 suddenly returns to balance. Envy initially struggle, completely repelled by Kobulax, yet they find success on the opposite side. Rocket, very much their territory, yet look at all the utility in their way. Smoke's liberal with those toxic canisters because Dream, he is frugal, he is fickle with those Shumika canisters, and he's still got 12, make that 11 to fire and burn away. Potential territory for C9 to gain. The Bees will claw Kobulax around the corner. Bailiff in close, but a good trade by Dream. That's the kind of team play we want to see work. But another 1v1. It's not JJ, but Snake this time. The man who popped off yesterday for Envy will pick his teammate back up. Dream, not so lucky. Nothing like that. Hat instead, he's good with the guns, good with the SMG. His first was easy. Now the second as he hears the cue. Snake falls off. He holds, Hat playing so patiently. Not a rookie anymore. He's been here before! It's another day in the office for Hat, new on the team, but he's so good in the clutch. Tie game once again.
Hat was as cold as ice in that 1v1. There was so much going on there. We had 2 versus 2. Both players get downed. I mean, Kobulax did a great job, by the way, of picking up those 2 opening picks. The Aurora and the Blitz. Said I was worried about the Aurora. Wasn't sure where it was going to get used. It wasn't the utility that really did the damage. It was just both hopping through the door and trying to make something happen off the back of the Blitz. Well, Kobe with those 2 picks. Then we go 3 versus 3. And again, it's trade for trade. It's whittled down. 2 players down. I thought the Finker boost was the difference. I was like, well, the Finker can get the attacker up nice and quickly. The other player's got to go for the revive, and it should have been the difference maker, really. But Hat just able to split those engagements down.
Also, Ollie. Kobe did the thing. Kobe did the thing again.
What's the thing?
I'm pretty sure the birth of VAR last stage came from Kobe throwing the Gershmat on that window to stop the shield play, and he just did the exact same thing there. Got him 2 kills. I've seen that one before. I know your tricks. Envy clearly didn't. Caught them off guard. I'm pretty sure that was actually the birth of VAR. because I was pouring through that replay.
No, I remember.
It's a really clever play, and Kobe is very confident and very, very good at timing it. Pay attention, by the way. You to your protein. Pay attention to that. Kobe loves doing that. Ban the yellow. Then you don't need to ban the yellow. Just be ready for that. By the way, again, another opening pick for C9, and sure they win it, but it comes down to a 1v1. This has been an extremely difficult game. Not just because it's a 5v5, but they have started with an advantage every single time since round 3. 7 rounds in a row. That's a full regulation game of Rainbow Six right there. That Cloud9 have had an opening pick and have failed to convert it about almost half of those times. It is a difficult trend. They're doing good with this utility so far. JJ has wanted to push down these stairs, push into this room against Kobe for so long, and they are stalling so successfully. As Emilio looks to take this back line, Emilio's backstab of his own will work. An advantage for Envy, advantage compounded. Blitz might fall, but they get so much in return. 1v1, 1v2 is one thing. Does Hat have a 1v4 in him? We'll have to find out.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
I'm going to say no. But then again, I could be seen as a bit of a hater. Hat's already had some nice clips here tonight, but this does feel like a step too far. Especially with how much time is remaining, and given that he is on the Fenrir, it's not like he's got a C4 to assist him. It's going to be rookie onto rookie. Aiden to close things out there and to give Envy a chance at converting this and walking away with a full 3 points here tonight.
Even just confirming 1 point, very, very good. Now find themselves at 4. Which might not seem like a lot, but this was a team that found themselves all the way at the bottom last stage. And already they're making very good progress early on against a team that could be one of their biggest opponents. We're not expecting Envy to put up crazy showings against SSG, Shopify, DZ, though against the second team I just mentioned, they did go all the way to OT in stage 1, so keep that in mind. This is what we want to see, this improvement. Not just getting these victories, but also showing that this new pickup, Aiden, is really working out. His cost isn't the best. He's actually below 50 so far, but in a best of 1, for a new pickup, somebody that's able to get you, I mean, basically 2 rounds so far on the attack. Round 7 with a 3K and that one with a 3K as well. Starting in the disadvantage both times in a 4v5. In a best of 3, 45 cost isn't great. In a best of 1, I don't care as long as you get the job done in 2 rounds. And so far, that's what he's done. In a close game, that's what matters. And Aiden, even if it's not consistent, is still paying off.
And that's the key, isn't it? It's about doing the job in the moment. You could have a decent cost and still walk away with a loss and have a lot of impactless kills there. Or you could be picking up those 1 or 2 kills that are really tipping the scale in your favor. The way that Envy are moving at the moment, this looks like it could be something quite fast and furious. Finkerstim, Vlaz poised and ready. EMP's getting sent out. There's only one way this goes.
Only one way. Only one way in, but multiple ways out. JJ could get killed. Coverage could fall. But that smoke comes in so late. JJ gets away with almost half HP. Takes some on the exit, but he's not worried whatsoever. Crazy pre-fire from Kobe to make it a 4v4. It's not a retake, though. Envy might not have direct control of the site, but it's the angles that are the problem. This glass falling back. Somebody can hop in and retake bottom green for Envy as well. Lot of options and a lot of redundancy specifically on this diffuser. Kobilax tries to peek, but he's too slow. Too lackadaisical with it. JJ's ready, Emilio's ready, and Envy are ready to prove themselves inside of the NA League. How's 2 dubs in a row for you right out the gate? Not 1, not 2, 6 points in 2 days. That is what we want to see.
It's a very impressive start to the stage here for Envy. I love to see teams on a big glow up. The way that they've operated tonight has been very impressive. Able to work at multiple different levels. It's very clear to me that the shot calling on this team has improved drastically from where it was inside of stage 1. And I can't wait to watch them for the rest of the stage. For tonight, We're going to send you back to the desk for one last time.
Another one's going. Another one swinging breach. Run, swinging now.
Security left.
Nice. 4v1. Green lobby. Green lobby.
Let's
go!
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go! Come on, baby!
Y'all are shit!
Let's fucking go!
Oh my god. Yo.
That's 2-0. Another 3 points for Envy as they close it out in regulation, and they still sit atop the NAL in Stage 2. What a start it has been. And we're going to welcome in the man we've talked a lot about so far this stage, Aiden, the newest addition to this roster. Welcome to T1, my friend. Your debut has been amazing to watch. How does it feel? Just take me in your mind for a moment. What is it like playing with these players, playing against some people you've been watching for so long?
Dude, it feels great, bro. Like, this is like my dream, bro, and like we're just fucking shit up. Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse, but I'm just so confident in this sack, bro. It's just so much fun to play with them, and I'm excited for next week.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys have been playing really great. Hopefully, week 2 continues with the trend of you guys winning. That being said, obviously, maybe you've been watching some of these players, you know, from the screen. Now you're playing against them. How does that feel? Does it feel almost surreal? Not only are you playing against them, but you're beating them. What is that feeling like?
It is to an extent, but like at the same time, like you can't respect names. Like, so of course, like you gotta respect names before you play them. But when you get into the game, bro, you gotta think that you're better than everybody else. You gotta think your team's the best. You gotta go in there and kick some ass, bro.
Right. Now you say you don't respect names. Nah, this might just be a crazy poll, but is there any name in the scene so far in the NL that you don't that you respect the least?
Oh, Kobe Lax for sure. I was happy to get this done. I don't think he's good at all. I was really happy in this win. Another thing, this is from JJ. He really wanted to do this interview, but you guys called upon the king. But he said, Kobe and Giddy, you guys ran him in T2, but 0-2 in T1. The lights are too bright. So, yeah. Yo, shout out Fox A too, bro. I'm happy you took a chance on me on the fantasy team. I'm a huge fantasy basketball guy.
Dude, of course.
Yeah,
I was looking at the roster and everything. I was like, I don't know. I got like high hopes.
Why not?
I got high hopes.
Yeah.
I feel like there's only up to go.
Well,
Yes,
Aiden,
indeed.
obviously I want to say congratulations on one performance, not only come from the Cruelty game, but even your performance here today. I mean, I want to kind of know, you know, everything that you've done in T2 and what's built up into this. I mean, what's kind of been the biggest takeaway so far, just in your first 2 matches, than your experience was and has been in T2?
Well, I didn't play that much of T2, but it honestly is just like, you know, the comms are way more important than like mechanics. Like that is just the biggest takeaway, is that just calling what you do.
I already
getting
like you
good
more than the
call-outs.
vast majority of newer players that come into this. Just for
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I
sentence
used to
alone.
watch y'all two all the time, bro. I loved watching y'all two on OXG.
I appreciate it.
Wait,
Right, yeah.
Who'd y'all watch more?
Who'd you like more?
I was a TSM fan, unfortunately.
All right, well,
You know, I was a
back
Rider.
to the original question. What were your just biggest takeaways?
Just like focus on comms, you know, focus on playing off your teammates. You gotta be creative. You gotta come up with plays. There's 50 operators in the game. You know, you gotta know when to power, when to flank, like just talking to your teammates and coming up with plays to stop what they're doing. You can't be reactive. You gotta be proactive, bro. If they're doing a push, you gotta come up with a plan to stop it, or multiple plans to stop multiple possibilities, bro. There's infinite things they could do, bro. And you just gotta be ready for it all.
I do have another question. Were you hesitant of taking the offer onto Envy knowing that you were going to be joining a last place team? Did that not sway your option or even your thought process of, you know, coming into T1?
I mean, they wanted Hat before me, but they all admit that was the biggest mistake of all time. But
how are you feeling about
like,
that?
I'm feeling great, bro. I'm happy to be able to give them the opportunity to shine. You know, it's awesome. Just you know, they took a chance on me, and I'm happy to first 2 play days held my own. But I really I thought about, like, I was bouncing between console and PC. I didn't really know what I was gonna do. You know, I really hadn't been streaming much, but I was like, you know, they weren't gonna try me out. I didn't have a tryout. They had a tryout with Merc, but Merc canceled last second. They were like, oh, let's just scrim, you know, why not? So they hit up me and they were like, oh, do you want to scrim? They literally told me, like, Rival told me on the side, where he's like, you know, like, we're not, they offered me one and they took it back. And like, you know, you're not that, like, we only want serious options. And then they, like, Merc canceled. I got a tryout, and they said they just, like, they fell in love with me. They said they loved playing with me. And, you know, that, you know, like, it's like a God-given chance. Like, what are the odds that they, like, you know, that Merc cancels and I get the spot and I kill it? And you know, I would have taken anything besides like Cruelty, maybe C9. Nah, I'm kidding. I was just looking for an opportunity to shine, and they gave it to me, and I'm so grateful.
Nah, I love that. All right, last question. Sorry I keep pestering you with these questions. I'm sure you want to celebrate with the boys. Which community is harder to go against? Is it the Xbox community or the PlayStation community?
All right. So if you were to look at everybody who's good on console, it's all, you can see a PlayStation in my nasty ass room on the PS4 remote. Oh wait, wrong way. You can see the PS4 remote like at the bottom of my dresser. So I am PlayStation, and there was more PlayStation than Xbox, but the GOAT was on Xbox. Like that stopping kids got it. Yeah, I mean, PlayStation's definitely better overall, but Xbox did have the best player.
All right, Aiden. Well, obviously an incredible performance from you today. We didn't talk too much about that because we wanted to talk about your experience as a whole. But we're super excited to continuing to see you develop, continuing to top frag, and hopefully continuing to rack up those victories. Thanks so much.
No problem. You guys have a blessed day.
You too, man. What a finish. And what an interview. This guy's got some
I love
energy.
the personality already. He gets it already. I mean, one, he came into this saying it's not just about mechanics, it's about the actual team play and the communication. That's a huge thing to understand already coming into this. But again, I mean, the personality on this kid, I mean, I love it personally.
I think that's one of the biggest things, obviously, that makes a team work, too. You need to be able to have people that are having fun, having a good time, that want to be there, and at the same time are also trying to make things better. And I feel like that's life that a team that was ranked at the bottom obviously needs, because you don't find out how difficult it is when you have people that are quiet or not necessarily, you know, having the best time when they're playing until you're in the server. And let's say one round doesn't go in your favor and they chalk the whole mentality. So obviously having someone that's having a good time, happy to be there, and obviously wants to win despite, let's say, if they lose a round or two, that goes like a long way. And especially for a player to just come in, join the scene, join the last place team, makes it that much better.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, I don't want to take anything away from Envy at all. Their team play throughout this matchup, granted, it was a good game from Cloud9 as well, but this is what I wanted to see on their attacks. Just being able to lock down a site, executing flawlessly, holding angles, not over-aggressing. Even on that last round, that post plant was beautifully orchestrated, well demonstrated on how well they can play into those strengths, play into those crossfires, not needing to get overzealous. There were so many different scenarios that I can pick apart that I'm going to especially elaborate on going into next week. Envy has really ramped up their performance in terms of whether that's they're just double scrimming, whether they're just taking from what happened from stage 1 and now adding it to stage 2. I mean, they are looking dividends better than what we saw previously.
I hate to just add it in there, but like Cloud9 is the same story. Like, great preparation, they're figuring out their problems as they go, and then in those later rounds, like the last 2-3 rounds, they're just getting almost clean swept. They just keep running out of gas. And I don't know if that's a vibes thing inside of the server once they lose 1-2 rounds when the pressure's on and the energy gets dead. I don't necessarily know if they run out of preparation or if they just don't have enough people communicating to the IGL table to work to problem solve. And that's the second time that we've been able to see Cloud9 get so close, but then it's a drastic difference from the start of the game to the end of the game. It looks like two different teams, and that's something that just needs to stop going into week 2.
But for Envy to take advantage of that and to close it out in regulation to cap off our day today, massive job by the boys on Envy to get those full 3 points. But here's how the day shook out. At 4 p.m. we started with M80 in standby. Of course, Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion, the match just an hour ago. That one really stuck out, Laxing. It's been quite a day.
Yeah, again, another day of nothing but competition. Sure, you could write off the wild card versus Space Station game, but even that, I mean, just looking at that scoreline doesn't really speak into some of those rounds that they did come out close. Even in that last round where Spiker gets that huge kill over the Blitz, I mean, that realistically could have kept the game going. But again, our NAL stage so far has been extremely competitive compared to what we saw in the first week of the first play day.
When we started the day, nobody would have anticipated that SSU wildcard would have been the most of a blowout game. Okay, well, maybe you did, I guess, obviously.
You thought it was going to be a blowout, not just a wildcard win?
I mean, I knew they were going to win. I think it was going to be a blowout.
Right, but that being said, that much, a 7-2, yes, it's not indicative of how close SSU was in some of those rounds, but obviously wildcard came to play. But every single game so far is matched up. I mean, even Cruelty keeping it close with OXG, Envy winning today. It's been so competitive, and I'm happy to see the teams that were at the bottom of the leaderboard starting off way hotter than they were, keeping everything that much closer.
Well, that brings us to the blacklight detail of the day. In our marquee matchup of the day, it was Rexon in round 15 to put Shopify Rebellion over the line. That really captivated us.
Again, I think this is a no-brainer. This has to be the blacklight detail, just for the simple fact of how close this game really was, and in this round particular. Pamba, like I said, getting a big 3K, trying to bring this round into their favor, get it to close it out. But Rexon had the big heads-up play, knowing that he just had to play the bomb here to leave Ambi off on an island, but playing the position that needed to be played here, which was holding this angle, holding this cross to make sure that he can deny any plant trying to be made in archives. And again, Rexon, this is what makes a good player from a great player, is understanding the win percentage here, knowing he gets that down, fall back, take the challenge here on the player that wants to over-aggress to try to secure it, and he does it flawlessly. The split-second decision-making, once again, proving why Rexon is one of the greats.
And that was just one of several moments in that game that we
There
could have highlighted as the blacklight detail. We were discussing it. Is it going to be the retake that Canadian and Spoit did? It really came close. But that one was, as we said, just one of the several competitive matchups we had today that results in the standings that are in front of us now. Envy at the top. Their round differential of 9 has them tiebreaker currently over M80, which is at 5. They both have 6 points. Wildcard, Shopify, both with 4. Dark Zero and Oxygen close behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes without saying. Envy already succeeding so well. I mean, we were making jokes earlier with #1 team in attack, #1 team. But obviously, it's still true. Yes, they did go up against Cruelty and Cloud9. There's going to be some bigger fish to fry that are coming down the pipeline. But obviously, every point matters. And those 2 wins could be the difference maker between being top 6 and being at the bottom 3, bottom 4. So obviously, great showing from them. And, you know, all the other teams still got a lot of ways to go before anything's set in stone, but the more points you get, the more overtimes, even if you lose, sets you better for when the later dates come.
And this was just week 1. To think we still have so much Siege X action here in stage 2 of the NAL. Next week, looking ahead, Day 1, we are still going to see some more back and forth, potentially very interesting matchups. Cloud9, they'll go up against Shopify Rebellion. That'll be our second matchup of the day. But Envy will get their next test, this time against Standby.
Yeah, that'll still be another interesting one. I've actually been pretty excited to see what Standby has been bringing to the table. Sure, they aren't getting the wins that they so desperately need, but they are looking better from what we've seen the previous stage. And as for Envy, what we saw today, I'm looking for that to be exactly replicated the exact same way going into that matchup. But if you were to ask me what is my most excited game I'm looking forward to, I would have to see that M80 versus Wildcard.
Really? M80 versus Wildcard should be a lot closer. Wildcard performed very well today. I mean, for me, there's no real one game that I feel like you can pick a favorite, but it's not going to be necessarily a blowout. I feel like every team's been competing so well. I'm really looking forward to Standby Envy. I just want to keep seeing Envy perform well and excel and grow and learn, even despite winning games. Like, take the losses, then rounds, and then progress from there. I feel like they have everything in their power right now to do so, so I just want to keep seeing them succeed.
All right, well, quite a week, quite a couple days. Thanks for having me. I'm going to step aside, unfortunately, after this week, but Ginny, thank God, will be back with you guys, so you'll have a good time with her. But until then, we look forward to next week, where Stage 2 on the NAL continues. Thank you so much for watching. As always, it's been a pleasure to have you. For our entire studio crew, our producers Ferme and Jasmine, our director Ian, and for Foxay and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching. The NAL will continue next week. We'll see you then. Have a great night.